just went off the scorecard that we've been given, but Ben Watts will be joining us from BBC Kent for commentary. Of course, the Kent players wear the sweaters, which is not necessarily the best thing on account of the fact that we can't see the numbers. Sam Connors will open the bowling, though, we can safely say. Dustin Melton's warming up as well. He's one of two changes for Derbyshire. I'll let Ben run through the team from Kent for you. Two changes. Ed Moulton and Alex Thompson are out. Moulton left out. Thompson turned up lame this morning, so Harry Kame and Dustin Melton will take their places in the Derbyshire side for this match. Turn the air conditioning on this morning and I'm absolutely perishing now. Put my jacket on. There we go. All sorted now, nice and comfortable. So Derbyshire, Godalming, Wood, Kame, Madsen, Duploy, Critchley, Dahl, Guest, Aitchison, Connors and Melton. And Kent, Bell, Drummond, Crawley, Billings, Cox, Leaning, Robinson, Stewart, Podmore, Gilchrist, Singh and Logan. So it is Sam Connors to get things underway from the race course end. He is in and bowls the first delivery that's clipped into the leg side by Zach Crawley. And there's no run. We're up and running with 3 slips. Point. Ben Aitchison warming up as well. Mid-off, which is Billy Godalming, of course. Harry Kame down at long leg. Tom Wood is at mid-wicket. And Dustin Melton at mid-on. Cooler than it was during the game against Leicestershire as Connors is in once. Oh, now then, Connors has slipped as he arrived there. Just lost his footing and pulled out. That'll be a dead ball, and he just goes and has a bit of a scratch. There's a lot of dust there already. That's not a particularly good sign. Dustin Melton goes and has a look as well, but he's already kicking away a mountain of dust. It must have just given away under his foot there, and that is always a slight concern. Cox at the non-strikers end is having a little look as well. As Connors goes in again, and this time he's a little happier, and he's driven straight down the ground by Zach Crawley for 4 runs. Glorious shot from Crawley. Really nice. And Essex, I guess I've done it again. Kent, don't say Essex. Kent are 4 without loss. Got some dreadful memories of Essex this season, especially at Chelmsford. Didn't go to Canterbury, sadly. As Connors is in again, and that one is pushed into the leg side. They're going to go through for a quick single. Wood will come around to do the fielding. And he moves on to 5. Boundary single, thanks very much. Exactly the way to do it. And Kent are 5 without loss now in the first over. Remember, Derbyshire winning the toss, deciding to have a bowl first. They did bowl first in the last game against Leicestershire, but that's because Leicestershire won the toss and decided to bat first. It raised 1 or 2 eyebrows when they went on to make 500 and plenty. It proved to be the correct decision as Connors is in once again, and that one is pushed by Cox up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Melton. Derbyshire really need to pick up 3/4 wickets in the morning session, having won the toss, you would have thought. Otherwise, it could be another long 2 days in the field for them, as it was against Leicestershire. Four slips. Aitchison, Madsen, Critchley deploy at the moment. That one is aerial, just to the left of Billy Godwin off the bat of Cox. He gets off the mark with a single. Six without loss now. Cricket going on up and down the country. Just having a quick scan. I won't give you the scores at this very early stage, but underway at every venue across the country, which is good news, seeing as we're already on the 12th of September. As Connors is in again, and that one is driven, but straight to Billy Godleman by Zach Crawley. End of the over, 6 from it, 6 without loss. Kent, after being put in by Derbyshire, 5 to Crawley, and 1 to Jordan Cox. I mean, I like the cable knit. I love a cable knit, you know me. But it doesn't make it particularly easy for the commentators. Who's going to bowl first? Ben Aitchison is going to bowl first from the City end. Does have options, of course. Anuj Dahl's bowled nicely in the last 2 matches. Dustin Melton is in the side.
Second to be bowled by Ben Aitchison. As you can see, the scoreboard now with 2 batsmen, Zach Crawley and Jordan Cox.
So definitely not Daniel Bell Drummond. So Ben Aitchison, the big one, of course. Turns at the top of his mark. He's also got 4 slips. Tom Wood at 4th slip. There's Tom Wood in there now as this next delivery, or first delivery of a new over from Ben Aitchison, first delivery of the match from Ben Aitchison. It's left alone by Cox outside the off stump and not taken cleanly by Brooke Guest, which is slightly unusual. Kept really nicely in the game against Leicestershire. Scored his maiden first-class century, of course, shared in that 227-run partnership with Anuj Dahl, who also got his first century in first-class cricket. There's an enormous daddy longlegs which has been on the window outside right in front of me for hours now as Aitchison bowls a little short of a length, and it's dealt with comfortably by Jordan Cox, who pushes it out into the offside. And once again, there is no run. 6 without loss after 8 deliveries. A long way to go, of course, in this one. Deploys at first slip, of course, because Aitchison would normally field at first slip, but he can't really do it because he's bowling at the moment from the City end, in and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside by Cox. Straight to Anuj Dahl, and there's no run. Ben Watts is here, everybody. Fear not.
That was cutting edge there, Dave. That he can't be in the slips because he's bowling at the moment.
It just fooled me momentarily that he wasn't fielding at first slip. Then I realised why he wasn't, because he's not allowed to. How are you, Ben?
Yeah, I'm very well, thank you.
Good.
Yesterday was a good day. We shared the spoils in our football game that we were at yesterday.
Yes, I fancied Burton more than I fancied Derbyshire, in all honesty. Here's Aitchison in, and that one is defended again by Cox, who was initially announced as Daniel Bell Drummond, interestingly, by the PA announcer. I mean, he was reading it off the team sheet that we've been handed, clearly.
Okay,
but
yeah. I guess the team sheet that we've got in front of us could be a batting order.
Well, I think the Derbyshire ones will be quite close, certainly. Strengthen the batting with the addition of Harry Kane, pushing Matt Critchley down to 6. Aitchison's next delivery is pushed off the back foot nicely into the covers. Billy Godleman runs around to do the fielding. The batsman settled for a single, 7 without loss.
Yeah, the Kent order I've got is Crawley, Cox, Bell Drummond at 3, Leading 4, Billings 5, Ollie Robinson 6, and then our team sheet will be fairly correct from that point onwards. Grant, Stewart, Podmore, Gilchrist, Logan or bat ahead of Jazz Singh.
The numberless Jazz Singh.
Yeah, played 1 game so far this season. Played in that Sussex game when Kent had the entire T20 team isolating due to a COVID case.
Yeah. Did all right though, didn't he?
Yeah, he got, I think, he got 4 for in the first innings. So
untold riches as his next delivery is left alone by Crawley to go through to Guest behind the stumps. It's the end of Aitchison's first over, and as ever, he's miserly. Just the 1 run from it. Generally doesn't go at anything even close to 2 and over. Down at Lord's was consistently going at 1.5 and over throughout 2 innings, which is a terrific effort. Big man, 6'5". Derbyshire's relatively inexperienced at bowling attack. Melton's not played much. Connors has played a fair bit. Aitchison, not too many games under his belt. Anish Dowell's probably played the most but bowled the least, because he wasn't used as a bowler. He was used as number 3 batsman at the start of the season. That didn't go well.
Yeah, I reckon this Derbyshire seam attack, this is the first time I've seen any of them in the flesh.
It will be.
Go on. Connors is in and bowling to Jordan Cox. He's defending this one up towards mid-on. It'll just be the spinner Matt Critchley that
you've heard of.
I'll have seen. He'll have been playing the last time I was here when you and I were not in this nice new media centre.
Billy Goldman and Wayne Madsen probably played then as well. But
yeah, they did.
But you're right, the bowling attack is completely new.
Corners with 59 on his back. These crisp white Derbyshire shirts, and this one driven out towards extra cover. Kent have got their kind of traditional cricketing creams, if you like, there.
Well, I'm told that Derbyshire are going back to proper creams from next season.
It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah.
They've been pretty
my entire
white.
time they've been too white.
Yeah, because it was that England under a certain manufacturer that normally make football boots, etc. When they took over the test, making the test shirt, they went bright white, didn't they? And then I think a couple of counties followed too. Full delivery, clipped away through mid-wicket by Jordan Cox. Over pitch by Connors on the pads, and that's meat and drink to an opening batsman. He moves to 6.
It's a bit of a concern, that, because Connors normally he has this very nice knack of taking wickets early, and then he doesn't really take wickets when he comes back for his second and third spell. So if he doesn't take wickets in his first spell, Derbyshire have decided they'd have a bowl first. Could be problems. Saying just before you came back, this is the pitch next to the one in which Leicestershire won the toss and batted last week and made 520.
3 slips in the gully for Cox as Connors bowls a nice delivery, which is left alone outside the off stump. Better stuff.
So Kent had basically targeted the 3rd division title this season, have they? Is that the way it went in first class cricket?
Yeah, apparently so. Yeah. Apparently they sort of didn't fancy going for Div 1 or Div 2 titles and thought, let's go for that instead. We'll get our best team out for the end of the season.
It's going well so far.
They had injuries at the start of the season, and in their first 3 games, as Connors bowls, Cox defends. They managed to get a draw at Northants, but then lost both their home games against Yorkshire and Lancashire, who would go on to finish top 2 in the group. And it was from that point onwards. So they'd had some injuries for those couple of games, and then managed to get draws for most of their remaining games. I think they ended up with 3 defeats and 7 draws from their first 10 games of that section. Rain certainly played a part in stopping them from getting any wins, but really they didn't play well enough to come in the top 2 as this one's driven down the ground, again over-pitched, and Jordan Cox just stands and scratches at his crease. No need to run for that one. He moves to 10 with a boundary at the end of the over. Kent on to 15 without loss. And going into the season, Kent would have thought that they were contenders.
Absolutely.
For that top division. Having, I think on seedings over the last couple of summers, only Essex and Somerset had won or accrued more points or won more games in this format. So, yeah, disappointing start to the season, but Matt Walker saying a couple of weeks ago that this period, I mean, for some teams that it doesn't feel like there's loads on it, and it's about blooding youngsters and giving opportunities. But for Kent, it's about showing that actually they're a better team in 4-day cricket than they showed at the start of the campaign. And then for the likes of Zach Crawley, who's batting at the moment, he's trying to prove a point to England.
Yes. Yeah, there's a big series in the winter. But Aitchison to continue from the City end bowls outside the off stump, and Zach Crawley has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, on the update for BBC Radio Kent a moment ago, I called him former England Test player,
Ooh.
and I've ended his career already.
Yeah, that's harsh.
Which is harsh because I think he'll go to Australia, even if he's not in the first choice 11.
Could end up being in the first choice if a lot of people pull out, couldn't he? It seems to be very much up in the air at the moment, doesn't it?
That's true.
Might have to leave this over to you because I've got a bizarre 1:45 update.
No problem at all. Aitchison continuing from the City end of the ground and clipped away by Zach Crawley out towards the pavilion. Long leg moves around to do the fielding. I feel like the last time I was at this ground was possibly not even for a Derbyshire Kent game. It was a T20 club finals day a few years ago where Tunbridge Wells were involved. I came to watch, and of course they're actually involved in a T20 national final next Sunday, the day after Kent are at finals day. Tunbridge Wells up against Barnard Castle, and that's been played at Northampton's ground on the Sunday. So T20 all round next weekend for Kent teams, as this one's off the inside edge of Jordan Cox's bat and falls wide of the leg stump. Slightly fortunate there, Cox, that didn't deflect onto the top of his bails. Blue stumps remaining intact. But tight stuff from Ben Aitchison. Lancashire-born seamer. Played a bit for Cheshire as well. 2018-19, he's in and bowling. Nice tall action, big front arm. Cox has pushed this into the offside and thought about a cheeky single, but Dow's in quickly to do the fielding, and no interest from Zach Crawley coming through for a run. Modest crowd in. There was a few Kent supporters that have travelled in the hotel at breakfast this morning. Oh, this time he does play onto his stumps, Jordan Cox. And Aitchison's tight line and length earns him a reward. Cox was lining himself up to play it, made a last-minute decision to try and leave it alone, and ended up deflecting the ball onto his stumps. Disappointment for him because he'd hit a couple of really nice crisp boundaries at the previous over against Connors to move to 10, but he departs. Derbyshire do have their breakthrough, important for the home team, having won the toss and chosen to field first to go and get that early breakthrough and make use of the fact that this pitch looks green. Dave Fletcher reckons it'll get better to bat on though, or will be better to bat on than it looks, and therefore new ball so important for the hosts. They've got rid of Jordan Cox. They now bring Daniel Bell-Drummond to the crease, who has been in and out of the Kent Red Bull team this season. 100 against Lancashire earlier on in the summer, and then did get a ton for the twos against Essex at Polo Farm last weekend, and recalled to the side as a result, with Joe Denley being rested. So a point to prove for him. Likewise, as we were mentioning, Crawley with his England ambitions. So it means that Derbyshire have got batsmen out there who will be striving to achieve something, will have a little bit of nervous energy about them, as Bell-Drummond just plays a few shadow strokes. If the home team can, as Ben Aitchison has been doing, continue to put the ball in the right areas, they can hope of more wickets, as this one's full and clipped away by Bell-Drummond out towards mid-wicket end of the over. Kent 16 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online. This commentary brought to you by BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Kent from my colleague Dave Fletcher and myself, Ben Watts. Connors will continue. The Nottingham-born seamer. He's got 3 slips. Godalming, in fact, just pushing that 3rd slip out towards the gully region for Zach Crawley. Point cover, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, long leg. Left alone outside the off-stump by the tall England batsman. Happy to let it go through to the wicketkeeper.
Don't mistake, old boy, said Dustin Melton saying, here we are, lads, here we are, lads. No idea what that means, but it's probably in the cricketing coaching manual somewhere. Did he try and leave that one, Jordan Cox? He was trying to leave it, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Trying to leave it, just sort of ran down the face of his bat.
And having pretty much almost chopped on earlier on in the over. It's Connors bowls, turned away by Crawley, out towards mid-wicket. Nicely fielded by Tom Wood in there.
Derbyshire will take it, of course. I think they really need to have Kent 3 down by lunch to justify bowling first. What looks like a pretty decent pitch. They just don't seem to play green here at Derby at the moment. They might look it, but they don't play it. Ball doesn't seem to have done too much. Once again, we are infested with daddy longlegs. Well, I say infested. There's one right in front of me that's really starting to irritate me
That's
now.
quite annoying.
There was 2 there before, so at least we've got rid of one of them. I didn't get rid of it.
Connors bowls. Back goes Crawley, just angles it down into the gully. See, at Canterbury, you'd be able to bang the window or move the window and shake it so it removed itself. But because it's a nice thick pane of glass that you, even if you banged it, he's not going to move, is he?
We imagine that
Double glazing.
It's toughened glass,
Yeah.
but we've no idea because nobody's ever hit them yet. We've had a couple of balls sail over the top of the this media centre during T20, but
Yeah, I'd assume it would be.
yeah,
It looks.
it's got to be.
It looks toughened,
got
doesn't
to
it?
be,
That's what I mean. If you banged it, I don't think the daddy long legs would notice. Connors bowling a nice quick delivery, hip height, straight enough as well as Crawley just turns it away slightly leg side.
So you'll be at home next week, will you, for the winning of the title?
Winning of the title. Yeah, it's at home against Middlesex, the final game.
I assume there's a large cup that will be paraded around.
In the shape of a 3, or
Oh, nice. Yeah. Or 3 cups.
or just going Roman numerals and having like 3 stumps.
Clever.
Yeah, there's an idea for them. And this is a good delivery. That just bounces a little bit awkwardly for Zach Crawley. He was thinking about tucking it through square leg. He rehearses that stroke, but it jumps away off more of the shoulder of the bat or the outside edge, but safely.
Yeah, it's all about finishing 13th in the county championship, really, isn't it? Finishing top of Division 3.
A esteemed prize.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was sought after finishing position.
Connors with a little skip in his run-up as he's in and bowling to Zach Crawley, turned away leg side. Oh, direct hit, good throw from Wood. It's going to deflect though. Beau Drummond ran quite a way past the stumps, so no overthrows. Crawley will keep the strike for the next over. Kent move on to 17 for 1 with Crawley on to 7. I'm just getting attuned with the pace of the scoreboard.
Yeah, good luck with that. They've got no chance. Absolutely no chance. Yeah, good throw from Tom Wood. 1 stump effectively to aim at, hit it. And poor old Anisdale was sent scrambling away to make sure there were no overthrows. Down at Lords we saw 2 lots of 4 overthrows. I don't think I've seen 2 lots in one game. We also saw 2 all-run 4s as well, which was very exciting.
That is exciting.
Yeah, it was. But you've got to get it where you can watching Derbyshire. That one's thumping into the pads of Zach Crawley, going down leg side though. Ben Aitchison begins a new over from the city end. Sprinkling of supporters around the ground. I wouldn't say it was. If you fancy coming, we'll certainly be able to find you a seat.
Wherever you like,
pretty much. Well, yeah, you can come and join us if you want. The permanent temporary stand at the far end of the ground has got its usual handful. Some in the grandstand away to the left, and in the East Midlands demolition stand, they might be joined later if it rains. That's the only covered part of the ground as Aitchison is flicked away by Crawley down to square leg. Sam Connors comes in to do the fielding. Score moves to 18 for 1. Crawley up to 8.
Permanent temporary stand sounds like Gillingham Football Club.
Yes, yeah, well, yes.
Sounds like the
you
away
can just see that behind the goal, away to the right at Gillingham, can't you?
Yeah.
That used to be here. That was the stand that was here before Media Centre was built. But I don't think it's going anywhere soon, so it is only a temporary stand, but it is very much permanent. I think it's got a name, but I've no idea what it is. As Aitchison bowls and off with the back foot, it's punched by Bell Drummond out towards the extra cover boundary. Billy Godalman is chasing. They'll probably come back for 3 as he reaches it just before it pulls up short of the rope. And Billy Godalman's throw goes underneath Dustin Melton's right foot and bounces through to Harry Kane. The batsmen do go through for 3. 21 for 1. Nice shot to get off the mark for Daniel Bell Drummond. There are plans to do something with the side to the ground where the scoreboard is. We're getting a new scoreboard next season. Very exciting. One of those video type scoreboards that the score goes off when you most need it. As Aitchison bowls to Crawley, turns it into the leg side. Harry Kane comes in to do the fielding.
It's funny you mentioned that because I think it came up in the recent Kent members forum that rather than showing the scoreboard during a T20 game, images of the crowd come up on those nice video scoreboards, etc. But it's actually the only, for this season particularly, it's the only scoreboard that's available because the manual one at Kent that stand is all sectioned off for the away team. So that's the video one's the only scoreboard.
Yeah, it can be slightly irritating when you're doing an update. There's Aitchison bowls wide of the off stump. A long way wide of the off stump as well, and Crawley has nothing to do with it. The only problem with if that isn't a problem, the only problem with the Derbyshire scoreboard when it arrives is it's going to be just to the right of this media centre, so we won't be able to see it.
Oh yeah, that's useful.
So we're having screens which will mirror the scoreboard, which will be quite exciting.
Yeah.
Just a few more wires on here. You can never have too many wires on a.
I'm impressed with the amount of wires you've got, actually.
There are too many, aren't there, really? But, yeah, it's an unusual way of broadcasting that we do here as Aitchison bowls to Crawley, who defends it. Back towards him. End of the over, an unusually... what's the word? My mind's frozen, but he conceded 4 runs anyway. Whatever the word is, you can fill it in there. It's like doing a crossword when you listen to me. Crawley has 8, Bell Drummond has 3. Kent to 21 for 1.
I'm just going to nip next door to fill in BBC Radio Kent's
Yes, absolutely.
listeners.
Yeah, I'll be doing one of those. Into the news at 11 o'clock. Not sure who's reading the news today. It might be Jack Goodman. Other Jack Timon, who gets us on air up to a point, is watching the cricket. Obviously working hard as well, of course. Sam Connors bowls to Bell Drummond, pushed out into the offside, concentrating fully on the programme. Cricket out the corner of one eye, perhaps the best way to do it. 21 for 1 then. Both sides will be relatively pleased with the opening half hour, I would have thought. Ben Aitchison will be happy, having picked up the only wicket to fall so far, as Connors is in again and Bell Drummond cracks it down to point when it's really brilliantly by Anasdal diving away to his right-hand side. Dustin Melton starts to warm up with a little more seriousness, if that's a word. Certainly he's warming up more seriously. That perhaps would have been a better way of putting it. It's early. Goes Connors once more, and Drummond takes his bottom hand off the bat as he plays it into the leg side. Ben Aitchison up to 27 wickets for the season now, just one in front of Matt Critchley. Sam Connors with 24, Finn Hudson-Prentice, who's no longer with us of course, at 23. And then you go down to Dustin Melton with 3. And as Dahl's got 4. As Connors is in once again, Drummond waits and leaves that one alone outside the off stump, and ooh and an ah from the slip cordon. As it just cut back a little bit after pitching. But no demons in the pitch that you can see. It is Jack Goodman. Always good to hear Jack's voice. Critchley just passes the ball back to Billy Godwin. They're painstaking in getting the ball back to the bowler. As Connor's next delivery short and cracked away by Drummond for 4 runs. Down into the ground beyond the leaping Anuj Dal, out to the backward point boundary. Beautiful shot. So when he over pitches, he gets driven. And when he bowls too short, he gets crashed away to the boundary for 4 runs. It's a tough school out there, as you might expect. Bill and Dean get a mention on BBC Radio Derby News. They're struggling to get the ball back from underneath the plastic sheeting that covers the square overnight. Which is a little unfortunate. They'll find it eventually, I'm sure. I'm confident. There's just a little hiatus in play. At 25 for 1, we're in the 7th over. They found it. Yeah, just coming to the end of the 7th over here, and Kent, who were put into bat by Derbyshire when they won the toss, a 25 for 1. Ben Aitchison with the wicket to fall. He bowled Jordan Cox, who actually played on, attempting to leave the ball. He was dismissed for 10. Daniel Drummond is the new batsman. He's just hit a terrific 4 to move on to 7. Zach Crawley has 8, and Kent are 25 for 1. I think that all went relatively well, all things considered. They have found the ball, and the umpire doesn't like it. I think it's got very, very wet, so they're going to have to change the ball here. So there'll be a further delay. That means that Tom Wood gets onto his back to do some back curls. I'll run through the scores from elsewhere now that there's half an hour of play been completed. In Division 1, Hampshire 13 without loss against Nottinghamshire after deciding to bat first at Southampton. Lancashire 33 for 2 against Somerset at Taunton. Somerset won the toss there and put Lancashire in. Yorkshire won the toss and put Warwickshire in at Headingley. Warwickshire 28 for 3. In Division 2, Glamorgan 21 without loss after 8 overs against Gloucestershire at Cardiff. Northamptonshire 31 for 1 against Durham at Chester-le-Street. Essex 24 without loss against Surrey at the oval, and in the other games in Division 3, as the new ball is chosen and will be brought out by the umpires. Sussex 35 without loss against Leicestershire at Grace Road, having won the toss and decided to bat first. And Middlesex are 33 without loss against Worcestershire at Lords, having been put in by the visitors. You're bang up to date, as they say, with all the latest scores in the county championship. Of course, we had been expecting that to be filling you in with scores from the test match, but we all know what happened there. Here's Sam Connors then to complete the 7th over of the morning. He's in and bowls to Bell Drummond, who turns this one away down to long leg and picks up a single. He also pinches the strike. And it's 26 for 1 after 7 overs. Both batsmen, Daniel Bell Drummond and Zach Crawley, on 8, both with a boundary apiece as well. You can get in touch with us, of course. Of course you can get in touch with us, should you so desire. Ben Watts Sport, or at Fletch Sport on, that's Twitter, of course, or fletchcricket@gmail.com if you want to send something slightly longer. All discussion points gratefully received as Ben Aitchison begins a new over from the City end. Bowls to Bell Drummond, who pushes this one out into the offside. Billy Godman is quickly onto the ball to do the fielding. And there's no run. They started calling him H in recent times. He was always Biggin to start with, but the arrival of George Scrimshaw, who's a further 3 inches taller than him, probably usurped him in that nickname. Bless him, he was wheeled out after the close of play on day 1 against Leicestershire when 3 wickets fell in the entire day's play. Spoke very well. He's in again now. Bell Drummond drives for 4 runs out to the cover boundary. He can save his legs there. That one's always going to make it. Nice shot. Bell Drummond moves into double figures. He's on to 12, 30 for 1. A good steady start here made by the Kent batsman. Certainly plenty of boundaries. Not an awful lot of running. About a 3. That's about it, really.
Darren Stevens would be proud.
Well, you don't be jogging through for singles, do you, really? Former Derbyshire loanee Darren Stevens, as we like to call him in these parts.
That's good, I like that.
Harry Podmore, another former Derbyshire loanee. He just sits in again in that one. He's played off the back foot this time towards Dustin Melton.
That's like me trying to convince everyone that Bromley's in Kent and not South London over the last few weeks. I think I'm winning.
Well, I always think of Bromley as in Kent.
Yeah.
You always say Bromley in Kent, don't you?
Yeah, I'm having a bit of an ongoing Twitter war with Nick Goldwyn from BBC London.
Oh, they're claiming her, are they?
He was like, teenagers in London. I'm like, no, it's Metropolitan Kent. So every time I see Kent teenager on a BBC Sport report, I'm like, I'm winning this.
Bell Drummond pushes this one out to Billy Godman. No, claimer.
We are very much claiming.
Yes, yeah.
Emma Raducanu.
There are very few British Grand Slam tennis champions.
And she went to school in Orpington as well, so that little bit.
At the same school as Dina Asher-Smith?
Yeah, I think so.
As I understand it. Yeah.
We claim her too, as you imagine.
I do hope the PE teacher there has had a pay rise.
Gosh, those two are going to be worth a few bob between them, aren't they?
$2.5 million last night. Just handed her a small cheque. Aitchison bowls to Bell Drummond. It goes past Harry Kame at mid-wicket and up to Dustin Melton.
It was suggested that she might need explaining what a cheque is.
Yes, that's true. I never thought of that, actually. Yeah, well, you kids, you're all money transfer these days,
Yeah,
aren't you?
What do you do with one of these? You can pay in cheques via your phone now these days.
Yes.
It's quite...
Yeah. I seem to have stopped getting cheques now, though, so...
Yeah, it's quite rare. I think I did have one for my birthday a few weeks back.
This next delivery from Aitchison is driven by Bell Drummond for 4 runs up to long off. Glorious stroke into the sheeting at the far end. And that is his third boundary, the second in the over as well. He's moved on to 16.34 for one. 5.4 million people. Somebody's just put this in a WhatsApp group for Radio Derby. 5.4 million people tuned in to watch Emma Raducanu last night. 36% of everybody was watching television.
Yikes.
Last night was watching the US Open final.
So they really were watching that rather than Match of the Day.
Yeah.
That.
And that they are, I mean, I can't imagine that. Well, I don't know how litigious Prime Video are, so I won't say what I was going to say, but they've got those figures to add on there, just the Channel 4 figures.
Yeah.
Good effort.
Connor's little skip midway through his bowling action. Firing a delivery on the stumps, which Crawley plays up towards mid-on. In the semi-final, I stirred at 4 a.m.
Did you?
I stirred at 4 a.m. Had a look at my phone, and she was 6-1 up in the semi, and I sort of nipped into the spare room to put 5 Live on my headphones and listen to the second set. Went back to bed at 5 a.m. Got a text from the breakfast team at 6 a.m. going, I saw you tweeting about it last night. Do you want to come on and chat about it? I was back. I was fast asleep again. Crawley goes back and defends. This next one from Connors.
I tried to be clever. I knew 5 Live Sports X were repeating the commentary at 6 in the morning.
Ah.
And I woke up and I thought, I'll marry the commentary with the Prime Video images. Be great.
Yeah.
But somebody very cleverly in Salford had pretty much cut out each change of end and just sort of cut it together so it was a lot quicker. So I was having to do it was absolute carnage.
Oh, no.
Yeah, carnage.
I mean, seems like a sound idea, but as Connors bowls, this one hits Crawley on the thigh pad as he was trying to whip it away. Drops away to the gully. But yeah, in practice, it scuppered you a bit, didn't it?
Yeah. But no, she's to not drop a set, having started in qualifying. And she was pretty unlucky at Wimbledon, wasn't she, to have to retire in a 4th round match.
Yeah, and to go from that point where she was being criticised for her mental strength to go and 10 matches, not drop a set a month or so later is quite something, isn't it?
Brilliant.
Connors past the umpire. 2 slips in the gully for Crawley, who's nudging this into the onside. Wants a quick single, but Wood is swiftly round to do the fielding.
I realise this is primarily a cricket commentary, but they showed some footage of when the pair played each other at Junior Wimbledon.
Yes.
Raducanu won that game or match as well. They came up and said, well, they don't look any different. Well, of course they don't look any different because they're still the same young women that they were 2 years ago or whenever it was. They played each other, look identical.
Still very much fresh-faced.
Blimey.
Full delivery from Connors. Crawley defends into the gully. Yeah, because we were thrilled a couple of years ago when we found out, we got Anton Matusevic from Sevenoaks and Emma Raducanu from Bromley in the juniors. This will give us something to talk about over Wimbledon for the next couple of weeks. Here we are, a couple of years down the line. Everyone's heard of her now.
Everybody.
Though I must confess, I didn't actually watch the final last night because I was at a wedding reception. So I was trying not to find out the result. I told my wife, who was watching it, don't tell me the score. I need to get back to the hotel room and watch some highlights before I find out. As Connors bowls, Crawley wanted to play this way through mid-wicket. He's ended up pushing it to mid-on instead via a bit of a leading edge. Manages to come through for a single. But because she's a Bromley, I'm a Crystal Palace fan, and Raducanu's Bromley resident. So Palace kindly tweeted a congratulations message to her, which came up as a notification on my phone and ruined the whole thing.
No. Yeah.
So I found out that she'd won.
Another reason to be annoyed by Crystal Palace.
They actually won.
I know they did,
yesterday,
I saw the goals on Match of the Day. Yeah.
I've got that to catch up on as well, actually.
The boy from Celtic, 22 seconds or something after coming on?
Yeah, 28 seconds
28,
into his debut.
Yeah, not bad.
It's not bad, is it?
Not bad. thought Daniel Jefferson was going to score in his debut yesterday.
I
I've got
did.
to say. I've got to say. It was written in the stars, wasn't it? But
through and goal.
decent save by Cumming.
Yeah, Dan on Twitter at BBC, at BBC Kent Sport, but at Ben Watt Sport as well, saying, "Morning Ben, you're not quite sounding sprightly this morning. Would Jill swear you out yesterday, or was it a good evening?" I said I had a couple of lemonades.
It's got nothing to do with Gillingham.
Literally at a wedding reception. It really was a couple of lemonades. I had to drive back from Loughborough to Derby last night. He says he's looking forward to 4 days of isolation cricket. Oh.
Can't be a captive audience, though. Is first over for Dustin Melton. It's been a while since Melton played. The first delivery is a full toss.
It really was a loosener.
Yeah, that Crawley rather missed out on there as he just basically bunted it up to Harry Kame at mid-on. Bowled nicely last. This is going to sound really pathetic, but he bowled nicely at Leicester last season. Dustin Melton, he's been blighted by injury. He's got a new contract for next season. Zimbabwe born, brought up in South Africa, lived over here for 7 years now, and he's in. That's better, on target, and defended by Crawley. Back towards him, he couldn't quite field it on his follow through. But it would feel a lot better having pitched one in exactly the place he wanted to pitch it rather than that first delivery, which wasn't necessarily where he wanted to pitch it, I think it's fair to say. Had a quick look at the forecast. It looked okay for today when I looked at it, but there are people who are saying it might rain this afternoon now. This one is a full delivery that Zach Crawley pushes up to mid-on. I think it depends which app you look at, in all honesty.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I tend to look at the BBC one on brand, of course, but this would actually tend to be the most reliable one.
I very seldom look at that anymore, I'm afraid.
It suggests there might be some drizzle at 4.
Oh, okay, that's not too bad. I think they were talking about lunchtime on one of the apps, but hey, who knows? Driven by Crawley, fielded by Matt Critchley, who's now in at extra cover. So Melton just settling in here. I really ought to have done something. I'm famous for my entire lack of research. I'm trying to work out when he last played Melton. He certainly played at New Road. I'm fairly sure that would have been it. Not sure that he played against Warwickshire in the Championship. He didn't, so he hasn't played since, in the first team at least, since the very end of May. They're having a look at the ball now. This is a replacement ball from the ball that got very, very wet when they struggled to find it in the sheets. Yeah, they lost it in the sheets. And I think it got very wet and the umpires changed it. Well, this is the second ball, relatively new, of course. We're only in the 10th over, but I think they're putting it through that gauge that they carry around with them. And they're going to change this one as well. This is a slightly disappointing start to the season for the ball, to the game for the ball manufacturer. Their first one got too wet, and the second one's out of shape already.
Presumably, it would have been when they replaced it. So it'll be something along the lines of overs 5 to 10 replacement. So it should have been pretty much a...
It's virtually brand new, isn't it? Yeah, it's probably still under warranty, so they'll be all right with this one. they can return it to the manufacturer and get a replacement.
Get their money back.
Yeah, be like for like, I would have thought. The 12th man.
It's funny that you use that sort of terminology, because I got my car not far from the ground, actually, at a well-known sort of second-hand...
What, this ground?
Yeah.
You got your car?
Yeah. Not far, because there's an industrial estate just around the corner, isn't there?
It's handy for Kent.
Yeah, well, it was a bit of a drive, but my wife's got family in Leicester anyway.
Oh,
so.
okay.
Yeah, so I do have I'm pretty sure I have a Derby postcode on my car, actually. Or on the
number plate?
Yeah, on the number plate.
Be safe to keep it parked where it's parked, then.
Won't get egged or anything.
No, you'd be all right. They've changed the ball. Dustin Melton's got the changed ball in his hand. He's only bowled 4 deliveries so far. And Crawley waits. defends this one out into the mid-wicket area where Tom Wood does the fielding. I wonder if Leicester Ploy's had a hand problem this season or something, because he's now back in the slip cordon. He's been virtually banished from the slips in recent matches. Started the season at first slip. Ben Aitchison is a good slipper. Wayne Madsen, who used to be the first slip, is now the second slip. There'll be a technical detail there that means it's more advantageous to have your best slipper there, I'm sure, as Melton bowls. That one is driven, but nicely. Oh no, not nicely stopped by Harry Kane. He's dived over the top of it and he's gone for 4. I thought he'd stopped it. Seemed to get both hands to it. So Melton won't be best pleased with the final delivery, as Crawley clips him away to a wide long on for 4 runs. He moves on to 13. Bell Drummond has 16. And Kent to 39 for 1.
Is it just me, or is Harry Kane's jumper about 3 sizes too big for
yes,
him?
no, it is, isn't it? Yeah.
He's got like wings. It's like a cape.
It's a terrific effort by... I think that one would fit me, actually. He's only relatively diminutive. Yeah, it is far too big. They're not great anyway. People who listen to me regularly will be bored by me talking about it, but they need to be gathered at the waist. I mean, it's like wearing a sack, a white sack. They're just not great.
Can't have the traditional cabinet ones, which, although look very nice. As Connors bowls a short ball, Bell Drummond has slammed this away with a hook stroke into the leg side, and he's been batting pretty imperiously so far. Looks a confident boy, fresh off his second team ton a few days ago. The only thing, of course, is they don't have any numbers on them, and they cover up the numbers.
Yes, I don't like that. We had the same at Lords with Middlesex. I do like the cable knit sweater, but it doesn't do me any favours, especially for teams that, I mean, if it was Nottinghamshire, if it was Leicestershire, if it was Durham, who we play every other day, you sort of know some of the players. I will know 1 or 2 of these Kent players, but I apologise in advance for...
So when they're fielding, in that split second, you can't tell. Full delivery from Connors. Forward comes Bell Drummond. That's a good defensive stroke. Back down the pitch.
I'll just be saying positions, don't worry. I won't be mentioning any names.
Oh, absolutely. It's the wise thing to do. You can get in touch with us if you like. At Fletch Cricket. At Ben Watt Sport. At BBC Kent Sport. KentCricket@gmail.com as well if you want to be free of any restrictions of number of characters. Derbyshire supporters welcome to get in touch as well via that method, as Connors bowls. Full delivery which Bell Drummond defends. Andrew's been in touch. Saying about tennis radio commentary, do you have any feelings about which sport is most challenging to commentate on the radio? Cricket, tennis, football, snooker, golf. I guess each of them has their challenges. I'm with you though, Andrew. Tennis commentary is so quick, and the terminology is so wordy, and the positions in the court. Having listened to a fair bit of 5 Live over the past couple of weeks, I really do have a lot of admiration for tennis commentators. Full delivery from Connors, which Bell Drummond lets go outside the off stump. You know, that terminology, and it's just got to be so instant in your mind to be able to communicate it straight away. I guess the same would be the same for cricket commentary, although it's not quite as swift, and 2 people batting a tennis ball back at one another in quite such swift fashion, and you're trying to commentate on tennis commentary. I think that's, Dave, might be the hardest of sort of sports to commentate on, as Connors bowls a full delivery, which Bell Drummond, a little bit of a leading edge, just got squared up for that one slightly as it goes away into the covers.
Funnily enough, we were talking about it when we were watching it last night. I stayed at Andy Twiggs' house, who does our breakfast show on BBC Radio Derby. And the radio commentary, they only use one player's name during rallies, which makes sense because you know the other person's at the other end.
Yeah.
It's fairly self-explanatory, isn't it? But I think it is tough.
Yeah, I guess it depends as well sometimes who's commentating. So the BBC tennis correspondent Russell Fuller, the times where I've heard him over the past couple of weeks, as Connors bowls and Bell Drummond defence, he'll use kind of both names, full names, and Raducanu is a lot of syllables to keep saying in mid-rally. I think I'd have a list of different ways. The Brit, the teenager.
Yes. That would have been much good last night, though, wouldn't it? The
No,
teenager.
Wouldn't.
No.
Even last night, Canadian-born. No, you can't use that one.
No. No.
But yeah, I'm with Andrew getting in touch, kentcreek@gmail.com, saying which sports do we think are the most difficult to commentate on. I'd say, yeah, tennis is definitely up there.
Burton Albion are doing their best with Fraser, Blake, Tracy and Cameron Borthwick Jackson, with Amadi Holloway on the bench as well. 3 double-barrelled names. Here's Dustin Melton from the City End, bowls to Crawley, who drives, and it's stopped by Billy Godwin tumbling to his right. The other thing, of course, is that if you're commentating, you have to sort of assume that people aren't watching. I know we're linked up with the stream and everything, but you can sort of get away with missing the odd bit out here and there. As he bowls and it beats his defences. Crawling goes through to his thigh pad. Beaten for a little bit of pace there by Dustin Melton. Decent delivery in his second over. Not that I ever miss out any little details, you understand?
Never, Dave.
No. I'm trying to see who the Derbyshire 12th man is, but to be brutally honest, I don't recognise him. I don't think he's wearing a top. Oh, he is wearing a top with the number. That's it. I think it might be Alex Thompson. Apologies to Alex Thompson, as his next delivery is left alone by Zach Crawley to go through to Brooke Guest. Well, he's wearing Thompson's top anyway. If it isn't him, he's borrowed his top. He was due to play in this game, but I saw him go across in the warm-up to Billy Godleman and shook his hand and pointed to the ground. I've no idea what that was about. And then we were told he pulled up lame. So the frontline off-spinner not playing in this match. There are people who can bowl a bit of off-spin. Tom Wood, for example. Melton bowls. It's defended out into the offside by Crawley. And as Dahl comes in to do the fielding. Dahl, who didn't pick any wickets up against Leicestershire. We've got 4 down at Middlesex in his new role as the all-rounder in the side. He's been all sorts this season. He's been number 3 batsman. He's been a specialist fielder. Specialist number 7 batsman, which I always think is a bit of a luxury. But now they've decided he can bowl, which of course he can. Crawley waits and defends this next delivery up to mid-on.
I remember being a specialist number 7 for a couple of games in the Loughborough Town second 11 while I was at uni. Played some local cricket rather than going home at weekends. And yeah, if I played 3s, I'd sort of open batting and bowling and do quite a lot. If I played in the 2s, I wasn't quite good enough to do much. And I remember one game where I was playing as a specialist number 7 batsman. I got a lot of abuse for it.
I'm not surprised, as this one is all off a leading edge and not too far to the left-hand side of Matt Critchley at cover, and it won't go all the way to the boundary. In fact, it slowed up sufficiently for Critchley not to even have to put the slide in. Crawley gets away with one there, leading edge, but he does pick up 2 runs for it. He moves on to 15, 45 for 1 at the end of the over. Bell Drummond has 20. Yeah, I don't think a specialist number 7 is really a thing, is it? It shouldn't be a thing anyway.
There definitely was some chat in my direction along the lines of, what do you actually do in the team? And I sort of took it upon myself, because I was the specialist number 7, and also I wasn't going to be around for the rest of the summer and wasn't going to play in the return fixture. So I made myself talker-in-chief and just trying to wind up the oppo, and I'm pretty sure I succeeded. Hence why I got some abuse.
See that irritated lad over there? Give it back.
There's a lot of chat for someone that's not doing much in the game, as this one's defended by Bell Drummond out into the covers off the back foot. See, I was a two-pronged cricketer that day. It's just not one of the prongs wasn't anything to do with cricket.
No, well, no, it's an important job, isn't it? You usually have a designated clapper out there, don't you, who gets on everybody's nerves. That's Tom Wood at the moment.
Designated ball shiner.
Oh, yeah.
There's all these niche little
There
ball
are a
roles.
lot of jobs, yeah.
Yeah.
Each one of them an important cog.
Integral part of the team. 45 for 1 Kent. Connors bowls. Val Drummond just angles this down into the gully region. He's going to get a run as well. As Don got a hand to the ball, but unable to stop a single. I'm going to nip next door. Thanks for pointing out.
Well, no, only because I just realised that I've got to do one.
No, that's one of the things with away games. You just lose track of time, don't you? When you have to move to the next box next door.
I've got to turn my own cue up, so that can be.
I'll do this ball.
Okay.
Pushing it on the timing for the
Love
update.
it.
Full delivery driven by Crawley up towards mid-off. Dot ball. I'll be off to update BBC Radio Kent. Back in a moment.
Billy Godleman caught that with his, rather than with his hands cupped, but with one on top of the other. Very strange. Two slips in the gully for Sam Connors. Now, I think this is probably going to be his last over. It's his 7th. And he's in now on bowls, and that one is turned into the leg side by Zach Crawley, fielded by Tom Wood. Double deckers, wasn't it? Thank you. Sorry. Steve Jordan just doing his TV throwback. Melvin Hayes, indeed. Double deckers on BBC Children's Television back in the day. And when I say back in the day, I mean 40 years ago plus. Here's Sam Connors in again and bowls a short delivery to Crawley that he thinks about taking on and then bails out at the last minute as it flies through to Brooke Guest. Good short ball from Connors, that. Not really known for his short pitch deliveries, but that was a good one. Twiddles his bat. Zach Crawley on 15 from 38. Bell Drummond 21 from 22 as Connors is in, and that one is driven gloriously by Crawley for 4 runs. Out to the wide, long off boundary. He moves on to 19, and the 50 is up for Kent. It comes in the 13th over, or after 13 overs. Yeah. A Tiger. Yeah, I remember Tiger and Donut. So 50 for 1 after 13 overs. Dustin Melton with 2 slips and the gully. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. Dustin Melton is in again, and that one is defended by Bell Drummond. Out into the leg side. Harry Kame. No. Tom Wood comes in to do the fielding. Where's Harry Kame gone? There he is at mid-on. It's a very good innings this so far from Daniel Bell Drummond. 4 fours in his 21. Here comes Melton again, bowling from the City end in to Bell Drummond, who has to slam the bat down quite quickly on that one. Again, a pacey delivery. Ben Aitchison continues to warm up at first slip. Yes, Kent are 50-1 after an hour. 13 overs have been bowled. Jordan Cox, the only man out, bowled by Ben Aitchison for 10. But some good batting from Daniel Bell-Drummond in particular, 21 from 25 deliveries. And Zach Crawley, who's got 19 from 40, is steering Kent into calmer waters after they lost that early wicket. Sam Connors has bowled 7 overs on the spin from the racecourse, and I imagine we've seen the end of him for the moment. But it's good to see Melton back in action. He's in his 3rd over. He's only conceded 6 so far. Kent 50-1. Here comes Melton again from the city end. In and bowls to Bell-Drummond, who takes the bottom hand off the bat again. That's twice he's done that, once at each end. Daniel Bell-Drummond, this is a little walk towards square leg to contemplate life and batting as the sun threatens to come out here at the Incora County Ground. Plenty of cloud about, it has to be said. Doesn't feel necessarily like a batting or a bowling day. Warm enough though. You're not in your shorts today.
No, I'm not actually.
That was disappointing. It is quite chilly first thing in the morning, I have to say, when I was driving in early on today. As Melton's next delivery is wide of the off stump. Bell-Drummond tries to drive it but doesn't time it. It's fielded by Critchley in the covers. When I bumped into Ben in the car park at Burton Albion yesterday, he was in his shorts, which I thought was a bit bold.
Yeah, they're my comfy shorts. I don't like to drive 3 hours in my jeans.
No, that's fair. That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
But yeah, we then had a chat about how warm this commentary box can get, and slightly ruined the fact that I didn't bring more pairs of shorts.
It'll get warm later on if the sun comes out. Melton is in, and that one is pushed up towards mid-off in a defensive fashion. And it's the end of the over. 14 gone now. 50-1. Kent. Crawley has 19. Bell-Drummond has 21. I can already smell lunch, which is a slightly disturbing smell because it's an hour away and it'll be cold by the time we get to it, which isn't necessarily a good thing, but there we go. Sam Connors is going to bowl an 8th over. I just suggested on BBC Radio Derby FM that he might have come to the end of his spell, but no. Sam Connors is going to bowl 8 overs on the spin from the start of the match, which is slightly unusual, really. Sort of thing you might expect Lewis Rees to do if he were playing, but not Connors.
He's in and bowling to Zach Crawley, and it's turned away by the tall batsman down towards long leg. He's going to come back for a comfortable couple of runs. My cricket season ended last week, Dave.
Successfully?
No, actually, no. We fortunately...
Sorry, I brought it up then.
Fortunately got relegated.
Oh, did you? Oh, dear. Oh, no.
Yeah.
From the top division, I imagine.
It was, yeah, it was from the top division. But,
so.
yeah, there we go. And your son got some wickets yesterday, though, did he?
Well, yeah, very kind of you to mention it.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, 11 overs, 5 for 22.
Yeah, love that.
They won by 3 wickets in the end.
Crawley facing Connors. Left alone outside the off stump. You've got to celebrate. Your little wins, you've got to celebrate.
Well, he did, funnily enough, he's also sent me a message this morning on WhatsApp, which has a little photograph attached to it, which shows that since the league split, they're in the bottom division, it should be said, but since the league split, he's currently the 2nd leading wicket taker with 12. 24 overs and 5 balls, 4 maidens, 12 for 61. Best bowling of 5 for 15. He's very pleased with that. He does. His average is 5.08. It actually says "sign me up." I'm not sure. I'm not sure who would want to sign him, but there we are.
Connors bowling clipped away by Zach Crawley. This is going through square leg, and it might go all the way for 4 unless long leg can just about get there, which he does.
Brilliant.
Diving stuff.
Dustin Melton.
Commitment out on the boundary
Oh
road.
no, he's hurt his shoulder.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh dear. Injury prone. Zimbabwe-born South African. No, he looks all right. He'll carry on.
Maybe just it's possible that his shoulder landed on the rope.
Yes, that's true.
So it's a bit of rope burn.
Yeah.
Crawley moves to 24. 21 by Drummond, 55 for 1.
If you haven't seen the tennis from last night, did you see the incident where Emma Raducanu's knee slid along the floor for 2 yards, and she had to have a medical timeout to stem the flow of blood.
They didn't show that on the highlights.
That came at a break against her. Yeah, break point.
Ouch. Bell Drummond clipping away out towards mid-wicket from this Connors delivery. That's one of those when you're kind of a bit too keen sometimes. I remember playing in a Sunday Ones game and was keen to make an impression and chased one down to the boundary rope and sort of went for a dive to try and haul it in. The problem was beyond the boundary rope was this sort of horrible gravelly stuff that I ended up in a heap in. And afterwards thinking, I didn't really need to do that, did I?
Well, see, when I played cricket, which is a long time ago now, nobody ever used to dive for anything. There was no diving back in my day. Pleased to say.
Connors bowling. Full delivery, which Bell Drummond drives up towards mid-off. It's from the Rob Key school of fielding, that is.
Well, it's all a bit unnecessary, isn't it, really?
That's it.
And I was a bowler as well, so they were even less likely to fling themselves around back in the day.
Yeah, we had to chat to him during lockdown, and I asked him on a scale of 1 to 10, how much did he hate cricket? Hate fielding? Not just cricket specifically, but how much did you hate fielding? And I think he said 12. This Connors bowls a short ball. Bell Drummond pulls him away for 4 runs, down towards backward of square leg. And having seen him smack away a previously short ball, not sure it was necessarily the tactic. Bell Drummond moves to 25-59 for 1. He said fielding is about the closest a human can get to being a dog. Because the batsman whacks the ball and you just have to go fetch it.
Dear, oh dear.
So yeah, that sums up Rob Key's opinion on fielding.
He could bat though, couldn't he?
Yeah.
Boy, he could bat.
Yeah. Which I think is why now he was one of those that strangely didn't play much golf while he was playing cricket, but now he's taking it up and he's basically just like batting, isn't he? Just whack the ball the whole time. You have to.
They say it can ruin your batting though, don't they? If you're not careful, it's slightly different. You don't really want to. You don't want that big flourish of a follow through. Crawley waits for Melton to begin a new over, pushed out into the offside.
Yeah,
fielded by Wood.
My golf technique is awful, and often golf coaches, if you have some lessons, you kind of swing the club, and they'll be able to tell you straight away whether you play cricket or not because of the sort of the hands and transfer of weight, etc.
Ben Aitchison at first slip warming up. I imagine he's going to replace Sam Connors. 8 overs for 39. He's bowled since the start of play from the racecourse end as Melton's in from the city end, and that one is driven quite straight. Round comes Harry Kane to do the fielding. Returns the ball to Brooke Guest, who looks like he's still smiling. He and Anuj Dal had smiles as broad as I've ever seen, certainly this season, when they shared that stand of 227 for the 7th wicket against Leicestershire. 6th wicket. 6th wicket, not 7th wicket, 6th wicket. After Derbyshire were 50 odd for 5. As Melton is in again. That's a delivery that's left alone outside the off stump by Zach Crawley. I'm trying to work out exactly what the word is. I've just seen somebody in quite a heavy coat go to the bar. And she's now standing next to a gentleman who's in just a t-shirt. So I think it's relatively warm out. There's plenty of people in just t-shirts or shirt sleeves, certainly.
Yeah, a couple of the Kent batsmen. Well, I think Crawley was wearing a jumper.
He was wearing a jumper when he came out.
Ditched it, didn't he?
Yeah, very early. Poor old Jordan Cox didn't have time to dump his. As the next delivery from Melton's outside the off stump, left alone to go through to the keeper. There are 1 or 2 Derbyshire players wearing the sleeveless sweaters. Matt Critchley's got his on. Harry Kane, of course, has got his on. He'll be playing netball later on. Clearly. It's almost down to his knees. It's a remarkable sleeveless
It's like a
sweater.
night shirt, isn't it?
Yes, it is. They do. That's exactly the same length that the netballers wear. Billy Godwin, of course, has his on because he lives in it. Melton bowls to Crawley, pushed out into the onside. Tom Wood is wearing a long-sleeved Derbyshire top, but no sleeveless sweater. And there's no run. 59 for 1. We're in the 16th over of the day's played. We've had an hour and a quarter, so we're already heading for overtime tonight.
That's right, I've not got anywhere to go.
No, that's good. That's good. No, I haven't either.
I've not got far to go back to my hotel room either, so just find some sort of dinner.
You're not very close to anywhere here, really, are you? This next one from Melton's left alone outside the off stump to go through to Brookgest. End of a maiden over from Dustin Melton. That's successive, I think, maiden overs from him. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 6. And Sam Connors is indeed being replaced by Ben Aitchison. There's a little walk out of the city centre from here. It's very handy for the cricket ground, but not massively handy for the city centre.
No, maybe I'll have to order a takeaway instead.
Sounds like a plan to me. I'll almost certainly call in for one. My way back to Twiggy's. His dog, Bertie. About 3 o'clock this morning, heard something outside. Blimey. I no longer have a dog. When you don't have a dog anymore, and one suddenly barks in the room next to you in the middle of the night.
It startles you.
It did startle me a bit, yeah. I don't think there was that. It didn't startle me enough to get out of bed and look.
Aitchison then replacing Connors, change of ends for him. Bowling to Daniel Bar Drummond. Defends into the covers.
That would have to be something fairly significant to get me out of bed at that time of the morning.
Yeah. I was sleeping with the window open the other day, and I could sort of hear a dog from down the street or whatever, but it's not as loud as the foxes.
Oh, really?
Honestly.
Yeah.
Because we're sort of a little bit close to sort of this one end of the park, and the screeching noise the foxes make, goodness me. On the leg stuntless delivery, and it's dropped away off the thigh pad of Bell Drummond, and they come through for a leg bye.
So your room in the hotel, are you overlooking the cricket ground?
Yes, I am.
Ah, excellent.
So clearly I'm behind this stand that the entire hotel is behind, but yeah,
Is that somebody in your room? We have had people listening in there, telling us where they were, and they did look like they were not wearing any clothes, but I'm assured that they were.
Yeah, I'm not high up enough to get a view of the players. So Aitchison bowls and Crawley defends and just guides this one wide of gully for a single. So moves to 25. He has the same score as Bell Drummond, and getting to 61 for 1 after the loss of Cox for 10. Yeah, I had to just make a special request to stay in the hotel on the ground, because it's not on the normal booking system. So I had to call them up and get them to do it for me separately.
It'd be worth it, though. Be worth it. Probably.
Probably. It's Aitchison bowls. Well, Drummond driving, but without timing, up towards mid-on. Yeah, because like you say, all the other options were kind of a bit more city centre and 20-minute walk away from the ground, rather than a stone's throw.
We had a strange one. Stayed in the Danubius at Lord's, which I didn't think would be in range, but was.
Okay.
But the Premier Inn in Brighton's out of our range.
Full delivery, which is driven up towards mid-on. Premier Inn?
Yeah.
The price range.
Premier Inn in Brighton city centre is too expensive, so I couldn't go in there. So I'm in the Juries, I think, but which is just round the corner.
Yeah.
But very strange that the Danubius, which when you walk into the lobby, looks like the lobby of a hotel that is a proper hotel.
Yeah.
And was exceptionally handy for Lords, of course. But yeah, that comes in budget.
Back of length delivery from Aitchison, which Bale Drummond defends into the onside. It's interesting because, of course, we've ended the over 61 for 1 with our location for Hove and for Lords. I'd go on the day.
Yeah.
So sort of an hour into London on the train, or hour drive down to Hove from our part of from the sort of western side of the county. It's pretty much as close as Canterbury, to be honest, from Hove.
Yeah.
So where I live. So yeah, don't ever have to worry about hotels for those kind of trips.
So I'll always do there and back on the day for Headingley and for Old Trafford, because I live up in the northwest. Anywhere else. So there's quite a bit of driving involved. There's Dustin Melton from the city end, 2 slips and a gully, bowls to Zach Crawley outside the off stump, left alone.
It was almost like the fixture computer somebody somewhere had an excellent idea that a commentator from Kent might go from the game at Burton for Gillingham yesterday to the cricket.
Well, I did have a look
today.
at the away end, and I did ask the question. I wonder how many people in the away end at the football yesterday might be coming to there, but they look like a slightly different demographic to me.
Maybe 1 or 2, but like you say, probably not that many.
No. Nick Moulton's next delivery is even wider of the off stump. Crawley leaves alone once again. But I never even twigged until Friday when I looked at it and thought, oh, I wonder if Ben's doing them both. Would make sense. But yes, it seldom works like that. We had a game last week in Bolton that I couldn't do because the cricket was on, and it was only moved from the Saturday because of television, and I could have done the Saturday. Melton's next delivery is wide and driven by Crawley out to the cover boundary for 4 runs. Bowling quite wide in this over. That was a half volley as well. Gets a good long stride, and he's a very tall man, is Zach Crawley. He punished a poor delivery and moves on to 29, 65 for 1.
Yeah, good stroke there. Zach Crawley, he's been patient so far this morning. Often he likes to really get up and running and look to try and drive on the up, and he got out last week against Worcestershire. For me, trying to unfurl those drives too early. He knows he's got it in the locker. He knows that he's capable of playing a standard above this, but you still have to earn your runs.
Waits now and defends this next delivery from Melton back to the bowler, who tosses the ball away to Billy Godalming to polish, and the throw drops short of Godalming, so crashes into his shins before he picks up and starts polishing it. Yeah, big innings, big matches really for Crawley and for Sam Billings, with England on an Ashes tour this winter. This next delivery is clipped beautifully out to mid-wicket by Crawley for 4 runs. That one was on his pads, and he gave it the treatment because it's raced away along the floor again into those covers. Let's hope it's not too damp in there. He's now moved to 33, 69 for 1. Derbyshire won the toss and decided that they'd have a bowl first. Well, they might not entirely be regretting it now, but coming up to an hour and a half's play, they will certainly be looking for more wickets before the lunch interval.
I understand the theory as well, like we've seen, well, particularly last week, didn't we, with the first round of matches that were 10:30 starts on day one. There were over 100 wickets, weren't there, in matches across the country?
Except here, as Melton bowls to Crawley, who pushes it up to mid-off end of the over, 69 for 1. Yes, myself and Richard Ray were remarking on the wickets falling, everyone. They were the first day of the last round of matches. I mean, there were games in which 15 and 16 wickets fell. We had 3 here on the pitch next to the one we're playing on now. And this is the one on which Leicestershire played Derbyshire a couple of years ago. 600 played, 450 played, 200 and something else. Just,
I mean, I must admit, when you were telling me those stats, I did wonder whether bowling first was quite the decision against a Kent team that won a couple of matches.
I'm not sure it was the right decision, but I think it might be a decision made because the batting has been a real problem for Derbyshire this season. They simply haven't scored enough runs all season. The bowling has been the better of the two disciplines.
Aitchison bowling to Daniel Bell-Drummond. He's got 25, Kent has 69 for 1, having been put in to bat, and he drives, and that'll be more runs as it's played away square of the wicket. Lovely stroke. He moves to 29, 73 for 1 with Aitchison 2-4 and 2 wide on that occasion.
These two are absolutely in their stride now, aren't they, these two batsmen? Starting to build a pretty formidable partnership. That's the 50... No, that was the one before. I'm the one who missed the 50 partnership. It's up to 57 now.
Drummond waiting. And again, playing the same stroke, really. Aitchison's delivery dispatched, square of the wicket, past point. Another one that was over pitch, really. Bell-Drummond didn't quite time that one as well, didn't sound as crisp off the bat, but same result. And he's matching Crawley blow for blow at the moment, 33 apiece, 77 for 1 on the scoreboard.
It's the Derbyshire Past Players Day today. They're all in the marquee away to our right-hand side. I'm looking to see if I can recognise one or two faces. I can see Jeff Miller there. Certainly, there's not too many who are outside.
Another boundary as Bell-Drummond clips this one away through square leg, and Aitchison trying to correct his awry line that was too wide of the off stump. Then ends up bowling too straight, and Bell-Drummond really just offered the bat at it. Didn't really have to try and overhit it at all, just a gentle push really. And gets 4 runs, so a little bit of a problem here for Derbyshire. Aitchison struggling to find a rhythm from this racecourse end compared to earlier on from the pavilion end.
It's massively expensive compared to how he normally bowls. I mean, he's bowled 9 deliveries in this spell and gone for 13 runs.
Just bowling a bit too full at the moment, can't quite find that length, and this time drags it right back, having sent deep square leg out to the deep boundary. Bell-Drummond must have got some sort of bat on that. Moves to 38, 82 for 1.
So I know Dahl warming up there quite furiously. It won't be long before we see him, I fancy. Well, it's only Aitchison's 6th over. You don't want to have had him bowled 2 spells and only bowled 6 overs, really.
Crawley on strike. Aitchison bowls. He defends, but guides it down towards the 3rd man area. He might get 4 as well. In fact, it's just going to pull up short, so it'll be a couple of runs. They decide against a 3rd as Madsen chases it down towards the boundary. Jeff on the email. KentCricket@gmail.com says Crawley must go to Australia in the winter. Tall man on bouncy wickets is a huge advantage. You know, Dave was saying about how important it is for Crawley and Billings to try and get runs at this stage of the season to push their cases. And Billings is an interesting one because he's been kind of backup keeper in the Test squad a couple of times without having played a Test match just yet, because of the fact that, well, as well going forward, as this one's clipped away by Crawley down towards long leg 4-1. They might come back for 2. No, they're not going to. He's been in the Test squad, hasn't he? And Butler has got a new baby. There's talk about him potentially not going to Australia if you can't take your family can't come, and he's going to be away from home and new baby for 4 months or whatever. So potentially there is a spot for Billings to go, along with, say, Bairstow, who himself has only recently been recalled. And It's James Brace. He had an opportunity earlier on in the summer, but looked a little bit all out
Yes,
at
he
sea, didn't he?
struggled a bit, didn't he? Bless him.
And then Folks has been injured, so.
Does Billings have an IPL
Coming on to goal
gig?
with City End, Arnold Dahl.
I don't think so, no.
No.
He's got a big bash gig in the winter.
Well, that could be handy then.
He's going to Sydney Thunder, so he'll be in Australia.
Yeah. Dustin Melton bowled 5 overs for 14 runs and has been replaced by Anuj Dahl. Billy Godleman already in discussion with Matt Critchley, who appears to be his certainly one of his number twos alongside Wayne Madsen these days. An hour in, and Derbyshire bring on their 4th bowler. Anuj Dahl just wants an alteration to the field, but nothing's happening at the moment. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary. I think he wants him squarer. Well, he hasn't moved, and Dahl is on his way in and bowls to Crawley, who leaves alone outside the off stump to go through to Broadcast. Because neither of these batsmen will have faced any of these Derbyshire bowlers. So it's always wise to have a little look first. I think just in 6 overs, 1 for 31. Let's deploy down at 3rd man now. Having a chat with Alex Thompson, 12th man. So that's the 3rd man and the 12th man. Dahl is in, and that one is guided down to 3rd man and goes deployed to do the fielding. Blue soles to his cricket boots. Most players appear to have orange soles, if they have any colour at all. Certainly Dahl does. Melton does. .85 for 1 in the 20th over. The ball has been tossed by Anuj Dahl to Ben Aitchison to do a bit of polishing. Interesting. Dahl on his way in again. Balls to Bell Drummond, who wristily whips this down to long leg for a single. 87 for 1. Dahl scratching away at his footmarks. Clearly unhappy with something there. Just one slip for Anuj Dahl. It's quite a wide slip as well. Wayne Madsen alongside Brooke Guest as the bowler is in, and it's defended by Crawley up to mid-off. Once again, there's no run. Proper long conversation going on between Lewis Deploy and Alex Thompson just down below us. I'm surprised we can't pick it up in the effects microphone sticking out of the window. As Crawley waits, and this next delivery from Dahl is just dabbed into the offside. Harry Kane comes in to do the fielding. Goodish crowd. A few members on the members' pavilion balcony over on the far side of the ground. Just coming towards the end of the 20th over of the day's play. Derbyshire won the toss this morning and decided that they'd have a bowl first. Well, Kent are 87 for 1. Zach Crawley has 37. Daniel Bell Drummond has 39. Just the 1 wicket to fall. Jordan Cox bowled by Ben Aitchison for 10. Half an hour until lunch. Derbyshire could do with some wickets here. 87 for 1, Kent. Hand sanitisation break taking place out there in the middle, which gives us the opportunity just to check those scores from around the county championship. Hampshire are now 42 for 2 against Nottinghamshire at Southampton. Lancashire 110 for 2 against Somerset at Taunton, and Warwickshire 80 for 6 against Yorkshire at Headingley. Those games in the first division of the county championship. Glamorgan are 83 without loss against Gloucestershire at Sophia Gardens. Northamptonshire are 74 for 4 against Durham at Wantage Road, and Essex are 59 for 1 against Surrey at the Oval in Division 2. And in Division 3, the other two matches, Sussex 100 without loss against Leicestershire at Grace Road, and Middlesex are 61 for 3 against Worcestershire in the game taking place at Lords, as Ben Aitchison will continue. He'll bowl over number 21 of the day's play from the racecourse end. Once he's happy with where Hannes Dahl is down at third man. And he comes now and bowls to Bell Drummond, who pushes it out into the offside, straight to Matt Critchley at cover. And it remains 87 for 1. Ben Watts Sport, and at Ben Watts Sport and at Flex Sport, if you want to get in touch with us. I can't remember what he said about the Kent Radio Kent Sport Twitter handle. I'm sure he'll remind us again fairly shortly. Well, Ben, when he's finished his update, as Aitchison's in again, Bell Drummond goes back into his crease and punches this out into the offside. Tom Wood comes in to do the fielding. And Bell Drummond picks up another single. He'll move on to 40. 88 for 1. Aitchison walks slowly back to his mark, almost shaking his head. I don't think he's massively happy with the way things are going at the moment. 1 for 32 in his 7th over. He sets off again now from the racecourse end. Only one slip for Aitchison, having won the toss. It goes wide of the off stump and through to the keeper, but having won the toss and decided to bowl. Derbyshire already pretty much on the defensive, which is a bit of a concern, considering they conceded 520 odd runs to Leicestershire in the first innings. Wasn't as cloudy this time last week, and of course it warmed up considerably as the game went on. It was far too warm for September. Somebody's just fallen over down below us as Aitchison bowls and is driven beautifully by Zach Crawley for 4 runs. The ball raced past Billy Godalman, who started to chase it but gave up in the end as it goes out to the boundary at wide, long off. Crawley moves to 41. It's 92 for 1 now. Dear, oh dear.
Yeah, like you say, sweepers out in the 20th over is a bit of a worry for the home team. No. Crawley and Bell Drummond looking pretty confident out there, aren't they?
It's not entirely unexpected, suddenly. There comes Aitchison again. Crawley waits and just goes back into his crease and pushes this up to mid-on where it's fielded by Sam Connors. Again, there's no run.
I've been corrected, by the way, on Billings. Been informed that he is off to IPL just after finals now.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I think he's with the Delhi Capitals.
Missed the open top bus parade for the 3rd Division Cup. Drive
I guess to lift the trophy in the shape of the stumps.
Aitchison ball turning to the leg side by Crawley. And it's the end of the over. 21 have been bowled. 23 minutes until lunch. Crawley has 41. Bell Drummond has 40. And Kenton 92 for 1 now. Going along very nicely indeed at just under 4.5 runs and over. The overall run rate that Leicestershire managed, and that both sides in fact managed over the course of the match, was a little under 3. So they're going considerably quicker than anybody went in the game last weekend, the game that started last Sunday.
Dale bowling from the city end and driven up towards mid-on by Bell Drummond. Misfield by Aitchison. So he gets through comfortably. A few of the England players have withdrawn from the sort of part 2 of the rearranged IPL, haven't they? Obviously, it's in the UAE. Likes of Stokes and maybe Chris Wokes not going back. There's a few others as well. Edge, chance, and dropped. Crawley pushing at that one from Dar. It was a good delivery, just inviting him forward. Only keeper and slip in there, and I think Brooke Guest has got a hand on it and palmed it away. Having gone for the catch in front of first slip. Is that how he saw it as well, Dave?
Yeah, I would completely agree. He was diving a long way to his right, wasn't he, Brooke Guest? But he would expect to take that, really. Quite in front of Madsen, but not far off.
Up on to Bell Drummond, and back he goes, and that chance seemingly arriving out of nowhere for Derbyshire. All the momentum with Kent, and then Crawley nicking one behind on 42. And that's one of the things, isn't it, as a wicketkeeper and a slip fielder, just all of a sudden you can be called into action. You have to spring to life and try and take an opportunity, particularly on a flatter pitch. Stahl just restart his run up here. Those chances can be fewer and far between, and wonder how expensive that miss could be.
Yes. Don't recall any missed chances against Leicestershire, but that was a bad one, really.
Driven by Bell Drummond up towards mid-off.
Kept it nicely, Brooke Guest, in Harvey Hussein's absence, his continued absence under the concussion protocols. He's struggling to get back, Harvey Hussein, at the moment, which is a concern.
Derek Fletcher's tweeted me about the Billings contract, and also a photo of where he's listening to us.
Oh, excellent.
There's dial bowls, and this one's defended. I do like to hear where people are listening from, and particularly when it's somewhere warmer than where we are. He's a great view relaxing in Andalusia in Spain. Looks lovely and rural where he is, in green trees and sunshine. What's the temperature, Derek? Let us know.
A bit warm, isn't it? Warmer than here. Pleasant though here.
Full delivery, which Bell Drummond defends. My dot, end of the over 94 for 142 Crawley, 41 Bell Drummond. Yesterday it was particularly warm as well. When
It was, wasn't it? Yeah.
I did most of the football commentary just in a t-shirt yesterday, which is it's not a bad effort for September.
We do have it warm up here sometimes. It was too hot last week.
Too hot.
It was too hot. Ridiculously warm during the game against Leicestershire. The umpire's inspecting the ball again. It's rejected by Cook. It's rejected.
I managed to
just please to change it.
managed to leave the country a few weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
And I'll tell you in a minute how high it was at one point.
He just bowls to Crawley, who defends into the onside.
So we're in Split in Croatia.
Right.
And it is on the coast, and there's like a harbour area, and there's also kind of an old town, which
It's nice, isn't it?
is very nice indeed.
Yeah.
But
Like Split.
one point it got to 36 degrees.
Oh, that's too hot.
You'd step out into the sunshine and feel like you're being scorched.
Yeah. No.
You just spend the whole time chasing shade and breeze and drink and ice cream.
Yeah. Not necessarily in that order, as this next delivery is left alone wide of the off stump by Crawley.
Just whatever order you can to cool yourself down, to be honest.
I know my first protocol, but
Yeah. Sean saying he might have come to watch today, but he's playing a game at Knipersley CC.
yeah,
Silent K. there.
Staffordshire. Derbyshire have played there in the old Sunday League. Knipersley. So the next delivery from Aitchison turned into the leg side again by Zach Crawley.
He says, ironically, I'm about an hour and a half away from 5 first-class grounds, but can only really go to watch on his days off. So he's a regular listener. Somebody else has tweeted me. I'm not going to read it out. Well, I'm not going to
You're really popular, aren't you?
Well,
Nobody's tweeted me.
I am today for some reason.
Nobody's tweeted me.
Mortgage company saying, can I have a shout out for operations manager John Sweeney watching at the ground, 25th year as a Kent member. Go on, John.
Just some bowls. He's driven into the ground and then fielded really nicely by Matt Critchley. Just sticks up a right hand and plucks it out of the air.
Close to some free airtime there, that mortgage company.
Nearly,
I didn't quite follow through with it.
Yeah.
Derek says, temperature-wise, 31 degrees now. Forecast to be 35 later.
Oh, dear. That's too hot. That's too hot. I don't think my phone's working.
What's the ideal temperature
the ideal temperature
in Dave Fletcher's world?
Well, at the risk of sounding like one of our colleagues from the northeast, as this one is guided off the back foot down backward square on the offside for a single by Zach Crawley.
I feel like I might know who this person is.
Yes, he moves on to 43, 95 for one. I think 20 is enough. I won't use the word that rhymes with it because that's Martin's favourite saying, but I think it is enough.
Yeah, so I kind of sort of mid-20s will do me. Just as long as it's kind of warm enough to get away with wearing shorts and a t-shirt and not feeling cold.
But when the rain arrives at 4 o'clock today, it's going to be 17 degrees according to the forecast I'm looking at. As in goes Aitchison. It's driven by Bell Drummond. He's only going to pick up a single because there is a sweeper out there. It's Tom Wood. Bell Drummond actually turns around and holds his hand up to say one will do before he even completes the first one. It's the end of the 23rd over, 96 for one. Kent, who lost the toss and were put into bat. They'll be very pleased with this. Crawley has 43, Bell Drummond has 42.
One-time Derbyshire loanee and Kent all-rounder Darren Stevens he must be a man that enjoys a bit of heat, because we talked about the jumpers earlier on and how Zach Crawley ditched his. Darren Stevens will bat in a sleeveless cable knit sweater, even if it's 30 degrees plus.
Yeah, so Billy Gottleman's the same. It must have been really hot against Leicestershire because he did remove to bat his sleeveless sweater, but he always wears one. Anish Dal showing Billy Gottleman the ball now, and Billy Gottleman, well, he's going to polish it on the back of his trousers. We should just crack on, really. The game is grinding to a halt here, something that Derbyshire can do to a game. It's well within their compass to grind games to a halt, sadly. Dahl has the ball back in his hands now, and he's on his way into Bell Drummond, who just dabs this into the leg side. Sam Connors comes in to do the fielding. The batsmen content themselves with a single. Bell Drummond joins Crawley on 43. Can't move on to 97 for one.
You can tell there's no test match on today. Last Sunday was much quieter affair on the interaction front.
Yes.
On the tweets and emails.
Yeah. It got quite lively on Friday. Not to me, but overall on Twitter, didn't it? It got very lively. As his next delivery from Dahl is pushed backward and square on the offside by Crawley. Fielded by Kame. No run.
Yeah, it certainly did, didn't it?
Well, I was downstairs. I can't remember what I was doing. I was sitting in my chair. And the boy came down, getting ready for work, looking for his underpants, usual thing. And he said, I see the test's off. I said, what? What am I going to do? I've got an entire day off here. He's going to watch the test. It was raining at the time. This one is driven by Crawley up to Aitchison at mid-on. Again, there's no run. So, yeah, very disappointing.
I think I saw one tweet saying, what am I going to do without being distracted from work by the test match all day?
Absolutely.
Which was very much the camp I was in.
Well, I do know that there were people from Derbyshire who were already on the train, because obviously, you know, it's a bit of a journey, isn't it? If you want to have a couple of drinks when you're at the test match, you've got to take the train. They were already on their way. Dark balls, and that one almost gets through Zach Crawley's defences, and Bell Drummond calls him through for a single. There's a shy at the stumps from the wicketkeeper that isn't backed up by Ben Aitchison, but is by Billy Godwin, and the upshot is a single. To Zach Crawley, who moves on to 44, 98 for one. Can't have been too far away from his stumps that though, and he was called through very quickly by Bell Drummond. Saw the opportunity to get up the striker's end. Rotate the strike. Dahl has been miserly so far, conceded just 7 runs. He's in his 3rd over. What Derbyshire needed, really. If they can't take wickets, they shouldn't be conceding runs, and he guides this one down to 3rd man. There's Bell Drummond for a single. Can't move on to 99 for 1. Bell Drummond joins Crawley on 44. And when his bat hit the floor as he guided that, there was an enormous puff of dust that came up off the crease. Already seen Sam Connors' first ball he bowled, I think, 2nd possibly. Almost collapsed in a big heap as he landed on the crease. This one's defended by Crawley. And as Dell does the fielding off his own bowling, it's the end of the over. We've had a full 24 overs in an hour and 20 minutes. No more. No, you absolute fool. An hour and 50 minutes. 10 minutes to go until lunch. 24 overs bowled. It's poor, isn't it? Poor. 99 for 1. Leicestershire's bowlers were really slow. I mean, Derbyshire's bowlers are quite slow, but getting through their overs last week. Dear, oh dear. They're getting their comeuppance today, though, I notice. Serves them right for scoring all those runs last week, doesn't it, really?
Aitchison to Bell Drummond. Turned away out towards mid-wicket. What's the...
Well, they've lost a wicket now, Sussex, but they're 109 for 1 after 25 overs down at... Oh, no, I say down at home. It's not down at home at all. It's at Grace Road.
It's round the corner.
Yeah, not far away. Not far away. Middlesex now 73 for 4 in the other game in this group against Worcestershire at Lords.
First man's 1,000 runs. Tom Haynes, half century for Sussex. In that one. Bell Drummond crouched in his crease and forward defensively. This next delivery.
Yeah, Matt Critchley sort of has it in his sights, 1,000 runs for the season. He's got 860 in the 22 innings he's had this season. And, up until last week, had Derbyshire's only century in the Championship. They're now the proud owners of 4.
Excellent.
So we saw 3 centuries in one match. Be better if they'd spread them out a bit, really.
Yeah. Aitchison's delivery to Bell Drummond is just angled down towards 3rd man to bring up the 100 for the batting side. 44. Crawley 44 to Bell Drummond, and Andrew getting in touch at BBC Kent Sport saying enjoying Kent's late season form. I think Crawley will push on for a ton. Good to watch. I think he means business today. Well, I mean, other than getting dropped, I would have said so prior to him getting dropped on 42, which was sort of a rare blemish that we weren't expecting from him, and almost like the keeper wasn't expecting. Dropping it as he dived away to his right. Aitchison bowling a delivery short, and Crawley trying to clip it away, ends up kind of inside edging it onto his thigh pad, and it drops away for a single. Now 45 apiece for the 2 batsmen. 101 for 1. Kent here on BBC Sport Online, brought to you by Dave Fletcher of BBC Radio Derby and Ben Watts of BBC Radio Kent.
Critchley's warming up for his over of spin before lunch. The leggy.
Aitchison bowling a full delivery, which Bell Drummond drives to extra cover, no run. My dad's just messaged me going,
excellent,
saying that I have distant Derbyshire connections.
Ah,
I was unaware of these.
I thought you looked familiar.
So my grandma's father originally came from Bakewell.
All right.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
My mum's from Birmingham, which is not roots I'm necessarily proud of.
No, I'd keep that quiet.
Yeah, I do tend to. But yeah, didn't know there was a Bakewell resident down the line. This is a full delivery, a swinging delivery away from Bell Drummond, who actually does well to hide his bat between his legs and get it out of the way of the ball. Good delivery from Aitchison. 45 apiece for Crawley and Bell Drummond. 101 for 1 with Cox the 1 man out. So far, Derbyshire winning the toss and saying to Kent, you can have a bat, which Kent have said, yeah, thanks.
Thanks very much. Absolutely. Well, the second 50 On the way to 100, came quicker than the first. The first came after 13 overs. 100 coming up in the 25th. So just a little quicker. Run rate still in excess of 4 throughout the morning session as Anas Dahl begins a new over from the city end to Zach Crawley. He defends it out into the offside. So with this pitch being as close to the one we played on in the last match, I think these Derbyshire fielders will be getting fed up being out there by now. They were out for pretty much 2 days to begin the match and then had to bat the 2 days to save it, having been asked to follow on. Now they're out in the field again. Dahl is in and Crawley just whips this into the leg side. There's only going to be a single as Tom Wood comes in off the mid-wicket boundary to do the fielding. 102 for 1. Crawley moves up to 46. There's a suggestion that Wood might have been left out today had Alex Thompson not arrived at the ground with an injury. But he's kept his place in the side. Out first ball of Derbyshire's second innings against Leicestershire as Bell Drummond whips this next delivery from Dahl to Melton, who is fielding at mid-wicket. Ed Moulton, not to be confused with Dustin Melton. Ed Moulton, who's on loan from Lancashire, one of the 2 men to miss out of the 13 players named in the matchday squad yesterday. So that must be hugely disappointing if you arrive at a club on loan, make your debut and then get left out in the next match. As Dahl's next delivery is defended by Bell Drummond, back to the bowler.
You can't say anything on commentary these days in jest.
Oh dear.
Daniel King's been in touch. What's wrong with Birmingham?
Oh no.
I'm a proud Brummie, Bear and Villa supporter. It's a great city. What are you listening to our commentary for, Daniel? If you're a Warwickshire fan. We love having you along.
He's got the hat trick there, hasn't he? Bear and a Villa fan. Next delivery is edged along the ground to the right of the solitary slip Wayne Madsen by Bell Drummond, down to third man for a single. Is deployed as the fielding down below us. Was edged along the floor, pretty much in control.
I think you misheard me there a moment ago, Daniel. I'm very proud of my Brummie roots from my mother's side.
Yes, I thought that's what you said.
Yeah.
We can go back over the tapes later on. Be something to do at lunchtime, wouldn't it? Re-listen to our commentary of the morning session. It's Dahl driven straight down the ground and stopped by Ben Aitchison. Well done, Ben Aitchison. Had to scramble to get there, got his left hand to it, keeps him down to a single. Crawley moves to 47, 104 for 1 at the end of the over. We are going to see an over, well, possibly, yeah, but it will only be 1 over of leg spin because he's going to be bowling from the racecourse end is Matt Critchley.
Yeah, I must admit, Daniel, I'm an awful southerner in the sense that I've spent years correcting my mum for pronouncing things like grass and glass and
how can you
mispronounce
mispronounce grass? Grass, grass. And you pronounce it with an extra R in there.
Yeah, grass.
I suppose you don't park your car in the garage.
What was the garage? Garage. I don't know. I don't say garage, actually.
Do you not? Good, no, you're not that posh. Then.
No, I don't say pastor or...
Microwave. you don't go that far.
No.
Excellent. Good.
Again, the wife's from Leicester, so she says stuff sometimes.
You don't correct her, do you?
Well, she's a teacher, so the students correct her when
That's quite dangerous.
They pull her up on stuff.
Oh dear.
Crucially, the leg spinner then to Zach Crawley, trying to drive this away into the offside, but skews it into the leg and ends up giving the toe of his bat a bit of a hard stare. Crucially just spinning the ball from hand to hand and then bowling and driven smartly this time and timed well, but straight to short cover by Crawley.
It's an interesting short cover, Dustin Melton.
A loop on this one, and again playing a miss from Zach Crawley, trying trying to drive away and just kind of scuffed it into the ground. This is good from Critchley, tossing it up. This late stage of the morning session. Oh, and it's dropped at short cover as again he's tossed it up and Crawley's gone for a big drive. And it's spilt by the man in there, is it Melton?
Yeah,
in there.
Melton.
I mean, it was hit firmly. Ball going to ground, so Crawley dropped on 42, is now spilt on 47. And that would have been a real touch for Derbyshire to go and get that wicket just before lunch. Get rid of Crawley, having already given him a life. Crawley defends this next one. Critchley will be frustrated. Could have so easily had his wicket. It ends with Crawley still at the crease. 47, 46 by Drummond, 104 for 1.
He's not the only person who's frustrated, I'm sure. Said it was a strange position for Dustin Melton, but that's where he is. Here comes Dahl. That one is clipped into the leg side nicely by Bell Drummond. He's going to get 4 runs for that, out to the mid-wicket boundary, and Dustin Melton was the man who dived over that one as well. He doesn't look very happy with himself, and Bell Drummond moves on to 50. 50 not out from 60 deliveries with his 9th 4. He has cracked on. It's been a really good innings from Daniel Bell Drummond. Crawley is 3 away from his half century. He's not on strike. This partnership, incidentally, now worth 92. That early breakthrough, the dismissal of Jordan Cox, seems a long time ago now for Derbyshire, as in comes Anuj Dahl and bowls. That one is guided out into the offside by Bell Drummond. 4 balls to go until lunch. And Derbyshire, having won the toss, put Kent into bat. It's very disappointing indeed. Greetings to you, Andrew Harrison, as well, from Japan. In comes Dahl, and that one is pushed out into the offside, fielded by Harry Kame on the run at backward point. 108 for 1 it remains, with 3 balls to go until the lunch interval. This will be the final over, and Derbyshire would have bowled 28 rather than 32, which means we'll probably be 45 minutes late at the end of the day, unless Critchley gets through a lot of overs this afternoon. Just the one frontline spinner, with now Alex Thompson in the side, Derbyshire. Bell Drummond waits and Dahl bowls to him. It strikes a pad. Critchley appeals at extra cover. Dahl didn't. Wicketkeeper didn't. One delivery to go. In comes Anuj Dahl. Balls to Bell Drummond, who drives, but well fielded by Matt Critchley at extra cover. In fact, there is one more ball to go now, because the scoreboard had updated slightly quicker than I had imagined. Bell Drummond on 50 not out waits, and he pushes this one into the onside, and that will be lunch on day 1. Derbyshire won the toss this morning, put Kent into bat, took the early wicket of Jordan Cox, but a 92-run stand between Daniel Bell Drummond and Zach Crawley. Bell Drummond on 50, Crawley on 47 has taken them to 108 for 1 at the first interval. Players leave the field, and we will return on the Derbyshire website, on the BBC Sport website, in around about 35 minutes.
8 for 1 as Crawley sweeps for 4 runs. Out towards deep mid-wicket. Gets himself up and running for the afternoon session and gets himself to half-century. 51 he moves to. With that stroke having been dropped a couple of times in the 40s. They'll reset at lunch.
There was a suggestion that had gone missing, but
It was entirely false. It was a rumour.
Elliot summoned me. I was having a very interesting conversation.
Apologies to interrupt that conversation. How rude of the cricket. It's a full toss and driven into the ground up towards extra cover.
Have you mentioned how dark it's gone?
It's a bit gloomy, isn't it?
Lights aren't great.
Are we allowed to use them?
Yes, oh yeah. No, there is no point in using them, but you're allowed to.
Okay, they're just kicking into life a little bit, aren't they, as this one's defended.
Let me know when you can tell they're on. These are the original lights.
Okay. They need a few new bulbs or something. Back goes Crawley, cutting away, but straight to the man. Crucially, a slightly loose start after lunch, having bowled an excellent over before lunch and had Crawley dropped at short cover. Different fielder in there now.
It is, yeah.
Deploy the man. This is a full toss again. He's picked out fielder. This time mid-on. Crawley's done well to pick out a few fielders there. It was almost more difficult to do so than he made it. But a nice sweep shot to bring up his half-century with a 7th boundary.
89 balls and included 7 balls.
There you go.
112 for 1.
He deserves it as well, Crawley. I know he has been dropped a couple of times, but he's batted nicely, batted aggressively, and made Derbyshire almost certainly regret their decision to field first or to bowl first.
Yeah, there was a lot of chatter about that, wasn't there, over the lunch break?
It did seem a strange decision, really, given how last week's game went when they lost the toss and Leicestershire decided to bat. Derbyshire lost the toss, that is. Big dusting, I think. It looks like him.
Yeah.
Dustin, you shouldn't have to be identifying Derbyshire players for me. It is him, though. It's Melton, 112 for 1. In bowls to Bell, Drummond dabs it down into the offside. And there's no run. Matt Critchley comes in to do the fielding. Yes, as you can imagine, the chat in the media centre, whenever more than one person, when there are 2 or more people together,
Yeah.
yeah, very different. I mean, some people do talk to themselves, but the chat is generally about what's going to happen, what's going to happen. Coach leaving, Melton's in, Drummond bowl gets a wide one and just cuts it away. 4 runs out to the point boundary. So he's up and running for the afternoon session as well. He moves on to 54, 116 for 1, and the century stand between these two. 100 partnership off 153 balls. Billy Cosman down on the floor doing his Pilates or whatever it is. Yeah, 153 deliveries for the 100 stand, so they're going along at a very decent lick. Just a tick under 4 runs and over at the moment, which, if we got a full day's play, would give them a very healthy total. Bell Drummond whips this one into the leg side. This time, Tom Wood comes across to do the fielding. They pick up another single, 117 for 1. Bell Drummond on to 55. Over 8, already -2. Not on Derbyshire. I know that's one of the minor things that needs addressing, but it certainly needs addressing. 4 overs shy of what they should have bowled this morning. So if they're 4 overs shy this afternoon as well, it means at least half an hour beyond the scheduled close as Zach Crawley comes forward to defend this next delivery from Dustin Melton out into the offside. Matt Critchley is the man who does the fielding. Yes, I'm just picking up your followers now. That's quite nice. But Your followers are getting in touch with me. Mine have given up, I think. Very quiet. On social media, no emails either. flexcricket@gmail.com. It is incomes Melton, and it's turned into the leg side by Crawley. They go through for a single as Harry Kame has to move around to do the fielding at mid-wicket. Crawley to 52, 118 for one. 2 or 3 times this morning I've seen Lewis deploy go through his bowling action. We didn't see him bowl at all against Leicestershire, which seemed slightly bizarre. There he goes again. Bit of left arm spin. He's right down below us at third man. So he's right in the eye line. Be worth giving him a chance, because they need wickets. Another one would be nice, as Melton bowls wide of the off stump. Bell Drummond has nothing to do with it. And it goes through to Brooke Guest, 5 off that over. We bowled 30 now, so another 2 overs till lunch. And Bell Drummond has 55. Crawley has 52, 118 for one. Floodlights on at the Incora County Ground. Gloomy, grey clouds. Rain expected around 4 o'clock. And having seen 1 over of Matt Critchley after lunch, we're going to see Anuj Dal from the racecourse end for the first time. He bowled this morning from the city end.
Yeah, I had a nice bit of chicken for lunch. And
how was your knife and fork?
yeah, I was about to say that my plastic knife, I managed to snap as I was trying to cut the chicken.
It absolutely shattered. An enormous crack. So we sat around the boardroom table.
Thank you for kindly replacing my plastic.
Well, I was getting
knife.
up anyway, but you could have had mine really, but it wouldn't have been quite the done thing, I don't think.
No, not necessarily COVID safe.
No. Although I'm fairly certain I don't have it.
Well, we're stuck here anyway. We're in the same country box, aren't we? So he's dull bowling to Crawley, driven away out towards wide mid-off.
If you are concerned, we do have a very large Perspex screen here. Unfortunately, it appears to have fallen over at some point in the last few weeks and split in two.
I see that.
But
that's even more of a crack than my knife. My plastic knife.
Yeah, you can imagine the noise that made. But yeah, that was supposed to go in between us at one point.
Here's Dal bowling to Crawley. Leading edge into the offside. Crawley just looking a little bit uncertain since he got into the 40s and dropped a couple of times, and another full stroke there. Oh, I can see the floodlights now.
Yeah.
Actually, to be honest, sometimes I find the floodlights are almost too bright, and the glare is. I find myself squinting because of the glare, but these are actually.
They're not too bright,
not
definitely.
Too bright,
no,
yeah.
Definitely not too bright. Oh.
They're bowling a full delivery outside the off stump there. Crawley lets go through to the keeper. Born in Northumberland, Newcastle upon Tyne.
No.
Is that correct?
He was born in Newcastle under.
Oh,
But it does. It does. He has quite often on Wikipedia and places they've got the wrong Newcastle. He's a Staffordshire boy. Yeah.
So Newcastle under Lyme is the Staffordshire one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Shall I put a pen, scribble it out in my annual? This one's pushed away into the onside. I must admit, I do like finding a mistake in like a sort of a published book or something. You know,
that's a mistake that is.
Or like a little grammatical error.
Year after year,
this
that
is
mistake
a typo.
is repeated. But he was definitely from Staffordshire rather than Northumberland.
Bowling to Crawley. And he clips away out towards deep square leg where there's a fielder for 1 run.
Yeah, he was educated at Nottingham Grammar School and started off with not seconds, but never made a first team appearance, but was often used as a 12th man because he is a properly quick fielder. So they used to take him to games as 12th man.
I miss those days when you get gun fielders as 12 men. Oh, good delivery, full delivery, which Bell Drummond is pushing out defensively. Maybe a bit of inside edge onto the body. Into the over 118 for 152 Crawley, 55 Bell Drummond. You know, Gary Pratt sort of days.
Yes,
running out Australian Test captains, that sort of thing.
even if they're only there just to irritate
Yeah,
Australian
exactly.
Test captains, it was good without the bonus of him running him out.
KentCricket@gmail.com email talking about Darren Stevens' cable knit sleeveless sweater, saying if there were a National Cricket Museum, could you stick it up in there alongside a Jack Russell hat or something?
Get a new over from Dustin Melton, and he's induced the edge, and he's delighted by that. Zach Crawley has gone. He tried to cut it away. It was a little bit too close to him probably to do that. And Melton strikes early in the afternoon session for Derbyshire. A much-needed wicket for the home side. Crawley goes, caught by Guest off the bowling of Melton for 53.
Yeah, he's had a few lives, hasn't he, Crawley? A couple in the 40s, and we saw that full stroke in the previous over, the big leading edge. So feels like it's been coming, really, for Derbyshire. Just looks increasingly uncomfortable out there. Zach Crawley having batted quite patiently early on, not a characteristic flowing innings, really, from Crawley, where you see all the drives being unfurled and scoring shots. Just trying to get himself going. After the lunch interval, feel like maybe the break has just done for Crawley there, going for the cut stroke a little bit too close to the body.
It was too close, wasn't it? Yeah.
Guess taking the catch, easier one than the one he put down off Crawley earlier on. And credit to Derbyshire, and I feel like they deserve that. 119 for 2 brings Jack Leaning to the crease, who last week got 97 for Kent off 2 million balls.
Took his time.
And he admitted to me afterwards that he just couldn't get himself going. Just couldn't find any sort of rhythm. But then he turned around and said, well, I can get 97 when I'm not batting very well. Then when I actually managed to time a few, both well. So yeah, it was a knock that enabled the likes of Stevens, Robinson and Billings, who all got half centuries, to be the more aggressive player, and he just dug in and did an excellent job for the team, and a really valuable knock, even when, as he was saying, didn't quite feel at his best and fluent. So he'll be looking to try and just get a little bit of that fluency back, if he can.
2 slips in place for him now as Melton bowls 2 Leaning, who gets an inside edge down into the ground, doesn't miss the leg stump by much. So one almost brought 2 there. How seldom does that happen? 119 for 2. Stand up 103 between Bell Drummond and Zach Crawley for the second wicket. I was too busy thinking about Darren Stevens' sweater when Melton bowled that delivery. If he's been wearing it constantly while he's been batting in the hot weather, he'd probably stand up by himself without the need of a manager, wouldn't it? There's Melton in and bowls, and that one. Oh, another inside edge. Blimey, he's faced 2 deliveries, and both of them have come off the inside edge and dribbled down towards, but past the leg stump.
Mirror image.
Remarkable. Now Melton ties his shoelace. So a good over from Dustin Melton. 1 for 20 from 6.5 overs. So he's been tidy enough. They've probably got their 2 tidiest bowlers on at the moment. Anuj Dahl, 6 overs for 15. Melton, 6 overs and 3 balls, 1 for 20. Bowled a couple of maidens, halfway to a wicket maiden here. Leaning with his bat held very, very upright. Leaves this one alone outside the off stump. That's as upright as anybody could possibly hold a bat.
Which again was why it was funny that he couldn't time anything last week, and he played this kind of gutsy but also stodgy innings, and he shapes up to be aggressive, and to, like you say, with that high back cliff.
It's higher than most baseball batters hold their bats before they club it 300 feet over the fence. But he starts off in a fairly orthodox stance, taps the bat a couple of times, then a couple more, then holds the bat straight up in the air, and he's beaten outside the off stump by Melton. Sam Connors has been told to warm up now. So Anuj Dahl may only have bowled 1 over in this spell since lunch. We might get something that we got against Leicestershire that, again, you don't see very often in 4-day cricket. We saw 3 bowlers bowl successive overs from one end against Leicestershire as they were desperately searching for wickets. 5 bowlers already been used today. Just a couple from Matt Critchley as Melton is in and leaves alone outside the off stump, and it is indeed a wicket maiden for Dustin Melton. His third maiden, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20 his figures after dismissing Zach Crawley for 53. 119 for 2 now. Kent Bell Drummond has 55 leaning. He's yet to get off the mark.
Yes, that email saying that Nigel Ray, the owner of Saracens, has apparently the greatest collection of sporting knickknacks known to man on display at the Sarries ground. There's both bat and ball from that Headingley test. The good doctor's bat used for his last first-class century. Many, many balls and bits from previous events. Anything else that you'd like to add to our Cricketing Museum Hall of Fame, along with Steve O'Sweater and Jack Russell's hat? You can get in touch with us.
Yes, that'd be good.
KenCricket@gmail.com or at Fletch Cricket.
Fletch Sport.
At Fletch Sport.
I've gone all rounder now. I've gone all rounder now. At Fletch,
I love that.
Fletch Sport, yeah.
At Ben Watt Sport as well. FletchCricket@gmail.com.
Don't want to pigeonhole myself.
No, that's nice. Corners bowls, Bell Drummond drives down the ground. He won't get one to mid-off. Godalmon goes around to do the fielding.
We do have 3 different bowlers bowling successive overs from one end, because we started with Critchley, we went to Dahl, and now we've got Sam Connors. So that's the second match in a row that's happened.
I thought that was doubled, okay.
Yeah, I think it was a bad over.
No. Billy Godalmon can't make his mind up.
No.
Connors bowling a full delivery, which Bell Drummond hits perhaps the shot of the day through mid-on. Just a clip, which has been timed exquisitely for 4 runs. And Daniel Bell Drummond, for me, is like the best batsman out there so far today.
Yeah. I think Dahl might be slightly disappointed to have been taken off, because he bowled really tightly, whereas Sam Connors hasn't. 8 overs for 39. It's now 8 overs and 2 balls for 43, which is very expensive indeed. The run rate's just been pegged back a touch to 3 3/4. They now brought Sam Connors on, who's been a little bit expensive so far today and doesn't really look like taking a wicket.
He's bowling again. Full and outside the off stump to Bell Drummond, who lets this go.
The daddy long legs that was in front of my eyes at the start of play, I think it must have died there. We need a big gust of wind or something, because it's still there. What's going on? It's not moved at all. Bizarre.
1, 2, 3 for 2. There's Corners. Oh, bowls a good ball, which beats the outside edge of Bell Drummond's bat.
That's why it's been brought back.
That's more like it.
Pleased for Melton. This hasn't played for some considerable time. So picking up a heel injury.
Corners just skipping in once more and left alone outside the off stump by Bell Drummond. I'd previously noticed only 1 skip, but there was about 3 in there. It's almost like he's doing the triple jump. Except it's all on one leg rather than going from right to right, right to left type thing.
Billy Godalman's just handed something to by a cook. Presumably found a stud or something on the pitch.
Here comes Connors once more past the umpire. Full delivery on the stumps, which Bell Drummond is getting right forward to and defending down the pitch. End of the over. 1, 2, 3 for 2. Kent, I'm going to do an update for BBC Red again.
I've been told there's a programme on television tonight about somebody doing life drawing. Will they be watching it for the drawing? Probably not. different angle. Very unpleasant. Yeah, I am. It's Dustin Melton. He's going to continue. I do wish at times listeners online could hear everything that I'm hearing. Here is Melton in and balls, 2 leaning, who still can't get off the mark. One, 2, 3 for 2. Two slips for Melton. Balls and leaning drives out into the offside. There's a show on Channel 5 tonight called Britain's Favourite Pudding, for goodness sake. Leaning waits as Melton bowls to him, and that one is defended straight back to him. Hasn't conceded a run in 9 deliveries since picking up the wicket of Zach Crawley. Kent are 123 for 2 now, which will tell you, Steve, that they've picked up a wicket, Derbyshire, since the lunch interval. Zach Crawley dismissed for 53, caught by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Dustin Melton. It was the first ball of a wicket maiden for Melton, Crawley and Daniel Bell-Drummond, having added 103 for the second wicket. And Dustin Melton is bowling nicely here. He's just beaten Jack leaning yet to get off the mark. Bell-Drummond is on 59, and Derbyshire, well, having needed 3 wickets in the morning to justify winning the toss and bowling first, probably need 5 in the afternoon session, and they've got off to the best possible start with that wicket of Zach Crawley. Kent 123 for 2. Thank you. Here is Melton in again, balls to Leaning, who goes back and clips this backward of square on the offside. Good stop by who else but Anuj Dal, diving away to his left-hand side. Terrific fielder nudge. And he makes sure that Leaning has no easy way to get off the mark here as the pressure continues to build on the new batsman. He's now faced 9 deliveries and he's yet to get off the mark. 10, in fact. Correction. And he's waiting now. Bat raised, 2 slips in place. Melton bowls to him and he pushes this out into the offside. Make that 11. Another maiden for Dustin Melton. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 20. His figures now. He gets a pat on the back from Ben Aitchison as he goes off to graze in the long grass. Wayne Madsen comes up to him and gives him a little pat on the back, or at least he will when he catches up with him. I think he's having a chat with him first as Melton walks out towards the boundary. He just offers him an extra bit of advice there, Wayne Madsen. Meanwhile, at our end of the ground, at the racecourse end, Billy Godalman's in conversation with Sam Connors, who's going to bowl the second over of his first spell after lunch. First over went for 4 runs and he's bowling to Daniel Bell-Drummond, who leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Brooke Guest. And there is no run. And as Dahl polishes the ball furiously on his shirt. On his shirt front. Middlesex 97 for 5 against Worcestershire. Lords and Sussex 152 for 1 now against Leicestershire at Grace Road. The other scores in Division 3 as Connors is in, and that one's wide of the off stump and allowed to go through to the keeper once again by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Up in the First Division, Hampshire 76 for 3 against Nottinghamshire at Southampton. Fairly slow going, 34 overs gone there. Lancashire 149 for 2 against Somerset at Taunton, and Warwickshire 119 for 7 against Yorkshire at Headingley. There's Connors. He's into Bell Drummond once again, and he clips this beautifully out towards the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Over-pitched again from Sam Connors. It's been a bit of a problem this morning. Matt Critchley is the man who initially gave chase, but ends up just retrieving the ball. Bell Drummond moves to 63, 127 for 2 now, Kent. Scores in the second division, Glamorgan 128 without loss against Gloucestershire at Cardiff, and Gloucestershire won the toss there and put Glamorgan in. Northamptonshire, who chose to bat against Durham, are 113 for 6 at Wantage Road. And Essex, who chose to bat against Surrey at the Oval, are 93 for 1. Connors in again, and this one is defended by Bell Drummond out into the offside. And it's picked up by Anuj Dal. I don't know why, but when you return, then it almost spooked me. I knew you were coming back.
You got into this little bubble, and then suddenly it got popped.
I was just enjoying my own company. Somebody's got to. 127 for 2.
No, I must admit, Dave, the prospect of Division 3 cricket was made all the better, and the prospect of 4 days in your company.
Next, I can imagine. There's Connors bowls, and it's left alone by Daniel Bell Drummond outside the off stump. They're doing a good job on leaning here, though, preventing him from getting off the mark. Although, clearly, if he made 97 off 112,000 deliveries last week, he's not going to really bother, is he?
He's fine.
Yeah, he's not going to bother.
He's here all day if he needs to be.
Yeah. He hasn't played a false shot since the first 2 deliveries he faced. Both took inside edges and just missed the leg stump. He's at the non-striker's end at the moment as Connors bowls to Bell Drummond. Full delivery, but a better full delivery that is defended by Bell Drummond. And once again, he concedes 1 boundary from the over from a poor ball that was over-pitched on leg stump that was clipped away nicely by Bell Drummond for a boundary. Bell Drummond has 63, leaning yet to get off the mark. Kent 127 for 2 after 35 with the floodlights on here at the Incora County Ground. Must be a particularly nice lunch that the past players are enjoying, because there isn't a soul outside the marquee.
Melton with a couple of slips. All into Jack Leaning again. It's kind of hip high and hits him in the midriff. Similar to those deliveries he went back and inside edged earlier on. Bell Drummond's having a funny season in red ball cricket. He's continued his form in the white ball stuff, having been the T20 Blast top run scorer in the tournament last summer, and has gone well again in that competition with a number of half centuries. 4 in the group stage and got 1 in the quarter final. As Leaning plays off the back foot out towards cover, but in red ball cricket he got dropped for hasn't played the last 4 games. Having earlier on in the season, as I mentioned earlier on, got a ton against Lancashire, but other than that, kind of a string of low scores: 9-5, 13, 24-3, 31, 13, 4, 2, 27, 0, 19. And yet the 100 in the second innings against Lancashire was an excellent innings, and then today it's just looked just so silky for his 63. Leading lets this one go outside the off stump.
What was Bell Drummond now?
I'm guessing about 26.
I don't know why I asked you, because I quite just as easily have looked it up.
28 actually.
Is he? Yeah, he seems to have been around a while now, doesn't he?
Yeah, he certainly has.
Derbyshire don't play Kent that often.
Yeah, he was at one point he was going to be the next England opener, wasn't he? When he got that ton against the Australian touring team, and since then his white ball cricket has improved and kept at that standard. As this one's jabbed away to backward a point for a single by Jack Leaning, and Bell Drummond was a little bit close to being run out at the keeper's end. But yeah, his white ball cricket has continued to improve, and he's just struggled somewhat in red ball, and kind of persisted with him, and at times taken him out the firing line or dropped him down the order, and as it is.
Looks all right now.
Yeah, he's looking good today.
Yeah, absolutely. Just 82 deliveries for his 63, 12 fours. Looking good.
He's facing up to this one from Melton, pushing him away up towards mid-off.
That was brilliant. The ball was hit into the ground, so it looped up. And as it looped up, it hit one of the footmarks from last week's pitch and just scuttled along the floor to Billy Godalming. He did quite well to adjust there, because I'm sure he would have been expecting a bouncing ball.
.28 for 2. Oh, short ball. Pulled away. There's a fielder out there. And it'll just be one to Bell Drummond. A little bit toey off the bat, that one.
It didn't sound completely right, did it?
He'll keep the strike.
Yes. I got it. That's the phone.
It sounds like an old-fashioned one, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? The really proper
One of those
old-fashioned
that you
ones
dial up,
went
like.
ring, ring. Yeah, that was more American, I think, that.
Okay.
From my limited experience of American telephones. When I say limited, I have absolutely no experience of American telephones. Tom Skinner's on his phone at the Derbyshire media guru, in front of the groundsman's hut, enjoying the cricket down there. I wonder if he's having to fix a camera. One person has chosen to sit in front of our old commentary position, which is remarkable because we couldn't wait to get away from it. I don't think the toilets will be particularly unpleasant today, though. It's a lot cooler than it has been. Connors is on his way to bowls to Bell Drummond, who pushes into the onside, and they'll get through for a comfortable single. Critchley does the fielding, and Dahl is immediately called back in from the mid-wicket boundary into a more orthodox mid-wicket position. The backward point is now coming into a very orthodox point, and we have 2 slips in place. Obviously attacking the new batsman, Jack Leaning. 15 deliveries for his solitary run so far. Does a bit of gardening just to settle himself down. 130 for 2. Bell Drummond moved on to 65 with the single from the previous delivery. As Leaning waits and is beaten outside the off stump by a good delivery from Sam Connors. While they have one end open, as it were, Derbyshire looking to make the most of it. There's a shocker of a throw from Leas deployed to Billy Godalming, has the Derbyshire skipper scurrying to keep the ball off the floor, which he did successfully. Connors sets off again, Leaning waits and leaves alone outside the off stump to go through to Brooke Guest. The dropping of Zach Crawley on 41 eventually cost Derbyshire 9 runs, so not massively costly in the end. They'll be fairly pleased with that fact. A couple more people arrive to watch the cricket this afternoon. Away to our left-hand side as Connors is in. That's way wide at the off stump. Taken in front of first slip by Guest on this occasion.
It was strange because Crawley was going along quite well, and just all of a sudden we saw that full stroke and the edge behind that got put down. And then...
seemed to knock him, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. It just certainly unsettled him, and saw him dropped, trying to be aggressive. You know, the over before lunch, he was trying to pump the leg spinner through the covers, wasn't he? And got dropped at short cover.
Connors in again. This one's defended by Leaning back to him.
And then yeah, after lunch, a nice sweep shot to bring up his 50 before being caught behind, just trying to cut the ball. It was too close to his body.
I'm fairly certain, without having written it down, that the 2 leading edges that he got as well were both off Anuj Dahl.
Yeah, they were
So he couldn't quite get the pace of Dahl.
both definitely full strokes.
So not at his fluent best, but he still manages to get a first-class half-century. So there we go. Connors bowls to...
I feel like it's a ground he likes.
Yeah.
From memory, when he was first making his way in the Kent team, they were kind of hiding him down the order at like 5-6, and he'd always batted at the top of the order. And I had a couple of conversations with people, and Darren Stevens was saying the way he bats, he's a top order player. He likes to drive, big stride, long limbs in the V, and so the next game Kent promoted him to open, and I'm pretty sure it was here against Vilhien and Co.
Oh, okay.
And I feel like he got a really quick 70 odd. Just came out and was hitting boundaries and playing shots from quite an early stage.
Should be able to find that. The Melton begins a new over from the City end, bowling to Bell Drummond. He'll get a single off the first ball out to Sam Connors. He'll move on to 60. God, that single's up. See, the single's already been put on there, so they've now speeded up on the scoreboard just to try and fool us. He's moved on to 66, 131 for 2. Well, the sides played here.
I felt like it was a good bowl. It was a half-decent Derbyshire bowling attack.
Oh no, that was the abandoned match. Forget that. Sorry, I've brought back some unpleasant memories there.
The Chesterfield one.
Yes.
I had a very pleasant week.
Well,
just walking in the Peak District.
I didn't see an awful lot of cricket.
No,
sadly.
it was 0 cricket. We were just rocking up at the park every day to see, yep, it's still wet. Melton bowling, which leading drives away square of the wicket through cover point for a boundary. So he's managed to get one out of the middle of the bat. Good footwork and pushed away in the gap to move to 5.
Never try and look something up when somebody's bowling.
135 for 2.
August. Here's that team. He did indeed open the batting against Viljoen, Palladino. Lockie Ferguson was playing as well in that game. Yeah, Lockie Ferguson was playing. Matt Critchley played in that one. Hamidullah Kadri played in the game. As did Sean Irvine. I think that was his only game, or one of only 2 games. He came up on loan from Hampshire.
Yeah.
Played twice and then announced his retirement.
Went and played golf instead.
So something to do with Derbyshire makes you retire. Melton's in bowls to leading, pushes it out in the offside. He opened the batting with Sean Dixon, who was out quite cheaply, and then made 96 and put on 170 for the second wicket with Joe Denley, who made 106. Happy days. As Kent made 561. Derbyshire replied with 400 all out. Good effort.
Yeah.
93 from Wayne Madsen, 71 from Billy Godleman. Tom Lace opened the batting, made 40. Alex Hughes 66. But Derbyshire were forced to follow on. We're all out for 270 as Melton is in and bowls. That's pushed out into the offside. You can actually see the lights glistening off the back of Leaning's bat now, which always tells you that it's getting a little darker. And then in their second innings, Crawley made 34. He was actually one of 2 victims for Hamidullah Kadri, his current Kent teammate. Derbyshire made 110. Kent made 110 for 4 and won by 6 wickets.
Even that second innings, though, he was off 32 balls and 8 boundaries.
32 balls, yeah. So he does enjoy it here. That's good news. Ooh, beaten, leading through to the keeper. End of the over, 135 for 2. Sorry.
I really do think that that was the game that kind of filled him with the confidence that he was good enough at county cricket level to produce that kind of a sustained innings and score runs, and he went on a nice little trot, I think, after that. And yeah, from memory, it was that game here at Derbyshire that kind of kicked him into life as a county cricketer. And everyone always talked about his average being only 30 as Melton bowls again.
Sorry, that was the end of the over.
That's right.
I'm gazing at the scorecard,
No.
trying to do some maths.
Yeah, I think, when he was in the test team, everyone was like, oh, this, why is he in the test team? He only averages 30. But it was for me, his average would have been a lot better since this Derbyshire game and getting elevated up the order. And even in that first innings, just 126 balls for his 96, 11 fours and 3 sixes.
Well, Stewart and Henry put on a lot.
Crikey, yeah.
Yeah, what's that? 12 and 7 is 19. 119 for the 8th wicket, which is pretty good going.
I don't remember Matt Henry getting runs.
No, I don't either. He's also a player who played here, former Derbyshire man. Matt Henry. Derbyshire used 8 bowlers to varying degrees of success. Tony Palladino picking up 5 for 113 in 30 overs. Happy days.
Good times. Connor's bowling to Bell Drummond. Do you want me to take an end, Dave?
No, I've given up now.
Clipped around the corner.
I've come to Derby and I've retired.
Harry Kane doing the fielding as he manages to. It's amazing. Really, he manages to kind of cut through the air with that baggy jumper, isn't it?
Yes. You'd think he was thrown out of an aeroplane, he'd land quite comfortably, wouldn't he?
You know,
like one of those
the drag.
Flying foxes or whatever they're called.
It's like one of the good delivery outside the off stump to leaning. It's like one of those mini sort of parachutes. They're like base jumpers or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
He was one time a Kent second team player.
Hmm?
Harry Kane, yeah.
Was he?
Yeah, I think he.
Okay.
Before he kind of got before he got a permanent contract at Hampshire.
Right.
I think he did play a couple of games for Kent twos and then did all right. Left alone outside the off stump by leaning.
Well, he got a contract here, a 2.5-year contract, on the strength of some good, a couple of good innings for the second team. And he played in the T20. He does offer his stumps in white ball cricket, which is a bit of a flaw that needs ironing out. Not sure how much, off the top of my head, how much, if any, red ball cricket he's played. 2 games, this is his second.
Leaning thick edge with a big drive outside the off stump, but would have been kind of second gully if there was any chance of it being caught, and as it is, only a couple of slips, and it was comfortably in the gap.
I worked out the reason I couldn't remember his first game for Derbyshire in the Championship. That's because it was the game against Essex that lasted a day. Derbyshire 146 all out. Essex 86 for 3, COVID.
Full delivery outside the off stump from Connors, which goes through to the keeper.
So we're hoping this is only his second day of first-class cricket. Down at long leg at the moment in the far, far distance. Doesn't bowl. Well, certainly I haven't seen him bowl. I just realised that only one Derbyshire player has played in all 13 matches this season in the County Championship, and that's Matt Critchley.
Connors bowling to Bell Drummond. Left alone outside the off stump. Well, when you offer what Critchley does with both ball and bat.
Yeah, he skippered the side. He was skipper again in that game against Essex. That didn't really happen.
I guess the surprise is that it's only him, not someone else's.
Yeah, Wayne Madsen and Billy Goldman have both picked up injuries over the course of the campaign. Leicester Ploy's form was so poor that he was left out of the side just before the T20 started and went off to do some white ball practice along with Finn Hudson-Prentice at the time. Harvey Hussain obviously with his injury problems and then replaced by comes Tismay in it. Dustin Melton bowls a good delivery that just has Jack leaning, jumping a little bit.
I was talking earlier on about spotting errors, like editorial errors, and Ron getting in touch on kentcricket@gmail.com saying, afternoon, gents, loving the commentary. Kent's second phase of the 4-day season, remarkable improvement from the first. And as you mentioned, editing errors, I always chuckle when browsing the Kent 1998 Club Annual, and he's sent me a sort of screenshot
Excellent.
of Alan Nicholson's profile. Says, see how long it takes you to spot the error.
Here comes Belton again, bowls a short delivery that's pulled out towards the mid-wicket boundary. It's been chased down by Tom Wood. I think he'll just about get there. He does. Keeps it inside the rope. The batsmen are going to come back for 3. So Leaning will move on to 940 for 2.
And, you know, it has all of Alan Nicholson's stats, etc. Kent debut 1983, testimonial 1998, 3 tests for England. And at the very top, it says, Alan Nicholson, born Farnborough, October 8th, 1994.
Ah.
So he would have been 4 when he had his Kent testimonial. Thanks for sending that, Ron.
Belton bowls off the back foot. It's forced into the offside by Bell Drummond.
I'm glad that all the nonsense we've spoken this morning has evoked certain people to get in touch on a range of topics.
This is quite a lengthy email that you've just passed on to me, isn't it?
Yes.
I stick by Newcastle under Lyme in Staffordshire rather than, if you listen to him as well, you would say so. I don't know why people have got the idea. Wikipedia certainly say Newcastle upon Tyne, but definitely not the case. I'll try and double check with them. This one is an inside edge from Bell Drummond. A rare mistake from the Kent batsmen. They're going to come back for a second as well, but the throw from Connors isn't as accurate as it might have been. So they do get back for 2 comfortably enough in the end. Bell Drummond moves to 69, 142 for 2. It does say Durban High School as well on a couple of things, and I also assume that's in South Africa, but he wasn't born in South Africa. He was born in this country, then went to Nottingham Grammar School after that. And plays for Notts Seconds. So, yeah.
It's a mystery.
It is a mystery. Surrounded by an enigma, as that one is left alone by Bell Drummond, and it just sort of shapes back down the leg side after it goes past the stumps. Which is why there was a little yelp from Dustin Melton and a hand in front of the face for a moment before he turns. And
we'll get Detective Fletcher on the mystery. Do you have any middle names? You had a D.I. Fletcher or D.C.I. Fletcher?
Oh, I'm D.M. Fletcher.
D.M. Fletcher.
Yeah.
Detective.
In comes Melton and bowls. That one is pushed out into the offside off the back foot by Bell Drummond, fielded by Matt Critchley. 142 for 2. Leaning has 9, Bell Drummond has 69, and I'm delighted to report that the daddy long legs that I thought might have been dead has now moved. He's dropped down a bit because he was right in my eye line before, now he's dropping down. So he's still alive, or she, indeed. I don't know if they are.
Detective manager? Detective of misdemeanors?
Should have been deaths and marriages, I think. But
my initials are quite funny because my parents gave me my middle name after my dad, which is Martin, and quickly realised that my initials would then be BMW.
Oh, excellent!
And so they added an extra middle name, so I'm Benjamin Martin James Watts, and since then, as Connors is about to come into bowl to Jack Leaning, at 142 for 2 Kent. Skip as he arrives at the crease. Good forward delivery, good pace, defended away defensively. Since then I got married and taken my other, well, I don't for work, but I've taken my other half's name. So my full name is now, well, I'm not going to say the middle names, but my sort of marital name is Benjamin Mensley Watts. So having my parents sort of snubbed the BMW initials, I've gone and just sorted it out by myself. Yeah.
That was the clincher, was it?
Oh yeah, if I do this, full delivery down the leg side, is that a clip? Derbyshire sort of appealed and then quickly gave it up.
A bit beggy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
A bit beggy.
Like me on the commentary last week, seeing if Darren Stevens might have any spare kit before he retires that he wants to pass on in my direction. Somebody suggested I was getting a bit beggy. Enjoy a cheeky bit of stash.
A bit of a difference in sizes, I would have thought as well. No offence, Darren. Here's Sam Connors in and bowls. Oh, and it's a short delivery that he just about pulls out of in the end. Did well to pull out of it. Could have played the shot. News in my ears, but of course the updates on a Sunday afternoon come after the news bulletins, which are shared. Oh, no, there. I didn't think it was going to start then. And goes Connors again, bowls to Leading, who leaves alone. It's put down by Brooke Guest, but claimed very nimbly by Wayne Madsen at second slip. He's put a couple down today, which is very Brooke Guest-like behind the stumps. Anish Dal's just thrown the ball to Matt Critchley, which was a shocker. Would have tested his hamstrings. Thank you. Yes, would be. Yeah. I just had, for those online, a one-way conversation with Simon Morrican, who's presented the afternoon show on Radio Derby. That latest delivery was pushed back towards Matt Critchley, and there's no run. 142 for 2 it remains. It's always good to get the one-sided conversations out there. It's just one of those unfortunate things that is a byproduct of us providing ball-by-ball commentary of every game involving all 18 counties on the BBC Sport website. As Connors is in again, and that one is driven up towards Matt Critchley, who fields, jogs away with the ball, and it looks like it may well be a hand sanitisation break at 142 for 2. With Jack Leading on 9 and Daniel Bell Drummond on 69. The men out today. Jordan Cox this morning for 10. And Zach Crawley this afternoon for 53. They picked up a 1 wicket in each session of last week's game against Leicestershire as well. Derbyshire will be hoping to do better than that this time around. It looks as though Dustin Melton, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 18. His spell has come to an end because Anish Dal has removed his cap. He's given it to Billy Godleman. I don't remember seeing Billy Godleman wearing 2 caps during these COVID times. Where's he going to put Anish Dal's cap? Looks like he might be going to wear it. He's still in conversation with Anish Dal at the moment. The batsmen are just finishing off their drinks break, impromptu. Lights on here at the Incora County Ground. Yeah, Simon, it's 142 for 2 Kent now in their championship match against Derbyshire here at the Incora County Ground. 1 wicket since lunch. Zach Crawley caught by Brooke Guest and the bowling of Dustin Melton for 53, having added 103 with Daniel Bell Drummond for the 2nd wicket. Bell Drummond still there on 69. Jack Leading has 9. It's worth remembering that this time last week, Derbyshire were in the field and took 1 wicket in each session. Well, the same's happened so far in this game. They'll be hoping for more success with the ball as this game and this day's play goes on. Kent, who lost the toss this morning and were put into bat, 142 for 2. First delivery of Anish Dal's over was pushed out into the offside. There was no run. In comes Dal again. Bowls to Bell Drummond. It's edged and caught by Wayne Madsen at first slip. And Bell Drummond has to go for 69. Been a real top knock from Bell Drummond. 95 deliveries, straightforward catch in the end by Wayne Madsen. And a fifth first-class wicket for Anuj Dal, who's just been brought back into the attack. Derbyshire, well, they need wickets, and they need plenty of them. 142 for 3 now, Kent. Daniel Bell Drummond goes for 69. Might just have been dying a little bit off as it arrived in Wayne Madsen's hands. Good knock, though, from Bell Drummond. We got it 103 with Zach Crawley. Since lunch, they both departed. Nice, smart catch by Madsen immediately after the hand sanitisation break. I wonder if that's going to become a thing like the drinks breaks and that kind of thing. Catch low down. Derbyshire needed that, as I said to Simon in the update. They need to pick up wickets relatively regularly after this time last week picking up 1 wicket per session on the first day against Leicestershire. They didn't want to go through another day like that. Dahl has struck. Didn't pick up any wickets against Leicestershire. 4 down at Lords against Middlesex. And it's Sam Billings who comes out to replace Daniel Bell Drummond. It is Billings, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Excellent.
That was, I mean,
smart catch, low down.
Yeah, good catch, good wicket for Derbyshire. Shame for Bell Drummond. I just thought he was going to get a ton today.
Well, he looked like it, didn't he?
Looked inevitable the way he was playing.
Flawless, yeah, absolutely flawless innings up to that point. Dahl is one of those bowlers, though. I mean, he troubled Zach Crawley this morning.
Yeah, I did.
Now he's got his reward with the wicket of Bell Drummond. And 2 relatively new batsmen out there. Leading's faced 36 deliveries for his 9, but he's only been out there 15, 20 minutes or so. And Sam Billings waits. He's just having a look behind him because inch by inch, Leicester Ploy's moving closer to second slip. There are 2 slips, or probably 3 slips now. One of them's at 4th slip, and the first ball he faces from Dahl is defended out into the offside. Picked up by Matt Critchley, who, no matter what the weather, always has that towel hanging out the back of his trousers. I think it's part of the spin bowler's uniform. Because ordinarily Alex Thompson would have one hanging out of his trousers as well had he been playing. Dahl is in again and Billings pushes out into the offside. Different game, lights on, murky, difficult to get in as a batsman. You would have thought in these kind of conditions, and if the weather is coming from where the weather normally comes from, I think it's coming quite slowly from the east, but it is very gloomy indeed over the Players' Pavilion away to our left-hand side. You can just about make out the shadows being cast by the 6 floodlight pylons here as Dahl bowls to Billings, who clips this one up and over the man at mid-wicket for 4 runs. Tom Wood, well, even if he'd had springs in his heels, he probably wouldn't have caught that one. Nice shot to get off the mark for Billings. And Kent move on to 146 for 3.
Scored 72 last week, Billings, coming in at number 7, having been released from the England Test bubble as soon as they were batting in the final innings of that 4th Test. He managed to persuade England to let him come and play in the game against Worcestershire.
Next delivery to him by Dahl is defended off the back foot up towards mid-on.
So Kent named Marcus O'Riordan in their team. He played on day 1. Day 2, Sam Billings appeared. Kent lost a wicket and he came at number 7.
Guess who? Hi, boys.
Further impounded Worcestershire's misery.
I bet they were delighted.
They bowled some bad balls, which he absolutely crunched away for boundaries. Like, really emphatically hit bad balls away, and the sort of style and manner in which he was hitting them as well was if to say, don't bowl there. Don't bowl that rubbish to me. Really batted nicely until he got out. But yeah, like you say, we had a little bit of a discussion on commentary about the validity. Well, it was valid, but about the situation of, or whether it was quite fair that Sam Billings was allowed to to come out and bat in the game. Leaning on strike, 2 slips. Connors bowling to him. Good ball outside the off stump. Leaning does manage to play inside the line quite well, actually. Sometimes when there's a little bit of movement or whatever, and seemingly he's been beaten on his outside edge, but he's pretty good at lining himself up. Trying to sort of negate any swing or whatever. He's on strike again. Just defending this one out into point. I was really hoping he wasn't going to nick that off, which would have been classic commentator's curse territory. So Billings off to the IPL then, after T20 finals day, so he'll miss Kent's final game of the season in the championship. Contracted to the Delhi Capitals. This is a full delivery which Leaning defends back down the pitch. Though he's only, well, the big issue for him in that competition is that Delhi have Rishi Pant, I think. They certainly have 2 good keeper batsmen in their team. So he's probably not going to glove. There was an argument earlier on in the first stage of the competition before it was stopped. I think Steve Smith was playing ahead of him, and I wonder whether he's actually is Steve Smith really a better T20 player than Billings? Certainly got more shots, the Kent captain. This one's fired into the pads and diverts behind towards the keeper as it hit Leaning shin guards. So we'll see how Billings gets on, if he can get some cricket at the IPL. Back to Sydney with the Thunder and the Big Bash in the winter. That renewal was announced recently, along with Alex Hales, who play for the same team again down there. Change in the field. Square leg goes out to the boundary. Connors going very full, and on the stumps, a bit of a double or a bit of a bluff. Just threatening the short ball, perhaps. Leaning 9, Billings 4, 146 for 3.
Billings and Hale, excuse me, 2 players who, under different circumstances and at different times, may well have both been playing for England. Yeah. You would have thought. Every time I see Alex Hales, and of course we see him in plenty of white ball cricket here in the North group, always scores runs.
Connors bowls again full when Leaning defending this delivery that's on the stumps. End of the over. Yeah, like you say, there was, particularly when England put together that team on a bit of a whim, didn't they?
Yes.
For the one-day series when Crawley got a go and James Vince got recalled and got the century, and even in that, there was no involvement for Hales, was there? It very much feels that they've looked beyond him and not for necessarily cricketing reasons.
When I say he always scores runs whenever I see him playing in white ball cricket, Derbyshire, of course, played Nottinghamshire twice in the Blast. This summer in the game at Trent Bridge, he was leg before wicket to Logan van Beek, first ball for naught. And in the second match, which was here at the County Ground, he was out bowled by Conor McCurr. First ball for naught. So I didn't actually see him score any runs this summer, in actual fact. But you always get the impression that he scores a lot of runs, because he generally does. But not this season. As soon as I'd said it, I knew I was wrong. Dahl begins a new over. Bowls to Billings, who plays it straight back to the bowler. And there's no run.
I need to add a member of the Kent squad who's been rested ahead of finals day.
Oh, yeah.
Lorne Hart, the regular scorer, has been in touch with me on Twitter.
Oh, just rested?
Yeah, he
resting him.
He said he's resting for finals day.
For a frantic 2 matches, hopefully.
That'll be the plan.
On the same day, absolutely. Derbyshire's one trip to finals day as Billings pushes this one out square on the offside, fielded by Harry Kane. Then he played the 1 match, sadly. beaten rather badly in the end by Essex. But, yeah, 2 matches is the ultimate.
Is that when Essex won?
Yeah.
They were a bizarre team in that group stage.
Yeah. They just qualified in the end,
Yeah.
didn't they? As this one is pushed up a thickish edge down into what would be 4th slip area. It's fielded by Leicester Ploy.
Kent were one of the teams that could have gone through on that final game, because I think that was the year that Kent won the first 7 games and looked seriously hot, and then didn't win a single game for the back 7 and managed to miss out. And Essex, of all teams, were the one that snuck from kind of 6th, 7th in the table to go through on the final game, and then went and won the thing.
Yeah, Worcestershire, I think, didn't they? Was it Worcestershire they beat in the final?
Yeah, quite possibly.
It was a remarkable game in the other semi-final when Notts were nailed on winners and somehow managed to lose, and then Derbyshire were just very poor in comparison to the rest of their campaign. Certainly, they made their way to the final with a terrific win down at Bristol against Gloucestershire on the Saturday night. It's Anuj Dahl in bowls to Billings, who drives, but straight to Billy Godalming mid-off. Happy days, finals day. A winning record in the T20. Feels a distant memory.
I say I've never done a finals day as a reporter before.
Well, standby. It's almost like being one of those geese for foie gras. You are basically force-fed from about 9 o'clock in the morning. This one is driven by Billings, but again, Godalming this time moving around to his left-hand side does the fielding of maiden over, back-to-back maiden overs for Derbyshire. Dahl's first 8 overs. 1 maiden, 1 for 19. Kent 146 for 3, leaning 9. Billings 4. But yes, they start off with breakfast.
Yeah.
And it just carries on.
No,
It's
really?
an absolute nightmare. You'll get a little cupcake. We did. We get little cupcakes with your own club's crest on, and also, it's very, very classy. Very classy. We were quite fortunate, and obviously there are 4 radio stations plus 5 live there, or Sports Extra. And I just said, "I'll sack it. We'll go and sit out on the balcony." So we were outside for the Derbyshire semi-final, which was terrific. It got slightly chilly when we stayed to watch the final, but next year it's going to be in July, isn't it? That'll be nice.
Yeah, that's better, isn't
for
it?
somebody.
Corner's balls clipped away by leaning through square leg for 4. Either just a line straying there. We can't quite tell it long on or all, but leaning's just got slightly across his stumps to create that angle. A nice shot. The boundary moves to 13. 150 up for Kent. 150 for 3. Yeah, I think it's so much better. The way that the competition was this year, Kent won the South Group, then had to wait however long for the quarter-final, and then you have to wait another few weeks for the finals day.
Mad,
and because of it, Adam Milne, one of their key overseas players, is going back to the IPL and going to be missing for finals day.
Yeah, that's not good.
Which is not ideal.
No, I agree. It seems rather pointless.
But yeah, since I started working for Radio Kent, I've got to 3 quarter-finals and lost all of them until this year. Finally put it to bed.
I thought you and Matt sounded very excited when I was listening to you on
Hence why-
Sports Extra.
Hence why we were very excited.
And nervous.
It's Connor's bowls, back foot, defensive stroke by leaning. Billings, Blake, never been to a finals day. Bell Drummond, only Denley and Stevens have in this Kent team. Oh, and Jack Leaning, but with Yorkshire.
Yes. I think I saw him play for Yorkshire on finals day. Sitting alongside Cally. That was the 10th boundary that Connors has conceded. And he's 14.5 overs, which is too many, really.
He's bowled a full length, as he does so again, and Leaning stretching for out, so the off stump, and ends up dragging it into leg for a single. He has looked to bowl that full length and generally to target the stumps, which has actually meant sometimes he's been clipped through square leg and through mid-wicket. So all credit to him for the aggressive areas that he is bowling, but probably at the same time just needs to be a little bit more patient and wait for the batsman to make a mistake rather than trying to knock him over or get LBW, etc. Billings just settling in, tapping his bat now and waiting. Short ball, sways underneath it. He was there was a slightly awkward moment in a press conference prior to well, they were talking about the T20 off the back of the win last week, and we're doing a bit of a sort of a impromptu press conference and media thing, and somebody from a local newspaper asked Sam Billings about some fans sort of questioning his commitment and the amount of games he's played for Kent in recent years, and he punches this off the back foot very nicely, drilled away out towards extra cover. He moves to 8 and Kent to 155 for 3, and he turned around and said, well, I've been with the England Test squad this winter. I was away at the IPL. Then we had the whole COVID scenario. So what's your question?
Yes, yeah. What's your point?
Yeah. I thought it was a little bit of it. And then, the reporter then sort of tried to repeat the question.
Oh, no.
And got the same answer. And, yeah. Here we are, all trying to be cheery about finals day, and then this was going down. It's Connors bowls. Oh, Billings going for an attempted pull stroke and a false one, playing and missing. Through the kitchen sink at that one.
You've got to love it when people who don't normally cover the cricket, don't see the players
Yeah,
day to day, and
exactly.
aren't around the club, come in, and they've looked at some statistics and thought, well, he hasn't played very much. Is he interested?
Yeah. Yeah, it was very much that sort of scenario, kind of pre-written questions on a notepad, and then skipper didn't take too kindly to it.
No, I can imagine not.
I think it is a slightly sore point for Sam, because I think he does get a bit of unfair stick, and I see their supporters' frustrations. Like they want their club captain to be around more than he is, but at the same time, there's not one person in that dressing room who cares more about seeing Kent cricket be a success than Sam.
155 for 3 as Dahl begins a new over. That one just seemed to keep a little low as it's turned into the leg side by leaning. I think part of his problem, I would imagine part of his problem is that he gets called up to an awful lot of squads but then doesn't appear on the TV when the squads are playing or the team is playing, and people think, well, where is he? And he's there.
Yeah.
He's there.
And he was saying that last week, he was the one pressing England to let him go and play in that game against Worcestershire.
Dahl balls, leading, plays and misses. Just prod forward defensively. Goes past the edge of his bat through to Brooke Guest.
He could have quite easily stayed with England's Test squad and not been involved.
Mm.
And probably would have done if it hadn't have, off his own back sort of said, can you release me? Can I go and play?
Run the drinks for 4 days, 5 days.
Bit of sub-fielding duties every now and then.
Nice tease.
And James Anderson's having a back rub.
155 for 3. Dahl sets off, bowling from the city end. No, he doesn't, because he's stopped. He loses his run up.
Jack Leading didn't move.
No, nobody's moved. The only thing that happened there was the bowler ran in and stopped. Somebody's just arrived on the far side in front of the old calf, which is now a bar, and he's wearing a blue bobble hat, the young lad or girl. Can't see from here. Apologies. I don't think it's that cold, is it? Anyway, it's a Derbyshire bobble hat, I think, as this one is pushed back.
On brand, at least.
Yeah, pushed back to Dahl.
So that's a bar now. I do remember that being.
We used to go there for. We used to get
Was
a
it
little
Calf?
voucher. Yeah, it was a cafe.
Yeah.
Get some
Was it-
decent chips in there and burger.
Was it kind of makeshift club shop at one point as well?
Oh,
What was that?
not in my time.
Okay.
That porter cabin across, just to the left-hand side of the members' pavilions, the club shop, but it's closed at the moment for
Okay.
COVID reasons. Although, as Dahl is in and bowls wide of the off stump, it's not claimed cleanly by Brooke Guest. It's about the fourth time that he hasn't taken the ball cleanly, and it just isn't like him at all.
Yeah, I feel like there was a. I'd definitely come here at least once, maybe twice prior to you taking up the post. But I might be wrong about the makeshift club shop.
Well, they are selling the current kit at what I'm told are very reasonable prices. As Dahl pulls, and that's pushed out into the offside by Jack Leaning in the reception of the members' pavilion. I was sort of tempted, then I thought, well, it's slightly undignified to go and ask for a 4XL in the Derbyshire T20 kit.
The Kent ones are quite skin tight as well. I brought my brother one for his birthday and then had to upsize it purely just because I think it would have been a bit tight around the bicep area. He's a bit of a gym goer, my brother.
A lot of my clothes are skin tight as well, but not deliberately, as this next delivery is pushed up towards mid-off by Leading, and it's the end of the over. It was another maiden from Anuj Dahl. No, it was two maidens, one for 19. 155 for 3. Leaning has 14 and Billings has 8. Sam Billings is now sufficiently warmed up to have removed his Kent sweater to reveal his. He's got the guns out now. Sam Billings. I think I would as well if I spent as much time in the gym as these sportsmen do. I don't spend any time in the gym, obviously. I can't remember. Well, I've never been inside a gym and used any equipment, certainly. I had a look round one once.
I gave up my gym membership during lockdown, to be honest.
I've
never been much of a fan anyway.
No.
I'd rather just play sport of some description.
Well, I'd rather just sit in a chair.
Well, I mean, that too.
That's the main reason I've never been in a gym.
That's why I like these away games. You come away from home, you sit down and watch cricket and you eat for a few days.
And there's no pressure, is there, to do anything really? You just, yeah. Couldn't agree more. Do like an away trip. Hove next week for us. Can't wait.
Is Aitchison coming on to bowl from the racecourse end. Clipped away by Billings out towards mid-wicket. You get the sea breeze as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it was quite unlike me to actually go do something social last night rather than just sit in my hotel room and watch Match of the Day and the tennis.
Well, with it being the last game of the season as well, there's a few supporters going down, and Greg Griff will be there, and it'll be a proper end of season trip, I think.
Fancy res?
No. Although looking at me, who could tell?
Just bowling to Billings. 155 for 3. Oh, tried to leave it alone. Inside edge, going to get 4 runs down towards fine leg. That was all a bit accidental. Could have been unfortunate for the King skipper. Unlucky for Aitchison.
Bless him. Poor old Ben. He's got 1 wicket today. And that was from an attempted leave as well.
Similar deal, yeah.
From Jordan Cox.
He's continuing at this racecourse end, having actually bowled better from the City end earlier on. That was better line.
Did a very poor over from this end and then bowled a second and then was taken off.
Here he comes again. Sam Billings defending this one into the offside. 12 for the skipper now after that slightly streaky boundary. 14 leading. Does it feel slightly lighter?
It does actually, yeah. Could be the lights. I don't think it is that. No. You can't see the 6 shadows, can you really?
No, I think it's the general atmosphere and lighting situation which feels like it's improved.
Doesn't look great away to the east though.
A bit gloomy. Aitchison bowls, Billings batting out of his crease, turns his away into the square leg, runs hard for the first one, but that'll be it. 60 for 3 as he moves to 13. I'll have to nip next door in a minute or so for BBC Radio Kent update.
Yes, I've just turned up the queue for BBC Radio Derby. Another 3 minutes before my update, though, I've just been informed. Pleasant enough tune, though. 60s, 70s and 80s on a Sunday afternoon.
Sounds like a disco. That goes. Leaning, defends.
I quite like it because you don't necessarily hear the same songs that you tend to hear throughout the course of a week. So
Yeah. Bit of a change.
Yeah.
Bit of a pleasant change. BBC local radio playlist has gone a bit more hip, hasn't it?
Well,
a bit more modern.
Yes. I sometimes think that the listeners are slightly younger than they really are, but
Yeah, quite possibly true.
most of them are my age.
Aitchison bowling, leaning defending, and the end of the over. Kent 160 for 3 here on BBC Sport Online. We'll be back in there.
Yeah, Derbyshire have been relatively pleased with the way the afternoon's gone so far. They went to lunch at 108 for 1. Kent 160 for 3 now, having lost Zach Crawley for 53 and most recently Daniel Bell Drummond for 69. Just had a quick look at the replay of the catch. A good shin-high catch at slip by Wayne Madsen. Dahl is going to continue having bowled successive maidens from the City end. 1 for 19 from 9. 3 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4 in this current spell. He's going to be bowling to Sam Billings. He's in, and that one is guided by Billings off the full face of the bat down a backward point where Harry Kame does the fielding. 17 overs, including this one until tea, so a good hour away. Unless Matt Critchley comes on and has a ball of any kind of length, which seems unlikely at this stage. Bowled a couple of overs, one before lunch, one after. Dahl's on his way and bowls to Billings, goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside. And again, there is no run. 160 for 3. It remains. Still to come, Ollie Robinson, Grant Stewart, Harry Podmore, formerly of this parish, on loan from Middlesex, and Jazz Singh and James Logan, not necessarily in that order, according to Ben Watts, who'll be back with us shortly as this next delivery is edged but into the ground by Sam Billings, not taken cleanly by Wayne Madsen, and they scamper through for a single, but it was a genuine edge, just played with soft hands, and that ensured that the ball didn't go all the way through to Wayne Madsen. This looked as likely as anyone as Dahl. Not too bad. Kent 161 for 3 now. You may remember last time I spoke to you, I said that they needed a wicket or two, and they needed them pretty quickly. Well, they got one almost immediately. Daniel Bell Drummond caught shin-high catch. It slipped by Wayne Madsen off the bowling of Anuj Dahl, who's bowled really, really nicely. He's into his 10th over here. He's only conceded 20 runs and taken that 1 wicket. Bell Drummond made 69. The problem for Derbyshire is that that's brought out Sam Billings, the England batsman and wicket keeper. He's on 14. He's joined Jack Leaning, who's also on 14. Billings has got there in less than half the number of deliveries that Leaning has taken. He took an age to get off the mark. The other wickets to fall today, Zach Crawley was a victim for Dustin Melton, caught by Brooke Guest for 53. And this morning, Jordan Cox out, bowled by Ben Aitchison for 10 when he tried to leave a ball, but it hit his bat and cannoned into the middle of middle stump. So at the moment, Kent are 161 for 3. Both Leaning and Billings have 14. I have to apologise for an entirely rambling update there as Dahl bowls outside the off stuff. It's allowed to go through by Leaning.
We've all been there.
To the keeper. Well, it just seemed to go nowhere. I couldn't work out how to finish it.
I had one the other week where I completely forgot Sam Billings' name, and Alex Ode, who's my summariser, kindly jumped in and reminded me as I was searching. I was like, so-and-so's got 50, so-and-so's got 50, and she goes, Sam Billings. Sam Billings got 50. Thanks, Alex.
Just complete brain freeze. That wasn't a maiden over from Anuj Dahl, so that little run of maidens has come to an end. He only conceded the 1 run, though. 10 overs, 1 for 20. Bowling nicely is Anuj Dahl as he goes down to have a little, what he hopes will be rest at third man.
Yeah, more of an even contest, it feels, in this session. As Aitchison bowls to Billings, a expansive-looking cut stroke down towards third man for a single.
Poor old Dahl doesn't get a rest because he has to do the fielding.
Just to lob that ball in.
Yeah. He loves his fielding, though, I'm sure. I'm certain of that. He's very, very good at it. A bit more chat from the Derbyshire players than there was this morning when they were under the pump, really.
Yeah, and the field settings were reflecting that. Aitchison bowls to Jack Leaning. Defending this one up towards mid-on and thinking against a possible single.
Halfway through the day. 48 overs bowled, 48 to go. So we're about an hour away from the next interval.
Last week we had Kent Women's head coach David Haffrell on day one, who was summarising for us, and he was off in the afternoon to do some coaching. That's Aitchison bowls, and it's clipped away nicely by Jack Leaning. He's going to get 4 runs for this, just over pitched. Again, just striving a little bit for a bowled or an LBW, and Matsman cashing in. Leaning moves to 18, 166 for 3. And because of the fact that he was only with us in the morning session, I absolutely milked him in the opening session of the day. After about 10 minutes, I was off and I stuck him on, and then he was the other. It was like having a spinner doing a holding job at one end. And myself and Frank from Hereford and Worcester were rotating at the other end while we kept him on and summarised the duties. Leaning defending into the offside hit. Dot ball.
We've not many summarisers this season.
We've just gone off. We just started booking them ourselves.
Have we?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have the advantage because Matt and I are both full time. We can grab extras around us, basically.
We had Mikey Cohen for an entire afternoon at Lord's. Made the most of him.
Here comes Aitchison. Driven by Leaning up towards mid-on. Bouncing ball, actually. I guess in some sort of years gone by, you could get a coach involved for a session, or get a player who's just coming back from injury or not involved because of all the bubbles.
Yes, they're quite loath to do it, aren't they, really? Mikey Cohen just went down to London off his own back and watched 4 days cricket and took in a few sights and that kind of thing, because his season is over due to injury.
Aitchison into his action again, side on, bowling to Leaning. Oh, pushes it to cover, says no. Billings goes back and makes his ground. Puts his hand up to apologise to his club captain. Luckily for him, Billings is quick and also pretty good on the turn there. Good change of direction. Might have been okay, even if it was a direct hit. A slight misjudgment there. Leaning wanting a quick single. Didn't get it. Derbyshire didn't get their wicket either, so 166 for 3. Realised I've left my bottle of water next door.
No.
That's a rookie mistake.
You'll be dehydrated.
Luckily, it's not quite got too hot in this commentary box.
Oh, yeah, no. Plenty of time. If the sun ever comes out...
Well, that's the thing. I'm not overly worried about the sun appearing, actually.
No, I wouldn't be today, necessarily. Dahl, is it me? Dahl bowls, that's left alone outside the off stump. Goes through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. I'm just looking up because it suddenly crossed my mind that Sandy Acre Town, local team, currently in National Club Championship final action at Wormsley. John Paul Getty's ground. They're playing Bath, who won the toss and batted first. They made 220 for 8 in their 40 overs as Dahl bowled. That one is played off the back foot out into the offside. Sandy Acre Town in reply to 2 overs and 9 for 1. Luke Thomas with a couple of runs. Scott McNeil 4 from 5. The man out, James Chapman, for 4. Dan Wheeldon, who's the Derbyshire cricket manager, 1 for 28. Matthew Newbold, 3 for 63 from his 8 overs, so a little expensive, but 3 wickets. Wickets as well for Connor Marshall, who's played for Derbyshire this season. And Ryan McFadden. And 1 for Chris McElroy, bowled 2 overs, 1 for 21. So I shall, I'll keep an eye on that throughout the course of the day, and hopefully be able to update you on San Diego Town's progress. 9 for 1 in reply to 220. Dahl bowls, and it's driven by Billings with some force up towards Ben Aitchison. At mid-on, he does the fielding. The not Dragonfly at all. Daddy Longlegs has moved further down the glass. I don't know if it's just sliding down it actually. But a second one has now appeared just about. There are hundreds of them out there. Crane flies. There were a lot last week. We saw one being devoured by a spider in the written media room. It was all fairly macabre. Darley's in. Guest standing up. There's a flash and a miss. And that's it. Must have just come off the wicketkeeper because it's taken at first slip by Wayne Madsen. Very difficult for Guest standing up. He must have just got a little bit of something on that. But it was an attempted drive from Billings. And just for a split second. Oh, he's very straight at first slip. Lewis deploy at second slip, incidentally. Darley's on his way in again. This time Billings goes back into his crease and pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Matt Critchley. 166 for 3. Kent. The 2 games in this group. Sussex are now 203 for 2 against Leicestershire at Grace Road. Middlesex in stark comparison at 129 for 9 against Worcestershire at Lords as Darley's in, and that one is caught by Brooke Guest, but it didn't hit the bat. That was the only problem with that entire thing now, that it didn't actually hit the bat. So he took it well, standing up to Anish Dal, and it remains 166 for 3 at the end of the over. I thought he got a little touch on that. Tried to cut it away, Sam Billings, but made no contact. Dahl bowls another maiden over. 11 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 20. His figures now 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5 in this current spell, which has been very, very good from a Derbyshire perspective. If only he'd hit it.
Ian bowling Aitchison, driven away by Jack Leaning. There's a misfield at mid-off, and he can come through for a run. Just been like just browsing through some of the scores elsewhere, and it's interesting to see certain players that were in the test team or in the test squad playing for their counties.
Are they?
The likes of Chris Wokes playing for Warwickshire, who were bowled all out for 155. But now Yorkshire 11 for 2 with Wokes taking one of the wickets. Milan's playing for Yorkshire in that game. This is driven handsomely by Billings up towards mid-off. That was a very good-looking shot from no runs.
It makes sense for them to play, seeing as they were going to play anyway this week, weren't they?
No Bairstow or Root in that Yorkshire team.
They'll be heading off to Root, won't they?
I don't think Bairstow. I read some of the bet. I don't think Bairstow's going. I might be wrong, but then I don't think Moeen's playing for Worcestershire. Hamid's playing for Notts, as this one again is driven by Billings, this time wide of mid-off. Now we'll run through for a single. Hamid's playing for Notts. Who else that could have been involved? Sibley obviously having been dropped, was playing for Warwickshire, but no Anderson in the Lancashire team, but he probably needed a rest anyway, in fairness. Leaning Running this one into the onside, but straight to the fielder. But yeah, it certainly seems like certain individuals, if they wanted to, they would have played for their county teams. But had an email from about that on that sort of topic from R.C. Hawkins, 1963. This one's run down towards wide third man. And he was talking about the sort of possibility of Moeen playing for Worcestershire, but he's not playing in this game this week. And I think sometimes it is down to the appetite of the player to go and play for their county side. And that's what we're saying about Billings, you know, really showing willing to go in and do it and get involved. Kester getting in touch saying, how's the daddy long legs is the title, but he says Derby was his second home as a student. He did a sandwich course at Loughborough, practical time in the railway workshops at Derby, locomotives and carriages in the days when the UK built things.
I was interested when he said it was a sandwich course, but then when I found out it was about railways, I'm not that. I thought it was like fillings and that
sandwich
kind of thing.
Course. That sounds like my kind of degrees. This was defended by Billings. He said, you never went to the cricket ground, though, funnily. He said, do you remember correctly, the ground was on the east of the railway, on the Chaddeston side of things.
Yes, it is.
He says, ask your colleague, is the spot still there, the Seven Stars pub?
The Seven Stars is still there. I've been in it this season. Yeah.
He also says he thinks the productivity at the railways and Rolls-Royce must have dipped at the time, October of 73. He says he went to see the Rams a few times when Mr. Clough was.
Wow.
And they went up to Division 1.
Yeah. The good old days, as they like to call it. I think the Derby County fans.
Oh yeah, tough time at the moment.
It's not great for them at the minute. Beaten on Friday night by Birmingham City, West Brom on Tuesday. Dawes will be there, Chris Coles. I think Bobby Davison might be summarising Tuesday night. Good to hear Bob's voice again. Here's Anuj Dal, 169 for 3, beginning a new over from the City end. He's in, and that one is defended by leaning towards the man in the covers. The site that I was going to rely on for updates seems to have ground to a halt, which is a bit disappointing. Only as far as the score is concerned, though. The rest of it is being updated, which makes little sense. We've moved on to 22 for 1 now, Sandy Aker. As in comes Dahl and Bowles. It's defended by leaning back towards the bowler. The target is 220 and 40 overs. It's competitive. Reading Colston Crawford, who writes for the Derby Telegraph. He's gone down there to Wormsley to watch the game today. He's updating scores as and when on Facebook, as well as Twitter. Leaning waits, 2 slips in place, and he defends out into the offside. Critchley comes in from the covers to do the fielding. Leaning 20, Billings 6, the men out since lunch. Crawley for 53 and Bell Drummond for 69. They added 103 together for the second wicket. When they were both out there, Derbyshire looked in a whole heap of trouble. So good wickets for Dustin Melton. First ball of what turned out to be a wicket made, and from Anuj Dal, good shin high take at slip by Wayne Madsen. They've now got 2 orthodox slips in place. Madsen and Deploy have swapped over. Madsen at second slip, as this one is turned into the leg side by leaning straight to Dustin Melton. And there's no run. There's a little group of people in the East Midlands demolition stand. They look like they're huddling together for warmth in the top left-hand corner of the stand. I'm not entirely sure that's the case, but it must be a group of people who have come to the cricket to be with each other. A man in a pink shirt and a white hat, prominent there, as this one is off an outside edge out into the offside. Further by Critchley once again. Now they're offering leaning the single by pushing mid-wicket and backward point out to the boundary. There's a very large expanse of grass into the leg side square. And similarly, square on the offside as well as Dahl bowls a full toss that's driven straight to Matt Critchley. And it's the end of the over, 169 for 3. Yes, you guessed it, another maiden for Anuj Dahl. That's 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 5 in this current spell. And Kent remain on 169 for 3 with leaning on 20. Billings on 6. No, 16.
Just the ticket you want from your fourth seamer, isn't it?
Yeah, no, he's a more than handy cricketer, is Anuj Dahl, who's been much maligned over the years. Seen for a long time as one-dimensional in the fact that he's such a good fielder that you'd have him in your side for his fielding, but of course you've got to back that up with something else, really.
Some bowling, full delivery, which Billings clips away. There's a deep square leg and a long leg and a third man and a deep point, although point is coming up for leaning, I think. Always find it quite odd, that field, when you got long on, you got third man and long leg, and then you spread point and square leg out to the boundary. Sort of field you'd only ever see in county cricket, and seeing club cricket or international game. This one is guided out towards point by leaning. This next delivery, yeah, just looking at the bowling figures, Dahl is far and away the most economical. Milton 1 for 32 from 11 overs. Dahl 1 for 20 from 12. Aitchison into his 13th now, 1 for 50. Connors 15 overs he's bowled and almost 0 for 60. Critchley 2 overs for 4. Haven't seen too much of him, but how many overs old is this ball? 52, so maybe we'll possibility of a bit more Critchley as this ball gets a bit softer and leaning, driving it through the covers off the back foot, but without necessarily the timing. Going to get a couple of runs here.
Well, that'll have warmed Critchley up if he's going on to bowl, because he chased after that one.
I don't think there's any sign just yet, but
over before tea.
Yeah, just a possible thought that Dahl bowling tightly at one end, but seamers up the other end, not necessarily looking threatening at the moment. At the same time, not letting Kent get away. 172 for 3. Leading playing off the back foot into the covers.
No, but if they could pick up a couple more and have it 172 for 5, they'd feel a lot better, wouldn't they?
Absolutely.
A lot better. Connors going over to have a discussion with Billy Godleman about something or other while he polishes the ball, and Aitchison walked back to his mark.
Slightly longer tail for Kent as well, actually, in this game. With no Darren Stevens at 7. Grant Stewart up 1 in the order. Harry Podmore at 8. Can bat well on his day. But then Gilchrist, Logan, Singh, 9, 10, 11. Again, that square leg has gone out to the boundary rope. It's driven into the covers by leaning. Top ball.
Took a terrific video of Harry Podmore once down at Hove. He was having a particularly bad time with the ball, and he came back. Was fielding right down below us from the commentary position. I thought he's going to do something here. Set the video going, and he kicked a water bottle so far. It was fantastic. So I posted it on social media, much to his disgust.
Yeah, I bet he was pleased. This one is full from Aitchison. Turned into the onside, wide of mid-on. Nicely played by leaning for a single. Sensible batting. Moves to 23. 173 for 3. Billings has 17. But will stay up the non-striker's end.
That was the game in which Huddersfield Jeune took 15 wickets in the match. Was on for all 10 in the second innings until Podmore popped up and took probably the 6th wicket. And everybody was very, very disappointed.
Everybody booed.
Yeah, pretty much.
Booed and hissed.
Yeah. Derbyshire won the game. We'd hope so, wouldn't you, if a bowler had taken 15 wickets that he'd win the game, but Fairly sure they won the game.
Change bowling incoming.
Yeah, Dustin Melton is back. Took the first wicket to fall this afternoon, that of Zach Crawley. Leads through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. He's bowling to Leaning. He's in now, and Leaning drives for 4 runs. I don't think, no matter how quickly Matt Critchley runs, he's going to catch that out to the cover boundary. Didn't time it by any manner of means. In fact, he came off the toe end of the bat, if anything, but he still put enough behind it to get it all the way to the boundary. Can't move on to 173 for 3. Leaning up to 23. No, I don't think those runs have been added yet. At 27, 177 for 3. See, before they added a run in the blink of an eye. Boundaries, though, just seem to take forever. If we'd have timed that, it would have raced away. Leaning waits, and Melton is in. That one is played in off the back foot to the same place, out to the cover boundary for 4 more. That wasn't a good delivery at all from Dustin Melton, who bowled quite nicely after lunch. His ball is into his 12th over now. 11 overs, 1 for 32, which is okay. Current run rate 3.3, so he's just below the overall run rate. Now we've got a man going out on the cover boundary to protect him from the bad ball, which is never a great thing, is it really? Critchley is warming up though, look. There you go. Perhaps we are going to see him. Billy Godleman's carrying the ball to deliver it personally to Dustin Melton, and probably said, don't bowl there. 181 for 3, leading 31 now from 77 deliveries. That was his 5th boundary. As he waits for the next delivery from Melton, and this one's off an edge down to a square third man. It's just about going to have the legs to get to the boundary. The ball, it should have dried out a bit more because we haven't had an awful lot of rain recently, I don't think, but it was quite slow, this particular area down third man in front of the marquee. Game against Leicestershire, but that's boundary to begin the over, and not what Derbyshire wanted when Anuj Dal's conceded 20 runs off 10 overs, bowled a really tight spell, to be replaced by Dustin Melton, who's immediately gone 12 runs off the first 3 deliveries of the over. Leading moves on to 35 and leaves the next delivery alone. I think that yelp was from Melton himself. As Leading will have the ball to go through to the keeper. By Cook having a long-range chat with Wayne Madsen. He's at square leg and Madsen's at first slip. They must be 35, 40 yards away from each other. By Cook was pointing. Leaning waits and defends this next delivery from Melton, who seems to have found a better length to bowl to Leading now, having been played away for 3 successive boundaries at the start of the over. Not a bad crowd. Could be bigger, but not bad. They're throwing the ball to the umpire. They're not happy with this ball either. We've already had 2 changes of ball. One because it was damp, one because of something that happened. I think they might need something chopping off it here. Because umpire Cook's looking inside his coat pocket. Either that or he's got a stash of balls in there, but I don't think he has.
Digging out the scissors.
Yeah.
Or is it his...
Oh, it's his calipers. Or caliper. I'm never sure. Will the ball go through the hole? If it doesn't, this batch of balls, not good. I think he's just about got it through, but he needed a mallet to get it through. So they're going to change it. Why not? Let's have another one. This one's not done. None of the balls have done anything really today so far. So poor old Tom Longley, former Derbyshire player, of course, trots off to what would have been the changing rooms, I think, when he was playing here. The bottom floor of the members' pavilion on the far side. So it was a strange place to have a pavilion at sort of 45 degrees to the pitch, but no matter which way around the pitch was, it would have been 45 degrees to it.
Yeah.
And the ball has been changed, and the game has ground to a halt. And the clouds continue to come in from the east very, very slowly. The flag on top of the members' pavilion is starting to flutter a little more vigorously now, but nothing to worry about just yet. Perfect opportunity to tell you that Luke Thomas is out for San Diego for 6. And they're currently 34 for 2 after 9 overs, chasing 221 to win the National Club Cup final against Bath. I'll have to get Ben to say the word Bath. See how he goes about that. We're going to get a second slip in place now that we've got this new ball. And in comes Melton from the city end, bowling to leading, and the new ball is clipped away down to long leg for a single to bring the over to an end. 13 runs from it. Melton 1 for 45 now from 12 overs. Kent 186 for 3, leaning on 36. And Billings on 17. Update at the end of the news for BBC Radio Derby. Just heard the word Kent in my ears and panicked, but that was the news bulletin. Talking about Emma Raducanu, who's from Bromley, of course. Brilliant last night. Didn't drop a set in the entire tournament, including the 3 qualifying rounds that she won to get through to the main draw. She will now be seeded at the Australian Open, they were saying last night. Here's Ben Aitchison in bowls to leading, who defends up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Sam Connors. Very quietly, these two have batted 44 so far for the 4th wicket. We've had a 103-run stand already today between Daniel Bell-Drummond and Zach Crawley, the 2 men to have fallen in the afternoon session. Over 8 -2. As Aitchison runs away from us with 2 slips in place, and that one is defended by Jack Leading. Still, remarkably, more than 9 overs to go until the tea interval, which should be in 8 minutes' time. Aitchison gets the ball back and is on his way in again. Leaning waits and turns this nicely into the leg side, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. Will it get there? Will Harry Kame get there? The ball gets to the boundary first. 190 for 3. Leaning moves on to 40. 48 runs this partnership's worth. $190 for 3 now. Kent, Jack Leaning is moving towards a half century, just hit a boundary out to the mid-wicket area. He's on 40, Sam Billings on 17, and between them they've added 48 so far from 79 balls for the 4th wicket. That one's down the leg side and taken nicely by Brooke Guest. Earlier today, or earlier in this session, in fact, Zach Crawley dismissed for 53. Daniel Bell-Drummond for 69. They'd added 103 for the 2nd wicket. Tea should be at 3:10 according to the schedule, but it's not until 32 overs are remaining, and we've still got 9 overs to go, remarkably. So we're going to be a bit late for tea, and we'll be a late finish as well tonight. 190 for 3, Ken. Ben Aitchison again from the racecourse end, in bowls to Leaning, who gets everything behind that one and defends it back to the bowler. No run. Only the in progress scoreboard. There we go. 35 for 2 after 9 overs. Our San Diego town, established in 1877, it says on their badge. Scott McNeil and Chris McElroy together in the middle at Wormsley. Short delivery from Aitchison. Leaning, just ducks underneath it and allows it to go through to Guest, the wicketkeeper. It's the end of the over, not the most threatening over that we've seen. It conceded a boundary from it. That's 4 boundaries in the last 2 overs. 3 of them came from Dustin Melton's over. He's going to get another go from the City end. He's having a chat there with Ben Aitchison. Melton playing his first game since, I think I said June earlier on. He played in the game at Worcester from memory. Got the wrong competition there, which is never a good thing. He did indeed. And he comes down, bowls 2 Billings. He goes on the back foot and cuts this away out to the cover boundary. But there is protection out there now in the form of Matt Critchley. 191 for 3. Another single to Billings, who moves on to 19. He bowled 16 overs, 3 for 76 in the first innings, and didn't bowl again, of course, as Derbyshire lost by an innings in 23. Scored 5 and 1 with the bat. Hasn't played since then, I don't believe, as this next delivery is a short one and it leaps off the pitch and surprises Leaning. It does well to get up onto his toes and play it down into the backward point area, but it definitely took off a little bit there, and that is not necessarily a good sign for the Derbyshire batsmen. They don't want this pitch to start misbehaving this early. End of May last time Dustin played. 1 for 46 his figures at the moment. This next delivery from him is defended by Jack Leaning towards mid-on. Ball's tossed to Anuj Dal to do the polishing. It remains 191 for 3. So I suppose he's bound to be a little bit rusty, bless him. Rusty Dusty. Dusty Melts is his name on Twitter. That's his Twitter handle. So it'll be Rusty Dusty. Here he comes again. He's a top man. As this one is played off the back foot by Leaning, out again to that man sweeping on the cover boundary. Single taken, half-century stand between Leaning and Billings from 86 balls.
Interesting that it's been Billings who's actually the one sitting in and Leaning the more aggressive of the two.
Well, he got that. He got those 3 fours, didn't he, in quick succession, or 3 fours off 3 balls, which boosted his score and Kent's score, of course. 192 for 3 now. Just wait till Billings tees off. I wonder when that'll happen. Oh, not yet, as that one just cuts back a little bit at him and hits him in midriff.
He does normally look to try and be aggressive in the score boundary, so it is interesting to see him just settling in, but then again, can't hurt just spend some time in the middle and try and build an innings.
Absolutely.
Don't want to give it away.
No, which Zach Crawley did to a certain extent, really, in the end. Well set. This next one is keeping a little bit low outside the off stump, but far enough outside the off stump for Billings to leave alone as it goes through to Brooke Guest. 192 for 3 at the end of the over. Just 2 runs off that one. That's much better. 2 overs for 15 is figures from the current spell. Leaning has 41. Billings has 18. He'll want to spend time out in the middle. He'll want a big score here.
Yeah.
In one or other of the innings, and obviously, if he can get it in the first innings, it would put Kent into a very, very strong position indeed. They're already in a decent position at 192 for 3.
Hitchson and Godderman having a bit of a discussion. So 40 overs remaining in the day. So still a little bit to go until tea. Full delivery, which is defended by Leaning. Sticking with seam up from both ends, Derbyshire. It's one of those where they're not going for particularly too many and over, so they'll feel that they're creating enough pressure perhaps to maybe induce a wicket, but I don't know. I don't feel like we've seen too many 4 strokes from Leaning or Billings of late.
No.
Wonder whether the leg spinner is worth a go in Critchley. Short ball from Aitchison. Oh, this is in the air from Jack Leaning out towards square leg. He went for the stroke, the hook shot, kind of pulled out on it just lightly as he tried to keep it down and ended up ballooning it off the top edge and kind of 5 yards short the fielder in the end.
Strange old shot, wasn't it, really? Because it didn't really get up. So he ended up sort of pulling it from around knee high, almost like a hammer thrower. It looped into the leg side. I think it was a long way short in the end of Matt Critchley out on the mid-wicket boundary, but
one of those, if he'd gone fully through with it, he would have gone straight up in the air. It would have gone for 6.
Yeah.
Billings tapping his bat. Both feet looking like they're out of the crease as he angles this down towards point fielder.
We'll see later, Billy Godderman's taken to batting outside off stump this
He's
season.
gone on Steve Smith.
Well, it seems to be slightly in vogue this season. I've seen a few batsmen do it. I think it's to try and get the bowlers to bowl at leg stump because that's the one they can see, and then you just clip it away. But mixed success, I would suggest, for Billy Godderman. Ben Aitchison set off there, and Sam Billings only had 1 glove on. I think you've got to wait till the batsman's got both gloves on.
Yeah, might.
It's only fair.
Might need those. Aitchison bowling. Full delivery, which Billings drives and hits Leaning. He wanted a quick single. I think Leaning was kind of setting off as if there might be one, and then the ball hit his pads or his boot or something.
An aeroplane, we don't have many of those these days. Sounds like it's decelerating.
Is it on the kind of flight path 3's mids?
No, not really. Usually see them in the far distance, taking off or landing, but
2 slips for Billings. Oh, thick outside edge down towards 3rd man. He's going to bounce twice before it goes into the hands of Melton. 3rd man and fine leg, or a sort of long leg and deep square around the boundary rope. 4 Billings. Also Leaning, who's back on strike now. Billings 19, 42 Leaning.
Saw an aircraft in the last match that looked like it was coming into land, and somebody who's got one of those apps got in touch and said it's actually going to land in Liverpool or Manchester or somewhere, and it was already on the descent.
Oh, wow. Delivery this from Aitchison as Leaning kind of hides the bat away from the ball in the end. Through it goes to the keeper. 42 for him, 19 Billings, 194 for 3 Kent here on BBC Radio Derby, BBC Radio Kent.
It was that kind of match when all information about aircraft was gratefully received at one point. It wasn't going anywhere. It wasn't going anywhere very, very slowly. Melton's going to continue. Daddy Longlegs update. It's gone completely now, but it appears to have left one of its legs behind, which is a little unfortunate.
Oops.
There's a definite Daddy Longlegs leg there on the outside of the window.
There were 2 in front of me earlier on. Getting a little bit cosy.
No, this one's played off the back foot out to the point boundary, really. Fielded by Matt Critchley, who's out there. Another single to Billings.
Is that your man? He's moved away to the right.
Yeah, well, I'd be lying if I said I knew it was definitely him. The one there's got a full complement of legs.
Okay.
I think that leg might have been there previously, but
I mean, it's a Slightly precarious height for a daddy long legs to be situated.
Well, they've got wings,
Okay, so they, yeah, I guess
so if they fall off, they're going to start flying, couldn't they?
they're very small wings for.
They are small wings, I'll give you that. He tries a short delivery, does Dustin Melton, and he's just basically guided down to third man by Jack Leaning for a boundary. Nice shot. All that effort from the bowler, and the batsman basically used the pace of the ball, guided it down to third man and moves on to 46, 199 for 3 now. Good shot.
Yeah, it was cleverly played, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's only one slip in place. We've got a third man now. Harry Kame's come across to field at point. There's a man out on the cover boundary.
It means we get a close-up of the... Oh no, it's deploy in front of us. I was thinking we were going to get a close-up of Harry Kame's big sweater.
No, well, he's as close as he has been, I think.
Yeah.
It is enormous. His next delivery is guided just to the left of Kame, and around the boundary goes Leas deploy. The batsman come back for 2, and there is the 200 up for Kent. 201 for 3 as Leaning moves on to 48. 200 coming up in the 58th over.
I reckon you could fit 2 Harry Kames in that jumper.
I think we've only spoken to Harry once. That was at Chesterfield after they unfortunately lost a T20 match, which was shortened to 5 overs a side. Very pleasant young man, but I forgot to ask him about his sweater. Didn't seem important, really, as that one's outside the off stump when you've just been thrashed by Yorkshire.
Yeah, Harry, you've been heavily beaten today. But your sweater,
Why do you wear
what size
an
is it exactly? Is it XL, double XL?
Who have you borrowed it from?
Well, yeah, who have you borrowed it from, and why have they printed your name on it? Was there some sort of an error
I think there
in the
was.
printing, shot behind the scenes, and what have you decided to continue with it?
Well, Dan Wheeldon, there's this next delivery from Melton, almost cuts Leaning in half. Must have cut back a long way. Good delivery from Dustin Melton, but no reward, and Leaning remains 48 not out. I bumped into Dan Wheeldon, he's the cricket manager. I think that's his title here at Derbyshire. He's currently playing for San Diego down in that National Cup final. He was scrabbling about for some kit for Ed Moulton last week, because they're changing kit supplier, and I think they're basically running it down, which makes sense. So I just wonder if Harry Kame, when he said, "Can I have a sleeveless sweater?" They said, "Well, the only size we've got is this."
Yeah.
And he's gone, "That'll do." Melton bowls. That one is played into the ground out towards the point boundary. Critchley does the fielding. Leaning picks up a single to move to 49. Andy pinches the strike, which means he'll get his half century from the next over. Kent at 202 for 3. Billings on 20.
I think we should create a list of alternative uses for Harry Kame's jumper. So we've got nightshirt,
Netball dress.
netball dress,
Yeah.
beach towel. I reckon it's big enough.
Well, could you not cover a caravan with that when in the middle of winter, when you're not using your caravan? They quite often put these big things so that I can
car or
tarpaulin.
whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be too big to be a goalpost if you were playing a bit of football in the park.
You could comfortably go on a camping holiday with it, though, couldn't you?
You could use it to cover over the barbecue, couldn't you? So H and bowls. Jack Leaning defends up towards mid-on, eager for a single that would take him to a half century, which would be number 7 of the season. He's got scores of 79. Got two ducks, by the way, at Yorkshire, at his old stomping ground.
Yeah.
63 and 127 not out at Hove. And then 53 against Lancashire, 75 not out against Leicestershire, 97 last week. There's this one go outside the off stump. So apart from that brief blip where he got 3 ducks in 3 ducks in the space of 2 matches, because he got 12 and 0 against Lancashire in the home game. Actually, sorry, the 0 and 0 was at Canterbury. He made 47 at Headingley. And he really did, that day, block it again. He was trying to play himself into some sort of form. He was just like, if I stay here long enough, I'll play myself into nick. It's left alone outside the off stump. But yeah, considering the trot that he had at 1.0012, 028, he's then gone on and got some very nice numbers. Some good scores on the board in this format. And T20 as well. He's got 3 half centuries.
Oh, he's been a good player, though, hasn't he?
Oh, yeah, it's been a great acquisition.
From York,
Mm-hmm.
so from that area of Yorkshire.
Off the inside edge into the thigh pad. He was looking to just drop that away for that single that I was mentioning. Yeah, although he was born in Bristol, he is a Yorkshire lad, really.
How does that work?
I think he was born in Bristol because Dad was playing football there at the time. So his dad's a
goalkeeper, Andy Linning.
Yeah.
Yes, he was a York City goalkeeper, wasn't he?
So yeah, so I think he was playing for one of the Bristol clubs at the point in time when he was born.
Right. Okay.
Hence why he was born there, playing defensively into the offside.
Oh no, I feel old. I'd forgotten about that.
So,
Yeah,
I think Dad's now a goalkeeping coach.
Yes, I think you're absolutely right. I remember him playing. I remember him being a young goalkeeper. David McCardle says windbreak. We've missed out there for the Harry Kane sweater.
That's a good shout.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? I would keep a lot of wind out.
Yeah, I like that. Any other suggestions? Very welcome on
anything.
Fletch Sport, Penwatt Sport,
Help me out,
Twitter, kentcricket@gmail.com. FletchCricket@gmail.com. That's very wide outside the off stump, left alone.
You've got a terrific memory. How do you remember things like that?
I think luckily they're all pretty similar, so it's.
Well, I'm going to see some spin from Matt Critchley.
About time.
Yeah.
I've been calling for this for a while.
5 overs to go until tea, so we'll get 3, you would have thought, from the City end. I think he bowled both of his previous overs from the racecourse end, one before lunch and one after. So see how he goes from the City end now, with leaning on 49. He'll be at the non-strikers end though, so it'll be Matt Critchley against Sam Billings. Where was Billings in the 100?
Oval Invincibles, he was the captain.
Oh, was he? So he'll come up against potentially against Matt Critchley from the Welsh Fire. He's deployed the other Derbyshire player playing today who was involved in the 100. He was at the Welsh Fire as well. A little part of Derbyshire in South Wales. Lewis Rees was down at the London Spirit, but he doesn't like to talk about it. Here's Matt Critchley from the City end bowling to Billings, who just strokes this out into the offside, where it's fielded by Anuj Dahl.
Yeah, tough life as a Middlesex player.
Yeah, it wasn't great though, was it? Wasn't great. Only saw one of his innings, and he lasted one delivery. This next one is played away off the back foot out to Harry Kane on the point boundary for a single, which brings Jack leaning back on to strike.
Yeah, pretty much the sort of first choice Kent 11 in T20 cricket were all involved in one capacity or another. A couple were on the bench, so to speak. But
Derbyshire lost 3. Not a single one at the Trent Rockets, the local team. Madness. Not a lot of love for the Trent Rockets from Derbyshire supporters.
Well,
no, not a lot of love for the 100 in fact,
yeah.
But here we go. It's Critchley bowls to leaning. I'll shut up about the 100 now.
I mean, I guess the only positive is that Nottinghamshire are not planning to nick anyone anytime soon then, if they're not signing them for the Trent Rockets.
Not yet. They might be doing it secretly. Critchley bowls, leaning, pushes it out into the offside. Billings sets off, desperate for his teammate to get to a half century, but the ball had gone straight to Sam Connors. Single wasn't an option there. He waits on 49. And goes back and wristily pulls this into the leg side, and he will get to his half century. with a couple of runs, they move on to 51. Nicely played. Jack leaning 8-4s in his 50. And I would say 107 balls. Third half century of this Kent innings so far. As leaning joins Zach Crawley and Daniel Bell Drummond, and he defends the next delivery from Matt Critchley back towards the bowler. 3 runs from the over, including the 2 that got leading to his half century. He's on 51. Billings is on 21. 205 for 3 after 60 overs. The partnership is already worth 63 of 112 deliveries. A round of applause from the Derbyshire crowd for Leaning's half century, and a cry of "come on, Biggin" for Ben Aitchison, who's going to continue from the racecourse end. One for 63 from 16 overs is a lot for Ben Aitchison.
He's bowling to Sam Billings, who is clipping him away gloriously into the leg side, and he's going to get 4 runs as a fielder there, but he can't stop it from going to the boundary. Really nicely timed, little flick the wrists from Billings.
And Aitchison sort of looked out to Matt Critchley as though he was saying, well, can you not get to that? Well, the answer clearly was no, because it was hit very hard. And even if he put the dive in, he wouldn't have stopped it. Too many boundaries, really, in the innings as a whole, haven't there? From a Derbyshire perspective.
Yeah, it has been too expensive. He's not really seemed to enjoy bowling from this end particularly, as Billings defends into the covers. His best spell was definitely his opening spell, coming from the city end of the ground. Aitchison has struggled a bit to find a rhythm. We've seen Connors bowling from this end. Both have kind of bowled a bit too full.
Yeah, well,
a bit too straight at times.
Connors has conceded 10 boundaries, and that's the 10th boundary that Aitchison has conceded.
Here he comes again, bowling to Sam Billings. Defended back down the pitch. I know you're off to Brighton soon, Dave, but the Brighton Marathon tweeting earlier on they would like to apologise to their marathon participants. The course today measured 568 metres, too long.
Too long?
Too long.
Blimey.
I mean, short would have been worse, but too long.
So you'd still get your time, I imagine,
yeah.
for this one.
Okay, yeah, so
oh dear.
At least you're not walking away thinking, I've not run a marathon.
Yes.
Because they measured it short.
Ooh.
Down the ground from Billings, over the head and over the outstretched hand of the bowler as he chips him down the ground for a second boundary in the over. This is more like Billings once he gets into a rhythm, or at least he sometimes see it early on in innings to kind of get him going, trying to be a bit more aggressive and hitting boundaries. Moves to 29. But yeah, if you were looking to run a sort of personal best time,
yeah, he'd be disappointed,
done
wouldn't
an extra couple of, well, lap and a half of an athletics track more than you needed to. Pulled away by Billings. There's a man out in the deep who will be able to stop this Critchley this time. But again, it was forcefully hit and well timed. Short ball on this occasion. Billings goes to 30 with that ball stroke. 214 for 3. Certainly helping this partnership keep moving on, as you were suggesting, Dave.
I'm going to do an update at the end of this song I've just been asked, so that's... You can't hear the song, of course.
Can't, no.
No, which isn't much use to you, is it?
Short ball.
Oh.
Is that a glove from leaning through to the keeper? Derbyshire celebrate. They're almost like they're trying to convince themselves.
Yes, I think so. I think so.
Umpire says no. End of the over. 214 for 3.
Yes, I think they were more in hope than expectation there. That appeal for a catch of Jack Leaning's gloves. Well, clearly it didn't touch his gloves, but according to the umpire, Leas Deploy is warming up and going through his bowling action again. We didn't see him at all in the game against Leicestershire. But it's going to be Matt Critchley. Perhaps we'll see one Leas Deploy over from the racecourse end as Critchley is in, and that one is driven but not timed straight back to him. He just steps inside of, yeah, we're going to see Leas Deploy. There's a word with Anuj Dal, nods his head. In comes Critchley and bowls. That one's dropped a little bit short, and he's got away with one there as Billings fails to really take advantage. Tosses himself a catch. Stretching out the thigh muscles now is Deploy. This next delivery from Critchley is pushed up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Dustin Melton. And there's no run. Critchley's in again, bowls. That one is a decent delivery this time, and it's pushed out into the offside round from the back of the stumps. Caught behind the stumps comes Guest to do the fielding. Next delivery goes back into his crease, and then Billings stands his ground and Guest can't get to it. Might have been a top edge. Well, Kent had moved on to 214 for 3.5 century for Jack Leaning. He's 50 coming up from 107 balls with 8 fours. He's out there with Sam Billings. He's on 30, and together they've put on 72 so far for the 4th wicket. We've already seen a century stand today between Zach Crawley, who made 53, and Daniel Bell Drummond, who made 69. That was for the 2nd wicket. But Derbyshire, well, they could do with some wickets here, do with some more wickets. Only 3 in the course of the day's play so far. 2 overs to go until tea. We're going to see Leas Deploy's left arm spin. That's very rarely seen. Kent 214 for 3. So the lesser spotted left arm spin of Leas Deploy from the racecourse, and he's going to keep the elbow guards on. He's just measured out his run up. He doesn't need to do too much because it's about 4 paces up to the stumps around the wicket. Watch him turn them square here now. He's bowling to Jack Leaning, who just remarks his guard. He's on 51 from 109 balls. Aitchison Deploy is in. It's down the leg side. It's missed by Guest, and it goes all the way to the boundary at the far end for 4 byes. Not the way Guest would have wanted it to have started, or Deploy, in fact. Disappointing first ball, or the outcome certainly, from Leas Deploy. Short sleeve Derbyshire top on with the elbow guards. This next delivery is turned down towards long leg. In trots Matt Critchley to do the fielding. 215 for 3 now. No, 219 for 3. The 4 byes haven't gone on yet. They will do eventually. They've gone on, but the single hasn't. Leaning moves on to 52. Billings just crouches down, flexes his legs. Has a look at the field. And he's ready now as Deploy is in and bowls. And that one is played off the back foot out into the onside, where it's stopped by Dustin Melton, not fielded cleanly. Polishes the ball. This is the 62 over old ball. He's in again. It's the South African. Full toss that's driven away out towards a wide long off. They're going to go through for a single, and they decline the second as Billy Godwin sends in a very, very good throw over the stumps. And Dahl was the man diving to his right who couldn't stop the ball. 220 for 3. Let's see what Leicestershire closed on last week. As in comes Deploy again. That's a full toss that's almost waist high. Leicestershire were 282 for 3 at the close of play. Make a note of that. So that shows you how much quicker Kent's batsmen have been scoring this afternoon as Deploy is in around the wicket. Bowls, that's turned into the leg side by Billings, who moves on to 32. Fielded by Critchley, who trots in with the ball in his right hand. End of the over. 222 for 3 with 1 over to go until tea, which is around about bob on time had we started at 11 o'clock. Sadly, we started at 10:30.
Yeah, sadly we're sadly it's tracked.
I just checked there because I didn't think they'd scored particularly quickly. Leicestershire last week at the close of day 1 were 282 for 3. And at the moment, Kent are only 60 runs shy of that, so it could be an even more chastening day for the Derbyshire bowlers as Critchley bowls, and it's driven very pleasantly up towards long off. Billy Godleman's out there in the far distance. Down in the long barrier to field the ball. 223 for 3. Billings moves on to 33. There are plenty of runs out there for these Kent batsmen should they want them. I'm sure they do. Leaning weights, Critchley bowls. It's pushed out to Lewis Deploy, whose solitary over of left arm spin I fear we may have seen for the match. We didn't see him at all in the game against Leicestershire, which was slightly baffling. Critchley throws himself a catch, and this one is pushed away by leaning out towards backward point. Around comes Harry Kane to do the fielding. Leaning moves to 54, 224 for 3. The one advantage of there being no sun is that you can see the scoreboard, because when the sun is shining it's very difficult to read the scoreboard. My eyes are improving for some reason. This next one is trapped in between bat and pad.
It's like suit you.
By Billing. Yeah, this is much better. Much better. 224 for 3. Couple of balls left, might be one. Not been counting. Next one is driven, but straight to Billy Godleman by Sam Billings, who returns the ball to Brooke Guest. This next delivery will be the last. No, it won't. I think there might still be 2 left. I've no idea, really. As Critchley is in, it drags this one down. I haven't. That was the last. There we go. Because Sam Billings has played it. The ball hasn't even come to a stop before Brooke Guest picks it up, and Sam Billings is halfway back to the pavilion. 224 for 3 at tea then. Jack Leaning is on 54. Sam Billings is on 33. The 2 men out in the afternoon. Zach Crawley for 53. Daniel Bell Drummond for 69. They added 103 for the second wicket. These two have currently added 82 so far for the 4th wicket. And Derbyshire, who last week conceded 282 for 3 on the opening day of the game against Leicestershire, well, currently Kent are 224 for 3 and heading for a bigger close of play score than Leicestershire's last week. We'll be back with the evening session in around about 15 minutes time. from Leas Deploy, who I'm looking out there. He appears to have removed his elbow protectors. He has. He's just got the short-sleeved Derbyshire shirt on. I wonder if he's going to carry on bowling. But from the City end, we'll find out in due course, I've no doubt. Dahl, though, just going through that remarkable thing that he does, bowling high into the air. As Arj Dahl is announced as the new bowler. So it's going to be Jack leaning on strike as Dahl comes in to bowl from the racecourse end, and it's defended back to him. And there is no run. Scores in the other games in the third division. Sussex are 251 for 2 now. Decent. And Middlesex have been dismissed for 144, and inside 10 overs of their reply at Lords, Worcestershire are 34 for 4. So trailing by 110. Wickets falling aplenty at Lords as Dahl bowls, and off the back foot it's pushed into the offside. Leaning sets off for a single. Sam Billings didn't move anywhere, so we got halfway down the track, turned around and went back. Dot ball. In Division 2, Northamptonshire bowled out for 183 by Durham at Northampton. Durham 21 for 2 in reply. Essex are 225 for 2 against Surrey at the Oval, and Glamorgan 192 for 6 against Gloucestershire at Sophia Gardens as Dahl is in again, and that one's turned into the leg side, and there is a single there this time. They're underway in the evening session. Kent 225 for 3. Jack Leaning moves on to 55, and in the first division, Warwickshire dismissed for 155 at Headingley by Yorkshire, who are 55 for 3 in reply. Hampshire 175 for 6 at tea against Nottinghamshire at Southampton, and Lancashire 288 for 7 against Somerset at Taunton. You are bang up to date. Here 225 for 3. Sam Billings on 33 on strike now. The England wicketkeeper batsman who pushes this one out into the offside. And there is no run. Just the one slip now. This ball is 64 overs. So 16 overs until the new ball can be taken. And then 16 overs after that. Left in the day's play. Dahl bowls. Billings drives it up to Sam Connors. He's fielding at mid-on. Update coming up fairly shortly on BBC Radio Derby as Billings turns this ball into the leg side for a single. Oh, crashing the Formula One, everybody. Very exciting. End of the over, 1 ball, 1 over since tea. Matt Critchley's going to continue from the City end.
From the City end, Matt Critchley.
6 bowlers used, 3 have taken wickets. 226 for 3. Wayne Madsen in at slip. early stages of the evening session here, Simon. In fact, just the start of the second over. Kent have moved on to 226 for 3, having been 224 for 3 at tee. Jack Leaning has 55 now. Sam Billings has 34. Just 3 wickets have fallen in the day to Ben Aitchison, Dustin Melton and Anuj Dal, who has bowled really nicely. 13 overs, 1 for 22. Head and shoulders the best of the Derbyshire bowlers. Singles just been taken. It means that Billings moves on to 35 and Kent are 228 for 3 with 31 overs to go in the day. Noisy motorbike. It's getting brighter out there, though, which is good news. This one's driven out towards the cover boundary where Harry Kane does the fielding. Another single taken. Leading moves to 56 now. 228 for 3. Billings on 35, waits and very watchfully plays it out into the offside. Picked up by Leas Deploy. And there's no run. Member of the Derbyshire backroom staff on the balcony at the top of the Elite Performance Centre as Billings takes a step down the track, drives it up towards Dustin Melton at mid-on, and he holds on to the ball as the single is comfortably completed. 229 for 3. There's Deploy, replaces the cap on his head, glasses on the back of it. Critchley bowls, pushed out into the offside. Dahl does the fielding. It's the end of the over. 2 runs from it. 229 for 3. 2 overs gone since tea. 30 to go in the day. Leaning has 56. Billings has 36. They've added 87, these two now so far, for the 4th wicket. And Dahl gets a bit of extra support from the Derbyshire supporters. Down to our right, there's a terrific photograph that's been tweeted by Derbyshire of the past players who've all been here enjoying lunch today. I'd urge you to go and have a look at that. Some familiar faces, some not so familiar faces. Could be a good little quiz, that. Who are these players? You'll recognise more than you don't, I'm sure, as Anuj Dal is in and bowls. That's driven quite a long way away from his body by Sam Billings. Fielded by Billy Godolphin, who looks suspiciously at the ball. It's already been changed twice, if not 3 times now. Once because it got wet. It's only been changed. It's been changed 3 times. And each subsequent ball has done as little as the previous. As in comes Dahl again and bowls. That's a leading edge off Billings' bat. It must be the pace that Dahl is bowling, unless he's just getting it to nibble a little bit. But he's now got Zach Crawley to play the ball with a leading edge a couple of times earlier on today, and now Sam Billings has played one with a leading edge. So another one in the moral victory column for Anuj Dahl. 1 for 22 so far into his 14th over of the day. Sets off and bowls, and that one is pushed out square on the offside. Fielded by Leas Deploy, who throws with his right hand to try and throw me off the scent. I spotted him straight away. He's also removed his elbow protectors, so he looks like a completely different cricketer out there now. He did bowl in them. He bowled the final over before tea from the racecourse end. Dahl is in once again. Billings just goes back into his crease, pushes it out into the onside where Aitchison does the fielding. Melton down at long leg. Harry came out on the mid-wicket boundary. There's a 3rd man, that's Matt Critchley. Nobody else on the boundary though, and it looks and feels slightly more attacking at the moment, even though there is a ring of 3 on the offside and 2 on the on. As Dahl is in and bowls, and Billings dabs it down into the ground. Deploy does the fielding. No run. And there's Dahl on the verge of his 5th maiden. The 14th over that he's sent down today. And he's quite clearly head and shoulders the pick of the bowlers so far. That's not to say I'm not going to enjoy speaking to Dustin Melton at the close of play, incidentally. Here is Dahl. Can he close out a maiden? Oh, he strikes the pad of Sam Billings as he tries to turn it into the leg side, and he does close out a maiden over. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 22 for Anuj Dahl. Well bowled, sir. 229 for 3 it remains, leaning on 56, Billings on 36. And Matt Critchley now has a conversation. The over rate's gone from -2 to -1, no idea how. We've only had a couple of overs of spin, really. But Critchley's going to continue, and the new ball is 13 overs away. I really want to rattle through these, I suppose, and then get your strike bowlers on and watch the ball race to the boundary.
Critchley then from the city end of the ground.
I don't know what that whistle is.
I was wondering what that.
Yeah, I think it's outside.
Yeah, I think it is.
I think it's outside.
Take my headphones off and can't hear it, so yeah, it must be. That one defended away by Leading. Leg spinner bowls again, he clips him to mid-wicket.
It's slightly irritating though, isn't it?
It is somewhat.
It sounds like an alarm.
229 for 3. Driven away by Jack Leading gloriously. Beats the short cover fielder. There was a wide mid-off as well. Goes all the way to the rope. Jack Leading on a trot of having not played in the Sussex game. This is the 4th game in a row where he's scored a half-century at least. The county championship this season, 53 not out against Lancashire, 75 not out against Leicestershire, 97 last week, and he's just almost repeated the trick, but a good stop by mid-off, diving to his left. The big lad.
Yeah, no, I think that's Melton on that side.
Melton?
I think Aitchison's on the other side. Yeah, it's Melton.
Melton.
I'm just
They're both
concerned
big
that.
lads.
Yeah, they are absolutely big units. But Melton, just a couple of times, he's felt various parts of his body, his shoulder and his stomach.
Critchley, the leg spinner bowls to Billings, pushes his way out towards extra cover. Any Derbyshire supporters, listeners, local residents that have any eating suggestions for me tonight, feel free to pass them on.
Oh, excellent, yeah.
Down the pitch comes Billings, drives, has to go back after it's hurled in by Critchley to the keeper. End of the over, 2, 3, 4 for 3. I felt like the last time I was here, how far's Matlock?
Not far.
Like
Far enough, but not far.
I feel like I might have drove to Matlock and
Yeah.
got a curry.
From Derby. Or from Chesterfield. It's closer to Chesterfield.
Maybe
I think.
that's what it was. It must have been from Chesterfield. Yeah, that'll be it.
Yeah, I think when I know Martin Emerson has stayed in Matlock or Matlock Bath.
It's a nice little place.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that must have been it when we were at Chesterfield and didn't see any cricket. It must have been one of those evenings. I remember.
I generally get caught out by people who say, "And where is?" Well, you see, I'm not entirely local as Anuj Dahl begins a new over from the racecourse, and that one keeps low outside the off stump.
I have that problem when everyone comes to Canterbury and they go, "Oh yeah, I'm staying in this hotel. Any recommendations?" And I turn around and go, "Well, I don't live around here. I only ever come to the cricket ground when I go to Canterbury." So
it's a half-hour drive, Matlock, from here, 21 miles away.
So yeah, any kind of food eating places or whatever. I've no idea, mate.
I'm sure there are some in Derby, but again, you might be asking the wrong person. As Dahl goes in and bowls to Leading, who defends this one out into the offside. Tom Wood, who I've mentioned for a while, does the fielding.
At Ben Watt Sport on Twitter, if you just want to. I think my DMs are open if you just want to hit me up with any eating suggestions.
I'm just going to say that if you start asking people to hit you up with things, I'm not entirely sure they'll understand what you're talking about. Sandy Acre Town are struggling a bit. 97 for 6 after 26 overs in reply to Bath. Bath's at 220 for 8 in the National Cup final as this next delivery is played off the back foot out into the offside. There's a shy at the stumps from Tom Wood that misses. They're going to come back for an overthrow. Well, they have a discussion about it. The ball is eventually thrown back in by Dustin Melton, and they do get an overthrow. And Anuj Dal, this stands in the middle of the pitch with his hands on his hips. He's very unimpressed by the whole episode there.
Yes, no, yes, no.
And he's conceded 2 runs, 238 for 3.
Leaning hesitated at least twice before eventually coming back. There was clearly an extra run there.
236 for 3. How did they get that on the scoreboard that quickly when they can't normally get a single on it within 5 minutes of it being taken? It's 236 for 3, not 238, leaning onto 63 as Dahl is in again and balls to Linney, who's beaten outside the off stump. I think he's been he has clearly been by far Derbyshire's best bowler. Anuj Dahl from Staffordshire.
Not Newcastle.
Not Newcastle. And that's nailed on, guaranteed. Just holding his stomach a bit, and he did go off against, I think it was against Leicestershire. Before lunch on day 1, holding his stomach, but he seems all right. He's in the bowls. That one is off and edged along the ground, though, down to third man by Jack Leaning, who moves on to 64, 237 for 3. You're not going to catch me out twice in quick succession scoreboard. As I said, at the end of day 1, in the last match, Leicestershire had reached 282 for 3. You'd expect Kent to far exceed that one. As Dahl goes in and balls to Billings, and it's a terrific caught and bowl. Hits straight back to him, takes it at the end of his follow-through, tosses the ball away and takes the congratulations of his teammates. Excellent work from Anuj Dahl, by far Derbyshire's best bowler. And Sam Billings goes for 36. It's 237 for 4.
Seriously smart take that from Dahl.
He hit it, didn't he?
Yeah, he was looking to drive him over the top like he did to Aitchison, I think it was, Billings. And he hit a couple of boundaries in the over, and one of them was straight back over the bowler's head, and looked like it was going to be a deliberate stroke.
Well, Anuj Dahl,
reflexes there.
he's a terrific cricketer.
You said about him being a good fielder.
Yeah, well, he's been messed about so much over the course of his Derbyshire career. Now, said to me at Lord's, which was the first game following the departure, really, of Finn Hudson-Prentice, the all-rounder in the side, that he now knows his role. He is the all-rounder in the team. He knows he's going to bowl. He knows he has to bat properly. He's a terrific fielder anyway. It was the end of the over, incidentally, 237 for 4. And it's showing. He's now got 6 wickets in the last 3 matches. Didn't take a wicket against Leicestershire, but bowled okay. He doesn't go for many runs. Got his maiden first-class century last Tuesday in that big stand with Brooke Guest. And
2 big wickets today.
I think he's a terrific cricketer. Always have, but a lot of people question him, and I always find that a bit disappointing. Yeah, two big wickets. Daniel Bell Drummond and Sam Billings. There's Ollie Robinson out there. The batsman didn't quite have time to cross.
No. Jatlini defending this one from Critchley. It was a really smart take as well. Plopped back in his direction by Billings. Just hands shooting up, fingers pointing towards the sky. Never in doubt, stuck. Often they do at that kind of pace as this one's driven. Nice loopy leg spinner from Critchley, driven by Leaning up towards mid-off. Often you do see that. Sometimes when someone has less time to think about it, instinct, stick your hands up, boom, ball sticks in the hands.
I've got 2 suggestions for you, because you missed your Twitter handle, David McCardle.
Pushed away out towards extra cover by the new man, Ollie Robinson.
He's saying Turtle Bay and Palm Island in Derby are both good.
Turtle Bay and Palm Island.
Do you want a piece of paper?
I'll write these down somewhere, yeah. I'm feeling lazy, so it might be whichever one does.
Whichever one you get to first.
Thank you. Ollie Robinson getting a full toss there. They just drove out towards.
I think other takeaways are available.
The covers. Oh, is that a drop behind the stumps? Ollie Robinson going for a little drive. Keeper up behind him, guessed, and Critchley was off to point. He was off celebrating. And then has kicked out of the turf when he's seen that the keeper's spilt the chance.
Here's the replay. Let's have a look. Critchley bowls. Oh, yes, he's dropped it. He's dropped it, hasn't he?
He's wheeling away again as he beats the bat. The leg spinner in the game. Ollie Robinson looking a bit uncertain. I was going to say about how Ollie Robinson's been kind of mucked around a bit by Kent in this format. He's batted at 5 and 6, and he's opened the batting, and he's batted 3 in T20. He's batted everywhere, Ollie Robinson. I say mucked about. He's a versatile cricketer. He can pretty much bat wherever, and he's a very cool, calm customer. But you know, when someone's got 50 in the last game, a couple of 80s and a ton this season in this format, T20 as well. He's got a couple of 40s and didn't quite get going in the One-Day Cup, but he's a very good cricketer and almost removed without scoring. That should have been.
Should have been, I think, yeah. Leaning weights, that one is defended back to him by, defended back to Dahl by the batsman. 3 drops.
How much was the partnership worth, by the way, for Leaning and Billings in the end? I think it was 95.
Yeah,
cool. Thank you very much.
I think. My maths isn't great. Get the calculator.
I didn't know. I did think it was. That was my first instinct. Yeah, 5. And I briefly looked at it.
Changing the field here is delaying proceedings temporarily. Dahl is on his way in now. Bowls to Jack Leaning, who rather reaches for that one. Having taken half a step into the leg side, he picks up a single. Goes to 66, 239 for 4. So not quite the century stand, but we have seen a century stand and a stand of 95 today for Kent. I'm sure my listeners are interested. North East Manchester Hawks kick off the English Handball Premier League campaign with an easy victory today. No idea what the score is because my son is a man of very few words. All I've got is a message that says 1 easy. As Dahl is in again, bowls. This one is pushed into the offside by Robinson, fielded by Lewis Deploy. Nottingham Handball Club were playing home games in Derby a couple of years ago before lockdown. They were playing at the arena. I think they've moved back to Nottingham now. Very much a sport on the decline, it appears to me, as in goes Dahl and bowls. That one is off an edge as he plays a defensive shot there, Robinson. It's enough to get him off the mark, though, as the ball goes down to third man. 240 for 4. Run rate round about the 3.5 area. He's still rubbing his the left side of his abdomen. Xano's Dahl, which is a bit of a worry.
What were the names of those 2 restaurants again? I've forgotten the second one.
Turtle Bay and Palm Island.
They both sound very exotic.
They do, don't they? They may even be made up, as this one is pushed out into the offside. I'm sure you haven't made them up, David. But
are you sure they're not certain type of
well, they could
gentlemen's
be.
clubs?
They could be. Yeah, I'm sure they exist in Derby. Which one are you looking up?
I'll do the second one.
Palm Island is a Caribbean restaurant and takeaway.
Okay, that's fine.
London Road. So it's definitely a restaurant.
I think the other one is too.
Yeah, there you go. This next delivery from Dahl is pushed out. Oh, into the offside. There's a misfield by Lewis Deploy. They get through for a single. And somebody whose fielding standards are so high looks disappointed yet again. Xano's Dahl at conceding a run from the final delivery of the over. 2-4-1 for 470 1 overs have now been bowled. No, it's 240. It's already gone up.
I'm very glad that both of those suggestions were genuine. We probably should have looked it up in case.
We should have looked at it before I mentioned it out loud, shouldn't I, really? Yeah. Yeah. Bottomless brunch at the Turtle Bay. And happy hour, you're in there. Sorted. Absolutely sorted.
Happy days. Keep your suggestions coming in, though. Other places are available for me to eat tonight.
I'm told that the club is down the road from Palm Island, if you fancy it. It's the next delivery from Matt Critchley's.
Oh, I did spot it on the maps, but I didn't want to say.
Pushed out into the offside by Jack Leading for a single move to... Oh, it was Robinson. No, it wasn't. It was Jack Leading. He moves on to 68, 242. 4-4.
It's all right, I've got a date with Match of the Day tonight. Catching up after I missed it yesterday.
You're going to do that. Oh, good delivery from Critchley, and there's a stumping, and he's given. He's given. You can't quite believe it, Robinson. He looks down to see where his feet are, and you have to say they seemed very close, if not over the line, by the end of it. But the umpire says you're on your way. Matt Critchley has his first wicket of the match. 242 for 5 now, and it's looking a little healthier from a Derbyshire perspective. As Ollie Robinson goes, that one turned quite a long way looking at the replay. That's a slight concern as well. As he pitches it, it turns past the edge of the bat, and Guest removes the bails. Thank you very much indeed. You can't really tell from the angles that we've got whether he had his foot down or not. He did go a long way forward, turns around, looks at the umpire and can't believe it. But Ollie Robinson has to go. He made one. And
The drop didn't cost them then.
No. He didn't spend too much time out in the middle either. Poor Ollie Robinson, just 7 deliveries for his 1. And Derbyshire, with Brooke Guest whipping off the bails, are in a far better position now than they were a little earlier. They're clawing it back, but they're still a long way behind at 242 for 5. They could do with a couple more by the close. The umpires just looked up. What did they announce there? I thought the umpire was going to. He's get on the radio. Perhaps he wasn't stumped. It looked like a stumping to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. Unless there was any kind of dissent that he's reporting. I don't know. Robinson gave him a bit of a hard stare, but...
He did. He was disappointed, I think. See if there's a further announcement. But he was given out by the square leg umpire.
Yeah.
He doesn't normally give caught behinds, in fairness. Is this Grant Stewart?
It is, yeah.
He was part of that big stand, wasn't he, with Matt Henry? I think.
Yeah, correct. I don't remember.
The one that we don't remember.
Yeah, I remembered the Crawley knock, but I didn't remember Henry or Stewart cashing in big at the end of the innings.
He's waiting now as Critchley comes in and bowls to him. He turns it into the leg side. Critchley goes ooh and ah.
I like this at the moment from Critchley. He's putting the Kent batsman under pressure. A bit of theatre out there as well.
Right, I was just announcing the next batsman. He probably knows who he is anyway. Grant Stewart waits, and this one is a fuller length. Clipped into the leg side. Fielded there by Tom Wood. Update at the end of this song, which is I Got You Babe by Sonny and Cher. I just turned it up. Here's Critchley in bowls. That one is defended by Stewart back to the bowler. Things moving on here, which is no bad thing for the game as a whole. I'm sure that Kent would have liked to have seen, and many of the supporters would have liked to have seen Billings out there for a little longer. Pushed out behind square on the offside by Stewart, who's off the mark with a single to end the over. 243 for 5. Kent. And things looking far rosier now than they did at tea. 224 for 3 at tea, 242 for 5 now. Derbyshire's session so far. Early days, of course.
If you discount Robinson, Billings actually the slowest of the Kent batsmen on strike rate.
Yeah, 74 balls. It took him a long time, didn't he? And yet he played some fairly impressive shots.
Interesting from that sense that I don't think he looked out of nick or like he was struggling out there, but he just looked quite patient and was happy to bide his time to try and unfurl those strokes. Bell Drummond, the quickest scorer of the day with his 12 boundaries, strike rate at 72, and looked the best batsman out there. Leading could overtake him before the day is out. Dahl bowling, defended away by Stewart. Cannot be hoping that Leading does, to be honest. It'll be his job really to bat on and marshal the lower order.
Update for Radio Derby coming up. As Dahl turns, it's one of those songs that sort of stops and then starts again. Sorry, Ben, I've stitched you up there. This is pushed out into the onside. Good piece of fielding by Harry Kane, diving away to his left-hand side, clutching it in with his left hand. Hello, Simon. Yes, 2:43 for 5 now. It's been a good half hour or so for Derbyshire. They picked up a couple of wickets. The first one, Sam Billings, the England wicketkeeper batsman, was caught and bowled by Anuj Dahl. Terrific catch off his own bowling by Dahl. The ball was struck very hard back at him by Billings. He went for 36, having added 95 with Jack Leaning for the 4th wicket. Ollie Robinson was then dropped by Brooke Guest before he'd got off the mark, but was eventually stumped by Guest off the bowling of Matt Critchley for 1. So 2 quick wickets have just about got Derbyshire back into this game. They could do with a couple more in the next half hour to really put the pressure on Kent, who earlier today saw a century stand between Zach Crawley and Daniel Bell Drummond. But it's been a good half hour for the home side. Jack Leaning on 68. The new batsman is Grant Stewart. He's on 1, and Kent at 243 for 5. Next delivery was clipped to Ben Aitchison, who's gone in at quite a straight mid-wicket. There's a man out on the mid-wicket boundary as well. That's Harry Kane. As in goes Dahl again, bowls. That one is driven but not timed by Stewart up towards mid-off. Fielded by Billy Godman, Derbyshire skipper. 243 for 5 it remains. Quick check-in with San Diego Town, who were struggling last time I looked at 97 for 6 after 26 overs. They're now 124 for 7 after 31, so 9 overs left, and they still require a further 96 runs, so it rather looks as though they're going to fall short in their quest to win the National Club Championship final. Dahl is in again and bowls, and that one reaching for it. Stewart pushes it up to Billy Godwin. He has a shy at the stumps, and it hits the stumps. Stewart was well home, incidentally. So it's 244 for 244 for 5. No idea what just happened there. End of the over, I think. Was it the end of the over? Yes, it was the end of the over. 244 for 5. Leaning 68. Stewart 2. Stewart's pinched the strike, so he'll be facing Matt Critchley, who just had a conversation with Billy Godman, not for the first time today. Just the one slip. Interestingly now, Tom Wood is loosening up at square leg. Critchley bowls full delivery, punched back on the bounce towards Critchley, who fields with his left hand, just pats it down. Tosses himself a catch. He's in again. Stewart this time just guides it into the offside. The dark clouds are to the south, which is good news. Slightly brighter up above, although away to the east it doesn't look great as Critchley bowls a full delivery, trying to York Stewart. Doesn't quite work. Stewart keeps it out. He remains on 244 for 5. Critchley again. This one is cut away out towards the cover boundary for a single. 245 for 5. Critchley just called Dustin Melton up from long off to mid off. And he's in again. Balls. This one is driven straight to him. Prevents any runs from being scored. Polishes the ball pointlessly. It's 73 and overs and 3 balls old. This ball. Critchley, having taken the most recent wicket to fall, is in again and bowls to Stewart, who pushes it out into the offside once again. This time it's Dahl who comes in to do the fielding. It's the end of the over. 245 for 5. 74 overs have now gone in the Kent first innings. Leading has 68. Stewart has 3. 5 wickets have fallen here in the 3rd division. 2 have fallen at Grace Road, where Sussex are 285 for 2 against Leicestershire. And 16 have fallen at Lords, where Worcestershire are 60 for 6 after 17 overs, in reply to Middlesex's 144 all out as they pioneer the 2-day championship match. Well, we said that about a number of games last week, and they seem to recover. I've got an email about food now as well.
Oh, yeah, nice.
Keith Wayne.
Dahl bowling to Grant Stewart. Textbook forward defensive stroke out towards mid-off.
You said he went to the Cosy Club last week while he was in Derby for the cricket. Good food. And a free pint of stout.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
All these places still sound like...
So that's the Cosy Club. He says, by the way, the Cosy Club is genuine and not a gentleman's club or anything like that.
They all sound like they won't be.
On a full report tomorrow.
Dahl bowls driven by Stewart up towards mid-off.
Well, you've got enough suggestions now to last you through to the end of the match.
Yeah, I have.
Yeah. I assume all of them give receipts.
That'll be the plan. Just one slip in play, despite this being the new man, Stewart at the crease. This ball is 74 overs old, so credit to Dahl and to Critchley for their efforts in getting wickets with this old ball.
I know this isn't great radio, but the Cosy Club looks really, really plush.
Oh, it does.
That might be beyond BBC expenses claims.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. That looks high class.
That chandelier is lovely.
Yeah. Watch out for Del Boy. 3, 2, 1.
Oh, back to the top of his mark. Bowling to Grant Stewart, stump to stump. Been so good today with his discipline. And rewarded for his efforts really with his figures, which are reflecting how tight he's bowled. 2 for 29 from this now his 18th over. Amazing stuff. And then Critchley's now got through 10 overs, 1 for 21. So those two by far and away the most economical of the Derbyshire bowlers, as this one's defended by Grant Stewart. It was one of those at the start. Well, about 10 minutes ago, I was thinking, oh, I can have a real nice, it could be, I can basically just go to the outside the dressing room later on and say, well, anyone that's got runs, come for a chat. The position that Kent were potentially going to be in at stumps, not looking quite as rosy as when they still were 3 down. This one's defended by Stewart. 2 quick wickets, Billings and Robinson. Just put a slightly different feel about the game.
I'm afraid it's very bad news now about Sandy Acre have lost an 8th wicket, 133 for 8 after 32, so they've got 8 overs to go. Their target's 221 down at Wormsley in the National Club Championship final. And it rather looks as though they're not going to make it 3 National Club Championship victories. Critchley tosses himself a catch, about to begin a new over from the city end. Back into his crease goes Leaning, pushes it out into the offside, picks up a single, gets down to the non-striker's end. He's on 69, 246, 4-5. I think they had quite high hopes, Sandy Acre. Of course they'll have had high hopes. Good victory over South Northumberland in the semi-final. Leamington in the quarter-final. Critchley's on his way in again. Bowls to Stewart, who rather reaches for that one outside the off stump. Manages to get some bat on it. Goes out to Leicester Ploy, fielding it in extra cover. There's no run, nor is there this time, as the next delivery is played out to more regulation cover, where Anuj Dahl is doing the fielding on the practice strip that Kent used this morning when they were warming up their bowlers, one at either side of the square. Stewart defends this one out into the offside. Squeezes on. What looked like being a fairly disappointing day's cricket still has the potential to get much better for Derbyshire as the ball is turned into the leg side. Billy Godalman does the fielding. Tom Wood is sent out to the backward square leg boundary, although he is still 15 yards in, and that one is flicked away down towards fine leg. He'll have a big effort to get to this one, will Tom Wood, and he will get there. That's good work. They come back for 2. Stewart moves on to 5. Leaning has 69, 248 for 5 now. At the end of the over, Leicester Ploy removes his cap. We're going to see some more left arm spin. Anuj Dahl's latest spell, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9. Overall, 18 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 29. And back to the left arm spin of South African Leicester Ploy. Always good to see a bit of his left arm spin. We don't see enough of it. In fact, he's only bowled. I was just checking it a few moments ago. Leicester Ploy has bowled this season 3 overs for 15 runs. So he's yet to take a wicket, perhaps unsurprisingly. He's the only one of the Derbyshire bowlers who've been used this season who hasn't taken a wicket. Can he do something about that? Matt Critchley has joined Ben Aitchison on 27 wickets for the season.
Deploy bowling to Leaning, pushed away out towards backward of point. Field very spread. Happy to say, go on then, take one. Left armour pings it in, just pushed away out towards cover. They go for a quick single to Dahl as well. Grant Stewart's run an extra pitch length. Such was the jeopardy he felt like he was in. So they're keeping the field out for Grant Stewart as well.
Yeah, giving a single to both batsmen. Interesting tactic.
Don't quite get this.
No. I think they're looking for him to swipe. They're looking for a swipe and a catch. Either out in the leg side boundary.
I mean, Leaning's not going to swipe.
You wouldn't have thought so.
He's just going to take one. And then Stewart's not going to swipe if you drill it in towards leg stump as he has there, the left armour. Going to have to properly float it up. Seems a slightly confused tactic at the moment. There is the slightly more lofted delivery. You got long off, long on, mid-wicket, long leg, and deep cover. This is like a T20 field. I don't really see this one's clipped away by Stewart out towards mid-wicket. I don't really see why.
Well, he just wants to bowl the next 4 overs with minimum damage, doesn't he, really, Billy Godwin, to get to the new ball, I think.
I can't see why Stewart's going to go for a big shot. Just running it up to long on here for a single. Maybe that is. Maybe it is just purely that thinking. Like we'll happily let them have a couple of singles.
Yeah.
As long as we protect boundaries, 250 for 5, the Kent score. As long as we protect boundaries, don't mind. Get through. New ball. I think his Critchley's look good with the, look threatening with this older ball. So you'd almost be tempted to keep attacking for a couple of overs while he looks likely.
Well, let him carry on bowling with the old ball and just have the new ball at this end. That's the future.
He could do that in a one-day game once.
Yeah.
Duff up one ball and keep one ball nice.
Critchley's in. That's turned into the leg side by Stewart, fielded by Godalming. Sort of phony war at the moment, though, isn't it? Three overs, 2 overs and 5 balls until the new ball, which is clearly going to be taken straight away. Critchley's in again. That one is defended of a fashion out into the offside. Deploy. Comes in to pick the ball up. Critchley tosses himself a catch, as he does before every delivery. Drops one short, and he's been hammered out to the boundary at mid-wicket for 6, I fancy, yeah. Umpire raises his arms, and Stewart, who've been going along fairly sedately, 6 off 30 balls, has now got 12 off 31. That came out of the blue, and it's into the car park.
See, there was me saying he's not going to play any big shots.
That was quite a big shot. But it was an entirely risk-free shot as well,
indeed.
in fairness, wasn't it? As long as he made connection with it. I mean, if he misses it, then he might have problems, but...
Yeah, no fielder out there. And
the camera trying to find the ball, the replay, has gone some distance into the car park. It's been inspected by the umpire now. It'd be like a rag anyway, I would have thought, by now.
the quick pan out was some good...
Yeah,
good work by whoever was operating the camera.
It went behind the green bin near the big gates. So it's gone quite a good job. Those people who are now walking past there weren't walking past there at the time. I don't think they'd been watching.
Incoming.
256 for 5. Critchley's in again, and that one is defended into the onside by Stewart. Straight to Billy Godalming on this occasion.
Would have been a big shout of 4.
Some shot, that.
Heads.
Next delivery is defended back towards the bowler by Stewart. First 6 of the innings, I think, isn't it?
Yeah.
Don't remember one. We all like a 6. Critchley in again. Stewart drives down the ground, but didn't really time it. Goes straight to Dustin Melton at deep mid-off. And it's the end of the over, so 2 to go until the new ball. 258 for 5 after 78 overs.
I feel like there was a stat.
No, 57 for 5.
I feel like there was a stat the other day which was about the most 6s hit in the county championship this season.
In one game?
No, I think overall, because I think
overall.
Darren Stevens was up there for overall. Let's see if I can try and find
The
it.
freak, as we like to call him.
Just
a remarkable man.
There's deploy bowls into the pads of Stewart. Callum Parkinson, left arm spinner for Leicestershire, on a pitch that Kent described as a bit sandy, a bit dusty, on day 1, I think it was. Deploy bowls. Stewart goes back and defends, and he was taking a few bowls at one end. Stevens was just getting down on the front foot, the big front dog, as people like to say, and just sweeping, bang, flat for 6, sweep again, 6, sweep 4. This one's driven out towards point. Just ridiculous.
He's a player, isn't he?
Not here this week. Rested along with Milnes and Denley. Head of T20 finals day next week. This one's lofted up.
Are you at T20 finals there next week?
Yeah.
Oh, I hadn't realised.
In Birmingham, yeah.
Well, you like Birmingham, don't you?
Yeah. Well, I tweeted one of my friends and he said, "Oh, you'll love Birmingham by next weekend if you win."
to drive. I think we drove to Hove immediately after finals day when Derbyshire were there.
In again, bowling. Umpire's flapping away at his face because then there's an insect or something. Leaning was trying to flick it away leg side and it's gone through to
the daddy long legs incident.
The keeper.
Oh, I think Leicester play ran into an insect there.
Has somebody trod on some sort of
a nest.
Flying ant's nest?
Yeah, might be flying ant day. They have a specific day, don't they, when they all set off?
Deploy firing it in. Left arm spinner, that's good rhythm. Pushed away Jack Leaning, end of the over, 1 to go until the new ball is available.
Which I'm fairly sure they're going to take straight away. I'd be staggered if they didn't. With deploy bowling at one end. Feels like it's warming up as well. I don't know what you think, but it just feels a bit warmer now than it did earlier on today. It feels like it could rain at any time. And if it started raining, it feels like it wouldn't really stop. But it's bright enough at the moment. We've played in far darker light, if you can have darker light, than this. Critchley's just sorting his field out and rather brilliantly. I love the way cricketers do that. Running across the pitch to get from one side of it to the other. A bit like the chicken. Critchley is in and bowls. That one is defended up towards Billy Godalming. Leicester ploy ran across and then leapt. But as he leapt, his foot landed right in the middle of the pitch. And then he carried on running. He might as well have just run straight across it, really. Critchley bowls, back into his crease goes Stewart and chops it away for a single out towards the cover boundary. Harry Kame does the fielding and sends the throw straight over the stumps.
I found the stat, Dave.
Excellent.
Stevens has hit 25 sixes in the county championship. No one else has hit more than 13.
Good grief.
I think he did get 15 in one game potentially. When he got that 190 against Glamorgan.
That's quite a lot.
Yeah, but that is a lot.
That's a lot. Yes, and now I remember him. I can't remember where we were, but somebody was alerting me to the Darren Stevens innings that was taking place as Critchley bowls, and that one is turned by Leaning into the leg side.
I think at one point there were 90,000 people watching the stream.
Yeah.
Which, when you think of it, say Wembley, basically Wembley packed out watching Darren Stevens, but virtually.
People are interested in the county championship. In comes Critchley again, bowls, and that's outside the off stop. It's a good leave by Leaning. Kept his foot firmly behind the line as well. Yeah, the most sixes hit by a Derbyshire player is 5 in the season. Matt Critchley. Ben Aitchison follows closely behind with 4. Wayne Manson has 3. As Critchley bowls, this one is driven out into the offside, fielded nicely by Leicester play, unfussily. Score remains 259 4-5. This could well be the last over with this ball. Last ball with this ball, last delivery. That was an inside edge onto the pad. Was the last delivery with the old ball, which is going to be tossed to Billy Godalming. It isn't going to be tossed to Billy Godalming. It's going to be tossed to Leicester ploy. They're going to have a hand sanitisation break. Surely they're going to take the new ball. Well, they're not. Leicester ploy is going to carry on bowling after they've had their hands sanitised. So presumably the thinking now is, with 16 overs left in the day's play and the board saying -1, they'll carry on for a couple of 3 overs at either end, and then just say, right, you've got 5 overs each to the opening bowlers, and then come back tomorrow with a new ball and have another dart.
Yes, I think that seems a sensible plan, actually. Get two bites with a new ball tonight and then tomorrow morning. Deploy bowling and Stewart driving it back towards him.
It blows my theory out of the water that they're just bowling for the new ball.
Well, yeah.
They're just bowling for time almost, aren't they now?
Yeah, bowling for a time that suits them to...
Yeah. Unless...
Bowling again, deploy, and back goes Stewart.
The umpires have said if you take the new ball, you're off. I don't think it's that dark,
No,
though,
I don't
is it?
think it is. No.
It doesn't feel that dark.
No.
I've not seen a light meter out either, so they haven't taken a reading as far as I'm aware yet.
Unless there's some sort of a tactic against Stewart to bowl spin to him, but some pushed away into the onside. There's not a run there. Jack Leaney has to scamper back, having been told no by Grant Stewart. So yeah, I don't know.
I don't think we'll ever know. Because I'll forget to ask a question.
Well, but I like the idea. I like the new theory that you've come upon. That it, as this one's slammed back into the ground and collected with a bowler, that yeah, you bowl 3 more overs each, say 10 overs of the new ball tonight.
Yeah.
Go again with it tomorrow. Keep it nice. Fired in down the leg side by Deploy. That's a 1 day wide, but he gets away with it because it's all good. It's county championship cricket.
Proper.
Our league on a weekend do leg side wides or whatever. Frustrates me a bit. I mean, it's consistent. This one's driven back to the bowler. At the same time, you can bowl a half decent ball or a bowler ball that the batsman misses and then they get away with it anyway. Get wide. 259 for 5. Leaning has 70. He's the top scorer for Kent in this innings now. 15 for Grant Stewart. And it does look as if Critchley is going to continue.
Isn't he? Yeah, with the 82nd over. Once the scoreboard catches up, there we go. 15 left today. Harry Kane goes out onto the cover boundary as sweeper. There's a man at deep backward square leg. Critchley bowls quite a quick flat delivery that Leaning turns into the leg side. 70 from 147 balls. Jack Leaning. Positively rapid. As Critchley is in and bowls. Jimmy leaves this alone outside the off stump. Guest just swings his arms past the bails. 2 bonus points already, Kent. Derbyshire just the 1. Could be crucial. Next delivery is pushed it to the offside by Leaning for a single. Harry Kane, despite the weight of his sleeveless sweater, manages to get in from the boundary and complete the fielding. Batsmen take a single, Leaning to 71, 260 for 5. I think they're quite lightweight, which is probably fortunate for him. Can you imagine if it suddenly there was a sudden downpour and he got drenched, he'd be down by his knees. Critchley bowls, pushed into the offside by Stewart. Dahl does the fielding on this occasion. Has got the feeling that the game's sort of treading water at the moment, though, which I suppose is going to happen from time to time in county cricket. But Critchley bowls, edged and just short or just to the right of Wayne Madsen, one or the other, but it was a genuine edge. He gets a single, does Stewart. 261 for 5. He moves on to 16.
Just played it with soft enough hands in the
I
end.
think so. Just dropped short of Wayne Madsen. It was a solitary slip. Critchley bowls again, and this one is defended by Jack Leaning. Billy Godolman comes in to do the fielding because it's the end of the over. 261 for 5. 71 to Leaning, 16 to Stewart. 82 overs now bowled with this ball, and Leas Deploy is going to continue from the racecourse. And San Diego Town's bid to win the National Club Cup has ended in defeat. Bath have won the final by 81 runs. San Diego Town all out for 139 in 34 overs.
Deploy bowls to Grant Stewart, who's looking to help that away leg side. Cannons into his pad. I was saying earlier on that I'm actually off the back of finals day next Saturday. Did I mention I'm going to finals day?
Are you?
On the Sunday
Yeah.
in Northampton, there's the club T20 final.
Uh-huh.
Stewart pushes to the covers between Tunbridge Wells, who I last saw at our T20 National Finals Day here,
Yes, I was going to say they've definitely played it here, haven't they?
Yeah, a few seasons ago.
Yeah.
And they had a semi. They had the semis and the final, whereas this is just the final.
Oh, okay.
And it's against Barnard Castle.
Oh, right.
A place you might have heard of. It's been in the news a bit.
Yeah, yeah.
This one's defended away.
Well, I'll keep a close eye on that.
So yeah, next Sunday.
Close eye.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying.
Ploy bowling down the leg side. Stewart just looking to try and tickle it away. Fielded that short, fine leg. 261 for 5.
Hope you give him some stick.
Firing it in. Go for a little sweep shot there. Stewart. Wide ball signalled.
Wow, I thought you'd hit it.
You know this is a championship game, umpires don't give wides in championship.
No, not usually. It must have been very wide. Just come off the wicket keeper.
Deploy still trying to. Oh, there we go. Toss one up. Driven out towards Dull. One bounce. I'd rather he did a bit more of that if I was Derbyshire. So you can get Stewart to chase one and make a mistake. The old moon ball. Instead he's bowling good darts that would be nice balls in limited overs cricket, but they're probably not going to get a wicket.
Doesn't bowl in limited overs cricket. Strange, isn't it?
Ironic, really. 262 for 5. Being a left armour as well.
Yeah, very underused as a bowler, I always think.
Sort of awkward angle and then trajectory. Doesn't look like he's too loopy or got a bad ball in him necessarily either, so you could be right that maybe he is underused.
He's bowled 5 overs today. That takes him to 7 for the season. Which shows you how little he's bowled. Lewis deploy. Still 13 overs to go, so we may get finished before 6 o'clock as Critchley begins a new over, and it's pulled violently into the leg side by Jack Leaning for 4 runs. He moves on to 75. 262 for 5. Update coming up fairly shortly for BBC Radio Derby FM listeners. The excellent Simon Morrickin on with the 60s, 70s and 80s show over on FM as this next delivery from Critchley's outside the off stump and goes through to Brooke Guest. Leading will be keen to get to 3 figures before the close of play. He's got 13 overs in which to get the 25 runs he requires if he's going to get there. He defends this next delivery though out into the offside. And there's no run. Critchley bowls wide of the off stump and going wider. Sam Connors is starting to go through his bowling action, so the new ball could be imminent. They have 6 overs apiece at the end of this over if that is to be the case. Next delivery is wide of the off stump from Critchley, left alone by Leaning through to Brooke Guest. Wicketless so far, Sam Connors. Critchley's in again. Balls, oh, that's off a genuine edge. Fielded by Connors at backward point to end the over. 266 for 5. 12 overs left in the day's play. And the new ball is about to be taken. So 84 overs with the first ball of the match. And it's going to be shown to all and sundry by umpire Cook. Holds it up in his left hand, waves it around and tosses it to Sam Connors, who immediately starts doing a few warm-up deliveries to Harry Kane. Two slips in place. Just moves the white bowling marker back a few yards Sam Connors gets a final word of encouragement from his skipper, Billy Godleman. He says off. In and bowls to Stewart. But Derbyshire have just taken the new ball and taken a wicket with it. It absolutely flew off a length, bowled by Sam Connors. And Grant Stewart has been dismissed for 16. It means that Kent are 266 for 6. It's been a really good session for Derbyshire at tea. Kent were 224 for 3, so 3 wickets. Sam Billings for 36. Great caught and bowled from Anuj Dal. And Ollie Robinson stumped by Brooke Guest off the bowling of Matt Critchley for 1. Stewart's gone for 16 as well. Leaning still there on 75. We've got 12 overs left in the day's play, and Kent are 266 for 6. Tell you what, that was some delivery from Sam Connors. Good, straightforward catch from Brooke Guest. Really flew off a length.
Grant Stewart was caught by Brooke Guest, bowling of Sam Connors for 16.
16 from 56 deliveries. So it wasn't as though he was doing anything flash. Didn't hit a 4, but hit 1-6. Grant Stewart. And that may well bring Harry Podmore out to the middle for Kent. He's due in next. Then Nathan Gilchrist, James Logan and Jazz Singh. I was going to say it should look like Harry Podmore, but Harry Podmore was at Derbyshire a long time ago. And I'm not 100% sure what he looks like anymore. I can't imagine he's changed that much. Podmore's gone up on the scoreboard, and has been announced as well. So Harry Podmore, the new batsman, and Sam Connors, who'd been wicketless up to that point, now has one for his shirt number 59. He's in his 16th over. If they can rattle through these last few wickets, then Derbyshire will be in a very good position. It didn't look promising at lunch, 108 for 1, unnecessarily promising at tea at 224 for 3. Sam Connors in and bowls to Podmore, who defends. Back to the bowler. 266 for 6, first ball with the new ball. Plenty of excitement out there amongst the Derbyshire fielders. Connors turns at the top of his mark. In and bowls to Podmore, who defends once again. Back to him.
What were they waiting for? They'd be all out by now if they'd have taken the new ball for 5 overs ago.
It wasn't too far short of a decent length, was it? It just sort of lifted on him.
Yeah.
And poor old Grant Stewart didn't really stand a chance, couldn't get the bat out of the way in time.
Sometimes you just have to accept that you can't cook the ball.
Right at the moment, which I heard the cue, Dave Fletcher, what's happening? He bowled the delivery and took the wicket. In goes Connors and bowls. That one goes past the edge. Podmore trying to convince himself as much as anything that he'd actually played inside the line of that one, I fancy. Always a good tactic.
Yeah, nice.
Never got anywhere near it.
Ever get any runs here in his loan spell?
Don't remember. I don't remember.
I suggest probably not, but...
Yeah, I'll have a look. I'll have a look at the end of this over, because if I start looking now, I'll just stop watching.
He is a useful lower order back there.
Yeah. Taps his bat, you can hear it in the effects microphone as this one is keeping low outside the off stump, and Brooke Guest can't take it cleanly. Harry Podmore. I'm trying to remember what I'm looking up now. I remember. Players, there it is. 2 slips, point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, long leg, third man for the new ball.
Just spelled Connor's wrong in a tweet. That's annoying. I've had to redo it.
Oh no, put an
Inconvenient
O in.
spelling.
Yeah, it is. Connor's bowls. That one is turning to the leg side, and Podmore will be off the mark as Harry Kane comes around from mid-on to do the filling. Good first over with the new ball from Sam Connors. Concedes a run but picks up a wicket. 267 for 6. Grant Stewart, the man out, caught behind by Brooke Guest for 16. And Derbyshire just starting to claw their way back into this contest now. Persevering. It's been a tough slog. It didn't look like they were in the contest at lunch, 108 for 1, Ken. It didn't really look like they were in it at tea at 224 for 3. But now at 267 for 6. Ben Aitchison about to bowl from the City end. I would suggest that they are in it. But that's just me. He had 4 matches for Derbyshire. He scored 66 not out in one game. That's a decent knock, isn't it? 133 runs at 26. A couple of catches. A very unmemorable, clearly, innings. I don't know who it was against now. I'll have to try and look it up. Took 6 wickets at 51.
He's on strike to Aitchison and a thick edge down towards the man with the shawl, Harry Kane. He could give that to the Sherpas on Mount Everest to keep themselves warm.
Very specific place of birth on the archive for Harry William Podmore. Not just Hammersmith, but the Queen Charlotte Hospital in Hammersmith. That's a special hospital.
It's very specific. Full delivery from Aitchison, turned away into the leg side by Jack Leaning.
I'm going to try and remember which games he played in now, which might take slightly longer. He certainly played down at Sussex. In which he scored 66 not out. There we go.
There we go. I was thinking that Hove boundaries that maybe
Yeah.
some cheeky runs might have been on offer.
That was the game that Viljoen
Pushed away off the back foot square by Leaning. His delivery out towards Dahl, who'd been moved out towards deep point. Happy to let Leaning have one and say, we'll bowl at Podmore, please. No, that was the Viljoen.
Oh, and I was wrong about Viljoen. He'd taken 9 in the second innings. Then Visa was the last man out on 344. Caught Ben Slater, bowled Harry Podmore to deny Hardest Viljoen all 10.
That's just rude.
It's poor. It's poor form.
Full delivery driven back by Podmore. Disappointing from you, Harry, from Ben Slater, who should have dropped it on purpose.
He'd taken 8, I beg your pardon, because he got Garton. So he'd taken the first 8.
Still the 8.
8 for 90 in 25 overs. He was unplayable. Absolutely unplayable. Having taken 7 for 80 in the first innings. Just astonishing. Never seen the likes before or since.
Good bowler, Hardest Viljoen. Edge gone. Taken at second slip. Perfect bowling with the new ball from Derbyshire. Removing Grant Stewart and now Podmore. That one just a bit too good for him as he tried to cover up and defend. Tried to play with soft hands actually, but the ball falling nicely for Madsen at second slip. And a safe pair of hands as ever. Once again, Derbyshire go bang bang and get a couple of quick ones. Kent's 269 for 7. Podmore on his way for 2.
It's got a different complexion about it, this, hasn't it? 269 for 7.
I think they bowled well today, Derbyshire.
224 for 3 at tea, and you thought there was a chance there with Leaning and Billings both in that they might go on and get big scores. And once Billings had gone to that terrific caught and bowled from Anuj Dahl, it's not necessarily been downhill, but that was the first of 4 wickets since tea.
You'd say Dahl, well, we're saying about how Dahl's been the best seamer and Critchley bowled well. Melton did okay and got that wicket of Crawley. These two bowling with a new ball were expensive and conceded a lot of boundaries, bowled too many half volleys earlier in the day, but they've come back and done exactly what's required with this second new ball.
Yeah, absolutely. Ben Aitchison's conceded 74 runs in 17 overs and 5 balls, which is a lot for him. Regularly the most economical of the bowlers. He now regains the lead in the leading wicket taker for Derbyshire Stakes with his 28th of the season.
Stake.
Stakes plural.
Stakes.
Yes.
S on the end.
Yeah. I'm going to call it my regular takeaway on the way home.
Aitchison then to the new man, which is Nathan Gilchrist. Scoreboard hasn't updated yet.
No, it will. There we go.
There we go.
Yeah, Aitchison 28 wickets this season now at 22.
That sounds pretty impressive.
His first
Take that.
full season in Derbyshire's side. He played half a season last season, picked up an injury at Durham, and we never saw him again. Last season's curtailed campaign when they played every game away from home, of course. Finodson is still second in the averages, so it's up to Aitchison. Mikey Cohen, who's third in the averages with 11 wickets at 25, won't play again this season. Sam Connors has the opportunity here just to creep back up. He's got 25 for the campaign. And here is Connors bowling from the racecourse. Bowls to Leaning, who's on 76, and he pushes it back towards the bowler, and there's no run. Anybody who's feeling that Derbyshire were just slightly being left behind by the 17 wickets that have now fallen at Lord's, at least they've got 7. Worcestershire 101 for 7, still trail Middlesex by 43. It'll never replace cricket, that, will it? As Connors is in and bowls to Leaning, who pushes out into the offside. Anuj Dal does the fielding. Sussex have lost another wicket, 309 for 4 now against Leicestershire at Grace Road. So they already have got 3 batting points from that one, just 88 overs gone. So you'd expect them to get 4, if not 5, from that position if they fancy them. Leaning waits as Connors is in again at bowls. This one is cracked away out towards a fairly straight cover position. They're going to come back for a second as Tom Wood just, not Tom Wood at all, it's Matt Critchley just juggles with the ball a little out there. Tom Wood's now moved all the way from in front of the players' pavilion to all the way in front of the scoreboard out at mid-wicket. 2 more to Leaning, moves to 78, 271. For 7, Hampshire 9 down, 214 for 9 against Nottinghamshire at Southampton. Lancashire 345 for 8 against Somerset at Taunton. You can imagine the ball flying to all parts down there, smallish ground. As Connors is in again, and this time Leaning drive straight to Harry Kane, who shows no pain despite the ball crashing into a part of his body that I'm sure would have hurt the sort of bony part of his knee if he didn't get his hands in the way. 17 wickets at Headingley as well, where Yorkshire are 92 for 7 in reply to Warwickshire's 155, so still trailing by 63. Division 2, Essex 290 for 2 against Surrey at the Oval. Durham are 67 for 4 in reply to Northampton's 183 all out at Wantage Road. As Connors is in again, that one's turned into the leg side and they'll get through comfortably for a single. Leaning will move to 79, 272 for 7 down at Sophia Gardens. Glamorgan 248 for 6 against Gloucestershire. Full day's play all around the country. so far. Touch wood. This is Formica, but it counts. It's pretend wood, isn't it? It's very hard on the elbows, I know that. It's Connors in and bowls, and that one is defended by Gilchrist. Out into the leg side. He didn't realise the potential of a single there until he was called through by leaning. Single is comfortable, but it means he's going to be facing the first delivery of the next over from Ben Aitchison. So I don't think Derbyshire will be too disappointed. 273 for 7 at the end of the over. 1 to Gilchrist, 79 to Leaning.
Don't think they could have planned that much better, to be honest, Derbyshire. But Leaning, trying to show some faith in his man he's got up the other end. I can't say I've had my elbows on this desk too much, but...
Oh, I lean it. I'm a terrible leaner. Yeah. And I always tuck my legs underneath the chair, and by the end of the day, I can barely walk. I shouldn't do that either, really. I should stretch them out.
I'm bad when I'm on a laptop or a computer, a proper hunch.
Yeah.
But
I find it difficult if I stretch my legs out, though. I'm so far away from the computer and the desk that I can't reach them.
Aitchison bowling to Gilchrist, left alone outside the off stump. So often do just do like the scores and the emails and the tweets, etc. off my phone, just because I can lean back and actually just, us youngsters are nimble with our fingers.
Well, that's it. You see, I'm slightly behind. I'm going to need a new laptop at some point. There are a few cracks starting to appear, which is a bit of a worry. I like to use the proper mouse as well instead of the pad as well. That shows my age, I think.
Say that again about the pad.
I like the mouse instead of the pad. It's an age thing as well, I think.
I'm actually with you on that one, though. As Gilchrist goes to nudge it away into the onside, it's hard to edit.
Yes, it is.
With the pad, because I always use the scroll on the mouse to kind of move around the.
Do you do your own clips then? Do you do the clips for the morning from here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's basically like a pre-recorded, so I'll voice it and do the clips, etc.
Oh, okay.
It's a new thing we're trialing actually on our breakfast show. This one is clipped away by Nathan Gilchrist. Nicely played that through square leg. Get a couple of runs. Jogs back for that second.
It would extend the day's work, the working day, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, true. Normally, if the both of us are on shift, the one who's back at base or back home will do it. But on days like today,
just you.
It is just me.
Yeah, I just do a clip and send them an email with the words.
Yeah, that's what we have been doing sort of since the start of lockdown. But beauty that one, playing and missing Nathan Gilchrist as it just moves away through to the keeper. But yeah, we're at the moment on BBC Radio Kent Breakfast. You can get your sport reaction news at past every hour, sort of 6:30, 7:30, 8:30. And bearing in mind, I probably did it at 10 p.m. the night before, depending on what was going on that evening.
Yes, early hours of the morning, tennis matches, not good for you.
In and bowling. Tries to leave this one alone, Gilchrist, and ends up actually managing to guide it down towards their man for a run.
A little disappointed there, Ben Aitchison. He's already got 1 wicket today in that fashion. The very first one to fall, Jordan Cox was trying to leave the ball, and he managed to cannon it into his middle stump. I don't think these lights are going off now.
No, it seems a bit dark on the horizon, doesn't it, actually? But I think we'll get through these overs as it's full and defended away by Leaning into the covers. 276 for 7 with 8 overs.
7. Oh, no, 8, you're right. Sorry, I've
overs,
misled you completely there because it's already changed. 8
overs
overs left today, yeah. Sorry.
That's right.
No, I jumped in without checking. Was James Logan a left-hander?
He is, yes.
He's just warming up on the steps. He's just gone back up the steps into the pavilion, but he's just been warming up, so he'll be in next. Doing a bit of shadow batting.
He's quite a solid player, actually, Logan. Since he's come in, he's got a couple of useful little 20s and stuck around with a set batsman.
Connors begins a new over, balls to Gilchrist, who pushes this one up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Harry Kane. Well, these last three batsmen, it's their duty to hang around for Jack Leaning, who's on 79. That should be incentive enough. That and the fact that they don't really want to bowl today, I'm sure, if they can possibly avoid it. So it goes. Connors again past umpire Cook, and it's driven out into the offside, but not timed by Gilchrist. Straight to Anuj Dal in the covers. The brand new ball is thrown to Matt Critchley, who promptly drops it. He gives it then to Anuj Dal to do a bit of polishing. Grabs a big handful of his Derbyshire top and gives it a good old rub, and then shows it to Billy Godleman and says, "Look what I've done, Skip." And he then passes it to Sam Connors in something that just wastes more time. Here is Connors. In again, bowls to Gilchrist, who pushes it out into the offside. Dahl picks up, and this time he decides against throwing it to the keeper. Good to see, with the over rate on -1. Instead he just polishes the ball. He's still going to walk pretty much the entire way to Billy Godleman before giving it to him. Then Godleman just passes it straight to Connors. Just throw it to Sam Connors and then get on with it. Good grief. There's a little spell in the previous game against Leicestershire as Connors is in again and Gilchrist plays and misses at that one outside the off stump. Good delivery. Poor shot, but decent enough delivery. It was a little spell in the game against Leicestershire. I don't think the over rate was particularly disastrous at the time. If the ball went back to the bowler, he didn't toss it to somebody else to polish, and that just never happens at Derbyshire. They just walk back to their mark and look like they had a complete change of policy. But they're back to giving it to Dahl to polish now as Connors bowls and Gilchrist goes back into his crease, defends it. Yep, there we go. Defends it straight to Sam Connors, who picks it up with his left hand, just chucks it to Dahl. A nudge, give it a polish, son.
I wonder what that smudge on his jumper was.
Yeah.
It was around his belly button earlier on. I thought he might have done it diving on the floor, but no, it's from rubbing the ball, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly the same way that Lewis Rees polishes the ball.
He's a designated man.
Yeah, well, Rees normally is, but his season's over. He's due for an operation on his shoulder. That one's left alone outside the off stump by Connors. Goes through to Brooke Guest. Could be out for 6 to 9 months. So it's quite a serious shoulder operation by the sound of it, which it puts in jeopardy his chances of starting next season, you would have thought. Which is a concern. Batsman having a chat while Jack Leaning adjusts his protective gear, his thigh pads.
Like you say, he might be struggling to make it back in time for the 100.
True enough. It might be a ploy not to have to go back to London Spirit.
That would work.
We haven't been told when the 100 is, but I assume it's still in the school holidays next year when all of the cricket will be brushed to one side so that nobody can watch counties play. As much as I buy into I thought the 50 over competition was an enjoyable argument, and I enjoy 50 over cricket probably more than T20 if I'm honest. I didn't play enough cricket in August for me. The counties, late June, early August.
Because it was the week where the knockout stage of the One Day Cup. This one's short on Leaning pulls away for a single. Yeah, like you're saying, as much as we enjoyed the One Day Cup, as soon as you were knocked out of it, it was then quarter-final, semi-final, and then you missed a whole week. And then the week after was T20 quarter-final.
There were 5 counties, weren't there, that weren't into the knockout stages of either. Derbyshire were among them, Leicestershire was certainly one, I think Worcestershire were one as well.
It's the back end of August, it's 2 weeks, no cricket.
Yeah. And it was compounded by the fact that the 4-day game that Derbyshire was supposed to play against Essex ended after 1 day as well. So they effectively didn't play too much cricket, really.
Yeah, for 3 weeks. Aitchison bowling left alone by Nathan Gilchrist. At the moment, Leaning's just taking singles and happy to let Gilchrist almost play night watchman.
Yes, I was just going to say that. It is like he's a night watchman, isn't it? Come back tomorrow when the rain's pouring.
Yeah, the forecast for tomorrow is a bit grim, isn't it?
It hasn't improved over the course of the day, which is always a bad thing, I think. There might be some rain.
Full delivery. Driven away crisply by Nathan Gilchrist up towards mid-off.
No, I tell a lie. It has improved now.
That's it.
Yes, it has. It's suggesting that by 5 o'clock tonight it might be raining. So that 7 o'clock rather tonight it might be raining here in Derby, but it's going to finish by 11. Little bit early hours of the morning, but by 9 o'clock tomorrow it stops and it doesn't return until 11 o'clock tomorrow night, according to the forecast. So we might get away with it.
That could work.
Yeah.
We'll be back for 10:30 then for day 2. This one is guided wide of point. With a good fielding. And like I mentioned, you can listeners get reaction from the camp. 6:30, 7:30, 8:30 tomorrow morning. I'm going to go update BBC Radio Kent while I talk about it.
Update for BBC Radio Derby coming up in a couple of minutes' time. I recognise the song, but I'm not sure who it is. Here is Ben Aitchison, Stevie Wonder. Of course it is. I should have got that Mia Moore thing that he did. 277 for 7. I'm sure it's not called that, but Ben Aitchison looking for the 8th Kent wicket here, looking for his second. 2 catches in the innings for Wayne Madsen, who's standing at second slip now as Podmore. Aitchison is in, and that's whipped away off his legs by Gilchrist for 4 runs, and he doubles his score. He moves up to 8. Leaning has 80, 281 for 7 at the end of the over. We have 6 to go. So we might finish before 6 o'clock, which would be a bonus. We're already at the official close of play, and there's Dahl warming up. Sam Connors nods in agreement to something that Billy Godleman tells him. I think it makes sense to give all the bowlers a go with the new ball, just to see if they can winkle another wicket or 2 before the close of play. Looking down towards a long leg where Dustin Melton is, and he's doing some gentle stretching out there in the far distance as Sam Connors, with a little skip halfway through his run-up, he's in and bowls. That's turned into the leg side by Leaning, who takes the customary single at the start of the over. Moves on to 81, 282 for 7. Two slips for Sam Connors. A beer crawl, you say? A beer crawl, you say. 282 for 7, Jack Leaning 81, and the new batsman Nathan Gilchrist is on 8. That's because Harry Podmore has been and gone. He was out for 2. Nice catch at second slip by Wayne Madsen off the bowling of Ben Aitchison, and slowly but surely Derbyshire have worked their way back into the game today. They looked out of it at 108 for 1 at lunch and didn't look particularly like they were going to get back into it at 224 for 3 at tea, but just 60 runs have been added for the loss of 4 wickets in this final session. Still 6 overs of the day's play remaining, and Derbyshire will be relatively happy, I imagine, with the day's play. They'd like another wicket or 2, though. Leaning on 81, Gilchrist on 10, Kent are 284 for 7. Oh, steady lager. You're in a laugh. Real ale only in these parts. Thank you very much. Nothing that is electronically poured. I just asked if I was a beer man or a lager man, real ale man or a lager man, for goodness sake. I don't think Simon's ever heard our stories as Connors is in and bowls. That one is defended by Gilchrist. Picked up a couple of runs with the ball down towards the backward point area not too long ago. That's why he moved into double figures for his innings. Connor's now having another conversation with Billy Godalman, his skipper, before he sets off from the racecourse end. He's in and bowls to Gilchrist, who defends it back towards him. There is no run. Just going along steadily now. Kent. Just 5 overs to go after this one in the day's play. I think we're going to see Dahl. Can't really tell whether Dustin Melton's warming up or not. It has gone appreciably darker in the last 5 or 6 minutes as Connors bowls, and that's edged and caught well by Ben Aitchison at first slip. It was quite a hard shot that Gilchrist played at that one. Good catch, low down to his left-hand side at first slip by Ben Aitchison. And Sam Connors has his second wicket of the innings. It's 284 for 8 now. Gilchrist goes for 10.
Almost looked like there was a visible disappointment from Leaning, just turned away as that one was held on to. And Gilchrist had been doing a good job for the team, really, as an auxiliary night watchman and largely protecting Leaning's wicket. But now James Logan is going to have to come out and do that role, because otherwise Leaning is in danger of getting stranded short of the 3 figures, having largely been starved of strike, and he's been taking singles anyway.
I think he might be a bit more proactive.
Yeah, it might have to be.
Good catch, really good catch. Low down to his left-hand side by Ben Aitchison, because he went hard at that ball, did Nathan Gilchrist, a lot harder really than you would expect a batsman who has, as Ben said, been effectively acting as a night watchman to try to protect Jack Leaning, who's 19 away from a century now and may well be thinking that he might have to get a bit of a hurry up. Ben Aitchison with the catch. He's going to bowl the next over from the City end. 5 to go. Connors 2 for 67 from his 19 overs now, and Derbyshire have picked up 5 wickets since tea for 60 runs, which is good for Derbyshire and not necessarily particularly good for Kent. Decent effort though by the Derbyshire bowlers who weren't necessarily being flogged by Bell, Drummond and Crawley, but at one stage there were 142 for 2.
Well, one stage it looked like Kent were going to bat once in the game, and
yeah,
we're really going to take full control of it as Aitchison bowls, and Leaning again is just going to take one. Derbyshire are offering it to him and he's saying, yeah, okay, I'm going to take it. So the onus now on James Logan to be auxiliary night watchman 2.0.
Yes. I was very 21st century man, well done. Not something I would attempt to say. It would sound a bit weird coming out of my mouth. Yeah, so they lost 6 wickets in doubling their score from 142 for 2 to 284 for 8. They've moved on to 285 for 8 now. Still just 2 slips. So that wraps the pads of Logan.
Sorry, I was just tweeting.
That's all right. Disappears out into the offside, backward square. Matt Critchley does the fielding. You were there for me when I was gazing at scorecards earlier. It's only fair.
You can tell that there is a bit of, well, if it's not raining in Derby already, it's coming.
Yeah, I think so.
Just seeing the flag over on the far side, sweeping up just a bit of increased wind, as if Rain is in the air and on the way. Dark clouds over beyond the car parkers. Oh, full delivery. Big shout for LBW. Sounded like it might have even hit both pads, and James Logan is on his way without scoring. Derbyshire really have bowled well as the day has gone on, and bowled better and better, and particularly with the second new ball. This spell from Connors and Aitchison, now a couple of wickets each. Connors getting Stewart and Gilchrist. Aitchison's got Podmore and Logan to his name. And with just Jazz Singh coming in, who I have not seen bat really this season. He just got 2 in the one innings that he was required to bat against Sussex in his one other appearance so far this season. So it really is territory now where Leaning's going to have to try and hit his way to 100, I think. Still 18 short.
I might get to use the word roared back in the evening session under my bulletin tomorrow, I think.
I might have to chat Leaning. I was thinking it might be tomorrow when he got through to a century.
I wonder if they'll still send Dusty Meltz out. He's a good talker. He'll be able to tell us everything that was going on out there. He'll be fully involved, no question about it.
Of course, I bigged up James Logan's batting earlier on, didn't I? Said he was very good at holding up an end.
Yes.
But yeah, it was very full, very straight. I think it hit both pads.
Good. Yes, it did sound like a double noise, didn't it? It did sound like a double noise. It's that interesting tactic now, because Leaning, 3 balls left of this innings. No, that's not true. 3 balls left of this over. He could miss out on a century because he was intent on taking a single at the start of the last 5-6 overs?
Yeah, because he's just been taking singles and happy to let the other batsman take strike and thinking they might see things through to tomorrow, but it's not panning out that way. Aitchison bowling, Jazz Singh defending this one. Is it a case of Derbyshire start posting fielders back and Leaning will try and take all the strike?
I'm slightly concerned that there's 4 overs and 2 balls left. Now, if a wicket falls now, Derbyshire would have 2 overs to face.
Let's be honest, nobody wants that.
Nobody wants that. We need to get down to 2 overs left in the day's play and then the wicket to fall.
If you could avoid getting this wicket now, Ben, your openers will be grateful. Oh, that's a beauty. Edge behind. Gone. Jazz Singh goes second ball for naught. And Jack Leaning will have to walk off with 82 not out to his name, and he's going to fall short. Not really fall short, but robbed of the opportunity to finish things off and go through to 100. And Derbyshire's bowlers, massive credit to them for the way that they have swept up the Kent lower order with the second new ball. They would have been batting for longer if they'd have taken the new ball earlier, Dave Fletcher.
Well, yes, it's one of those, isn't it? Would it? I'm not sure, but either way, it's been a terrific effort since tea from the Derbyshire bowling attack. They managed to get rid of Sam Billings for 36, Ollie Robinson for 1, Grant Stewart for 16, Harry Podmore for 2, Nathan Gilchrist for 10, James Logan without scoring, and Jazz Singh without scoring. And by my reckoning, Derbyshire will have 2 overs to face now before the close of play after a 10-minute interval. So the game will just go up to 6 o'clock or thereabouts, and that's 3 wickets in 6 deliveries to polish off the tail for the addition of 1 run. So the last 3 wickets going in 6 deliveries, 2 of them to Ben Aitchison, who will finish with figures of 4 for 83 from his 20 overs and 5 balls, 2 for 67 for Sam Connors, 2 for 29 for Anuj Dal, 1 for 55 from Dustin Melton, and 1 for 38 from Matt Critchley. Elias Deploy bowled 5 overs for 8. I think we'll just take a quick comfort break and be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. remarkably. And I didn't really see this coming at tee. Derbyshire are going to bat. We did think that they might send out a couple of night watchmen. They did it down in Cardiff in 2017 in the day-night game that they won. That was the first victory I saw Derbyshire achieve midway through the 2017 campaign, when Tony Palladino and Tom Taylor went out to bat and were 2 without loss at the close of play after 2 overs.
Would have loved that.
Yeah.
Disappointing that hasn't happened.
I'm disappointed. It's Harry Kane who's going to face the first delivery in what is only his second game of first-class cricket for Derbyshire.
If I say it, it might not come true. I can see Podmore nicking off someone.
Oh, absolutely.
And then they'll regret not sending night watchmen in. Hopefully, now I've said that, it won't happen for the Derbyshire fans.
Came in at 6 in his only previous innings this season.
Nasty little 2-over period here.
It is. Podmore bowls to Kane, who pushes this out into the offside. As long as they get through 6 deliveries, there can only be 1 down.
True.
So get through the first over from Harry Podmore. Disappointingly, the number 1's not bowling to the number 1. Billy Godwin at the non-strikers end, leaning on his bat. Harry Kane.
Yeah, if you're going to wear number 1 on your back, you've got to face the first ball of an innings, haven't you?
I think so.
Can't be batting number 2.
I think so. In comes Podmore again and bowls to Kane, who turns this away very nicely for his first run of the innings. Derbyshire underway, 1 without loss. Somebody just said to me there, if they get through to the close, it could be Derbyshire's day.
Ooh.
There's one. What do you think? In the balance, even Stevens?
I'd say pretty even.
Yeah, I'd have said so.
But Kent will be underwhelmed with what they've amassed,
Well,
considering the start that they had.
If they're 30 without loss after these 2 overs, then I think Derbyshire's day.
Seems unlikely. Notice Harry Kane's still batting in his onesie.
Yes.
That massive jumper.
To make sure he doesn't trip over it when he's going for a quick single.
That's true.
Left-handed Godwin, 3 slips and a gully. As Podmore is in, and Godwin, in his own inimitable style, leaves alone. Go through to the keeper. He has got a very extravagant leave.
His bowlers with the second new ball have kind of justified his decision to bowl first in the end. Bailed him out a bit. Well, having not bowled as well earlier on, but
yeah. I think that with the new ball, they took the final 4 wickets, didn't they? As, in comes Podmore, bowls to Godwin, who leaves alone.
I think it was the final 5, wasn't it? Because Stewart went pretty much straight away.
Of course, yes. I'm missing one out. We were absolutely right. It was 5.
So yeah, the 5 have just gone in a heap.
Yeah.
With the new ball.
It so seldom happens.
Yeah, often it doesn't, because lower order batters are so well practiced these days.
Yeah, they are. You very rarely see tails nicked off or nipped out particularly quickly. Podmore is in and bowls to Godwin, who leaves alone again outside the off stump, goes through to Ollie Robinson behind the stumps, hands on hips. I can make out some of it. Let me see if I can guess this slip cordon then. Billings at first slip.
Nope.
Excellent.
Good start.
I'm not sure about second slip.
That was a massive fail.
That was terrible.
They have got jumpers on everyone.
Yes, I'm not misreading numbers or anything. Godwin leaves alone again outside the off stump. End of the first over, Derbyshire can be only 1 down at the end of the day's play because the wicket falls now and we all go off. 1 without loss. That run to Harry Kane, who's now rather regretting taking the single because it means he's going to be facing the over ball by Grant Stewart from the racecourse end. Oh, well, Zach Crawley's in there, isn't he, of course, the tall man.
He is second slip,
yeah, obviously. Goes without saying. Jack Leading is at third slip.
Correct.
I knew that because he isn't wearing a sweater, and obviously Daniel Bell Drummond, a gully. It's the first slip who's troubling me a bit. So I'm going to just pluck a name out, really. Is it Jordan Cox?
It is.
Oh, back at the net.
So yeah, he's the only one that's got the blonde enough hair to be confused with Billings, I guess.
That was what confused me.
Grant Stewart then, the final over of the day, bowled him. Harry Kane letting this one go. It hits the top of the stumps. Grant Stewart's bowled one ball and got a wicket. Well, I'm sorry, Derbyshire fans. I said I could see them losing a wicket in that horrible little 2-over period, and they have lost it. A misjudgment from Kane. And they will be 1 for 1 at stumps on the end of day one after Kent 285 all out.
It's disappointing for Harry Kane, clearly, as he makes his way from the field. In fact, in a show of solidarity, Billy Godleman's about 15 yards ahead of him. And
Grant Stewart fan club underneath us or something?
no, I think they were saying goodbye to the man on the public address system. It's a very irritating habit that they've got down there, and nobody thinks it's funny apart from them. Said the Grinch. Yeah, that's the end of the day's play. I said if a wicket fell in the last over, that would be it. And poor old Harry Kane has come and gone. He came and he went. 1 for 1 at the close, which means that Derbyshire trail by 284. We will have 96 overs and 5 balls tomorrow. It promises to be an enthralling day's cricket. Almost certainly to be Tom Wood to come out next at number 3. He'll be very pleased, having got a first baller in the second innings against Leicestershire. Very pleased not to have gone out, I'm sure, with Billy Godleman to open the batting. A wicket for Grant Stewart. And that's pretty much it. I've enjoyed today.
That is, yeah.
I think we'll say our farewells for today.
Yeah, thanks for everyone that's been getting in touch on lots of random topics on social media and
More
email.
of the same tomorrow, please. But I think
Yes, please, yeah.
we'll get a full report on which of the food emporia Ben goes to this evening, tomorrow morning. If I forget, somebody remind me. Derbyshire 1 for 1 in reply to Kent's 285 all out. 4 wickets in the end for Ben Aitchison, as Derbyshire polished off the tail in a manner that we rarely see. And we will see you tomorrow morning.